back when the game just launched, like when I was in China. Then I came back to Canada. Then I saw this like the international PUBG Mobile global version of PUBG Mobile. Then I just suddenly began to play. Later on, I was introduced by some friends. I was playing scrims with them. Then that's how they coming into the scene.
What is your favorite memory related to the game?
My favorite memory would be those moments like our team got 1v4'd by other teams. Because like in scrims, basically like we were trying to practice fighting, so we got 1v4'd by other teams a lot. Then those are the memory like keeps me like stronger. That was
very unexpected, but I can see why that would be memorable.
Yeah.
So next question, which map is your favorite when it comes to competitive play and why?
Sanhok, because Sanhok is fast paced and it's a small map and we gotta fight a lot, and the fighting is one of the thing I always like in competitive play, and I think it requires not only gun skills and also teamwork. I think that's what I enjoy in playing the most.
Which team would you consider as your biggest rival coming up in the PMWL West?
We haven't played so many games against other European teams or Middle East teams, but from what I heard, people said Footballist is one of the strongest European team, and we have the same drop spot. Then we have to fight each other out. So as of right now, Footballist, I think it's gonna be one of our biggest rivals in the league.
Makes sense. What is your favorite drop zone location? Or it could be on any map.
For Miramar, we drop it at St. Martin. That's where we've been going to since we play competitive. So I think that's one of the spot it's my favorite.
Central, easy to rotate out of, you think?
Yeah, and all the hills and mountains around it, you can access to that easily. And all that.
And finally, what is your preferred weapon loadout?
For me personally, I prefer one DMR and one M4. If I have the option, I would go something with that.
Well, thank you very much for your time and best of luck in PMWL.
Thank you.
Hello there, ladies and gentlemen. It's me, Kyle Aris, once again here, bringing you J7 from Pittsburgh Knights as they qualify through the PMPL Americas into the World League. So first off, why don't you introduce yourself as well as your role on Pittsburgh Knights?
Yeah, so my name is J7, my handle is J7, and I play for the Pittsburgh Knights, and I'm the IGL for the Pittsburgh Knights.
How did you first get introduced to PUBG Mobile?
Well, I've been playing mobile games for a while. Like, I played other mobile games like professionally. So when PUBG Mobile came with their mobile version, like that was really huge at the time, and everyone started playing it. I really got into it, and it started with a group of friends, and I just really was passionate about the game, so I decided to play professionally.
Awesome. What would you say is your favorite memory relating to the game?
My favorite memory is definitely all the LAN events we've been to. So like I never thought that a mobile game like that have LAN events or like big crowds like with fans supporting, so that was pretty cool, like going to LAN events and meeting people in person.
Yeah, some of the LAN events have been fantastic. People working on AR and stuff like that, it's been really cool. Which map would you say is your favorite when it comes to competitive play?
Oh, definitely Erangel. I mean, they're I think we're like the second best Erangel team in terms of kills wise behind Loops. So we definitely perform in Erangel.
Okay. Is there any specific reasons why Erangel, or?
I'm not sure. I think we're just really comfortable with that map. We played it the most. And I think just more comfortable, yeah.
Which team would you consider as one of your biggest rivals through the PMWL?
Definitely all the North America teams. Definitely Loops now since, they're up there. But definitely all the North America teams because we play them all the time. And we scrim them like every day. So
how would you rate your team compared to some of the PMWL participants?
Well, I think so far we haven't looked good in PMPL, but with the new addition of Sixes, I think we can be very strong and potentially like one of the best NA teams in the scene.
And what is your favorite drop zone location across all maps?
We like going Gakka. I think the Gakka split that we have in Erangel is really good for us. For like rotation wise, it's kind of like in the center of the map, kind of to the west. and we can really get to like any spot with the split we do.
That's fair. That's fair. And final question for this is, what is your preferred weapon loadout?
Preferred weapon definitely it has to be the DP or M4. Those guns are just really meta right now, especially the DP recently. They just do so much damage and they're very versatile with long range.
Especially when you're lying down, you can get that little bipod out. Very, very strong, I suppose.
Yeah, you just laser kids like really far.
Yeah, definitely. All right, well, thank you very much, J7, and good luck in the PMWL.
Thank you, appreciate it.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Kyle Aris. I'm one of your hosts of the PMWL, and I have with me HH24 from Tempo Storm. So thank you very much for joining me to start things off. And my first question is, why don't you introduce yourself to the world as well as your role within Tempo Storm?
Hello, I am from Tempo Storm. My name is HH24. I am a co-Erangel, fragger, scout. I can basically just do anything as a role. I like to achieve top fragging in tournaments. I try to do my best.
Awesome. Well, yeah, we saw a lot of that in PMPL Americas, and it was exciting to watch you guys throughout that. The next question I want to ask you guys is, how did you first get introduced to PUBG Mobile?
Oh, I got introduced from my friends. I was playing Knives Out as another Battle Royale for mobile. My friends wanted to make a team, so I came through. It was very entertaining, so I just stayed. And I see a lot of goals of players, so I continued and I wanted to achieve those goals.
Which team would you consider as one of your biggest rivals throughout the PMWL?
The biggest rival is all of them, because we shouldn't really be judging who's best or who's the scariest, because we can just tie from any, to be honest.
Do you feel that a lobby on a world scale can be a little bit unpredictable sometimes? You obviously you have scrims with them, but does it get a little bit more hectic in these kinds of lobbies?
We try to stay calm, so yeah, it still does. Still pressure, but we try to stay calm and concentrate.
All right. Well, that's all the questions. So thank you very much, HH24, for joining us, and best of luck in the World League.
Thank you. Thank you.
Down goes George. That's a confirmation. Instantly switches to the 16.
Really could be. Let's see if they go to the engagement. Seeing scored out. Oh, big shot. Welcome back, everyone, to the PUBG Mobile World League West Season 0. We're into our third and final day of the very first Super Weekend. We're going to find out who's currently going to be leading the top of the charts at the end of the day and put themselves off to a very strong start to getting through into the finals later on in this next month. I'm Jason Kapp, and I'll be your host here, and I have to bring in two expert analysis that'll be carrying my weight throughout the show today. We have the 7 Worlds Gaming, and of course, we have Glitter Explosion. I have to say this, though, I'm a little disappointed that you guys aren't matching today.
All her.
Because E7 couldn't handle my style today, okay? He couldn't keep up.
Oh, I mean, there's no choker on E7. I can respect that. I respect that a ton indeed. But how exciting is it for E7 now? We're into the final day of the Super Weekend. This is what it's all about, right? We need to see who's going to be leading the charts. And then, I mean, ideally, I'm not going to say it's confirmed, but I think if you come out first place here, you're pretty much through to the finals already.
Could be, honestly. You're going to be securing yourself a lot of points here, and we've seen a lot of teams that have been consistent, and then we've seen some teams that just haven't been consistent at all. So I'm just going to be looking forward to see which teams are going to be able to continue that consistency and hopefully improve on the performances they have showed so far up to this first Super Weekend.
100%. We've been talking about consistency is key, but let's take a look at the entire format of the tournament. In case you might have missed out on any of the prior days, there was 2 days of opening matches to determine seeding going into our first week of league play. Now, throughout those weeks, the scores will be reset, so until we find 16 teams to go through into the Super Weekend, which will span across 3 different days. Now, those points across the Super Weekends will accumulate until we have the final weekend done, and we have our top 16 teams through into the league finals, which will span across 4 days with 6 matches a day. There is a ton of PUBG Mobile action to come throughout this next month, and I'm super excited to see which team will be coming out on top, Glitter, because there's a lot of money going to be on the line.
A lot of money on the line, and I am very excited to see which team comes out on top, because I think, like Seven has said, there have been some teams that have surprised us along the way so far of this Super Weekend, and then some teams that we had expected bigger things out of them, and they just aren't there yet. So anything can happen at this point.
Anything can happen indeed, and points is what it's all about. That gets you into the Super Weekends, that gets you into the finals. And Seven, why don't you break it down for us?
And for points, it's going to be first place getting 20 points, and then you get to see the other ones. And the one that I want to go ahead and mention the most, because it's my favorite one, is going to be you get 1 point per kill. And we have seen so many teams taking just full advantage of that. I know Cloud9, whenever Cloud9 wins, not only did they get 20 points, but they get usually over 10 points in kills alone. And that's what's currently propelling them to that first place.
That's a lot of points and kills, and I can't wait to see the overall standings so we can get an idea of how many kills these teams have. But we got to see, what are they playing for? It's all about the money. It's about the change. It's about the 425,000 bucks of cheddar. And you can see here, $100,000 goes to the first place team in the finals, Glitter.
You love to see that much money on the line. It should definitely be motivating our players here. But not only is there that $100,000 massive prize pool for the finals, there's also the $50,000 prize pool for the league play portion, the weekly prize money bonuses for the first top 3 teams, and then, of course, the $1,000 participation bonus across the board for everybody. And can't forget that $10,000 MVP prize as well.
I mean, you could be walking away with, like, what, over $160,000?
Exactly.
That's a lot of money. Easily over $160,000 with participation, of course, the weekly bonuses as well. But you know what we like to have here on the PUBG Mobile World League? We like to have your guys' input when it comes to who you are, or who are your favorite players. There's currently awards going on. You can vote with the PUBG Mobile Esports Awards 2020 and vote for your favorite stars here. Now, I have to actually wonder, Seven, why is not a section in there for talent? Because I would vote for you, Seven, 100%.
That's exactly why, because if they did one for talent, it would just be unanimous. You know, people might go ahead and vote for the chokers. People are going to just go for the good looking. Who knows?
How are they going to vote for you
then?
then?
Jason, maybe the nose. I was waiting for it.
I mean, voting for the biggest nose, it's clear that I'm definitely going to be winning that battle. But let's take a look, though, at those overall standings. We mentioned before, the points are important. That's what gets you through into the league finals, and that's what gets you the money. Cloud9 currently going to be sitting in first place, Glitter.
Cloud9's been doing incredibly well for themselves so far in this Super Weekend. Very consistent across the board. And, you know, we're definitely going to be diving into all of these teams, but 2 teams we probably will be focusing on just a little bit here is going to be Loops Esports and B4, both in 4th and 5th place, respectively, but no chicken dinners to their name yet. And that's very impressive, because that's going to speak to their aggression and their consistency across the board.
Yeah, and I think speaking of that, just Loops Esports being able to get 61 kills, that is just so impressive. And then now we're going to the second page here with Nova Esports, Konina Power. I think those teams have actually surprised us in a negative way, because we expected so much more out of them. And something to keep in mind is, guess what? Going into the next league play, you're still going to have to qualify for the next Super Weekend. If you don't, some of the teams that might have not made it might go ahead and take advantage of that, and they could pass you on points, because Nova Esports, so far in 10 games, they have only been able to go ahead and get 33 points. That is just insane to me. Hopefully today will be the day that they can start things going.
And you even saw in 10th place, by the way, as you were talking about chicken dinners, Glitter, Pittsburgh Knights, they have a chicken dinner, and yet they're in 10th place. Then you have B4 and Loops, who are currently sitting way far beyond that. And speaking about those 2 teams in particular, let's start things off by talking about Loops Esports. They're the fragging machines, even though we do have the frag machines as a team in here, but they are definitely proving it when it comes to in-game. They are showing they have no signs of mercy for any teams out there, except maybe for chickens.
Yeah, that's it. That's exactly what it is. And I think with this team, it's just so impressive how aggressive they can be, and then also how passive they can be. They're one of those teams that can just kind of turn it on or switch it off if they need to. But when they are aggressive, they're just not blindly aggressive. Something that we saw yesterday, I was seeing their damage done and damage received there on the bottom right hand side of your screen, is that we saw them being tactical about their aggressiveness. Remember, yesterday in Vikendi, even though we're currently seeing Erangel stuff here, they did a 2-2 split that just kind of surprised us all, and they were able to go ahead and get extra 2 points from getting 2 kills on people swimming. So stuff like that is what really separates Loops Esports aggressiveness to maybe some of the other teams' aggressiveness that we tend to see. They're just not blind about it. And on top of that, they currently have 2 of the best players out there. Honestly, all their players are amazing, but I think I need to go ahead and highlight Carrillo. So far in this super weekend, they have been able to go ahead and get 19 kills, and then you got Kowalski getting 15 kills, and then you got Dadin getting 16 kills. So everybody in that team is performing. You have Becker with 5 kills, which, I mean, honestly, it might just be due to his role in the team, but overall, everyone is just performing here for Loops Esports, Glitter.
Yeah, and this is a team that I think you were very excited on, but I was super excited to watch yesterday as well, because we were trying to see, will today be the day that they get that win? And in all honesty, they didn't even need it. Like you said, they were doing a very good job pushing compounds, securing kills very early on for themselves, to the point where the fact that they can sit in a top 4 position right now, mostly based off of that kill aggression, is insane.
One really cool stat we saw in there of the average stats is the fact they have 1,200 damage on average in a match. I still have yet to see some teams even break 1,200 in a single game. That is ridiculous, and that shows they are definitely thirsty and hungry when it comes to taking these kills. But now another team we're going to have to start to talk about is, of course, B4 Glitter. This team, again, in the top 4, no chicken dinners, one of the only 2 teams in the top 7 without one, and yet they're maintaining such good placings.
Yeah, and this has, I think, it's good to see coming out of B4, because there were a few games that we did see them struggle a little bit. Now, like you said, B4 is one of those 2 teams in the top 5 position that hasn't had a chicken dinner yet. But to B4's credit, they actually have been super consistent and getting very, very close to that chicken dinner moment. They currently have 4 second-place finishes in all of their games so far, and 2 of those were actually on Miramar. So one of the things we do need to pay attention to, is that going to be a pattern emerging for B4? Is that a map that's very strong for them? We also see some of their average stats up there on the screen for you guys as well. But when you look at comparing them to Loops, they're currently down 16 kills overall for right now in the super weekend, right? And they're technically only separated by 10 points overall. So both of these teams are really, really finding their groove when it's coming to being consistent, securing those kill points, and making sure that they're constantly at the top half of those leaderboards. We've actually seen some very big standout performances from Pedro and Maxon alike, with 14 and 15 kills respectively. So those players have been having an amazing showing. And on a little bit more of a lighthearted stat note, we've seen Mixera used 31 smokes so far in the Super Weekend, which is just really going to illustrate how much utility he's bringing to the Team 7.
Yeah, and one thing that I actually wanted to go ahead and notate that I'm personally not used to seeing from B4 here is how consistent they've been on their damage as well. Remember, we've been seeing this team all the way back from PMWL Americas, and they tend to be one of those teams that just kind of play the outer side of the circle, so they don't really get into the fights until the very end. But it seems like here playing in the PMWL West, and also on the first Super Weekend, they're starting to change strategies, and it's starting to work for the better, because they're still able to maintain that consistency that we know them by, and now they're able to add a little bit more fragging power, a little bit more kill points to their system. So these 2 teams, the reason we're highlighting them is because if they start getting chicken dinners, they are going to be a very scary teams to look at.
Exactly. And on the note you were saying about B4 having 4 second places, if I remember correctly, Loops has 1 second place, 2 third places, and 1 fourth place. So they're struggling to close out the game. But let's take a look though at the head-to-head between the 2 teams, because that's what we really want to break down and take a look at here. And you can already see off the bat, kills is so different between the 2. But again, 7, to start things off, more kills than knocks for Loops Esports.
Definitely. I think that's one thing that we've been talking about. Loops Esports is that team that's not only going to go ahead and get those kills, but guess what? They're also going to be looking around to see where they can steal kills. I remember at one point, I think they had a match where half of their kills, they were stolen kills. And that just goes to show the awareness that team is able to get here. And overall, the damage done, they're currently just outdoing everybody out there. And they're also receiving more damage because guess what? They are being the more aggressor. They're getting into more fights than anybody else. And we've actually seen Loops Esports get third party a couple times here, so I wonder if they're gonna go ahead and adjust any of their gameplay to maybe avoid those third parties in the future. What do you think, Glitter?
No, that's a great point for Loops on the B4 side of things. One thing to point out is that those stats are over all of the matches, not just the Super Weekend. So the stats are a little bit Loops heavy because they did very well early on, and B4's taken a little bit to pick up. They've now done very, very well for themselves here during the Super Weekend, being much closer in those numbers to Loops in general. So
I think it's also cool to see, from the stats alone, and I could be wrong here, but I'm gonna take a jab at it, is the fact that we talked about Loops yesterday and how they are very aggressive, but they're very smart with their aggression, right? I feel like B4, on the other hand, is a team that is very controlled about their aggression, and if anything, play a little bit more passive. You see less damage done, you see less healing done, less kills done. So maybe their focus is more about placements, and Loops is more about kills. And we already talked about before how heavily weighted it is over towards kills because that 1 point per kill that you can pick up here, 7.
And something I wanted to go ahead and notate as I was looking at the stats is Carrillo is the player with the most grenades thrown so far this Super Weekend. That man has thrown over 30 grenades. So if that doesn't show pretty much being in close quarters with other teammates, with other teams, and being able to be that aggressive, 30 grenades, just think about that. That is so insane from Carrillo by himself.
That is ridiculous. I mean, so I think Adder was like at 6 kills at some point with grenades alone towards the end of the day. But let's take a look at the schedule for you. We have obviously 6 matches in total. You can see we're going to start things off on Erangel, then we'll be going over to Vikendi, followed up by Miramar, followed up by Sanhok, and then ending things nice and sweetly on Erangel once again. And one thing I'm really looking forward to, Dream Eaters, Miramar. What is it about this team on Miramar and Sanhok that they seem to do so well on? Though I will say Sanhok last time, they didn't. They let me down in my predictions. But Glitter, this is like the 2 maps I'm looking for in particular, if they can keep that consistency.
I mean, they've proven so far that they can keep that consistency. We'll see what they can do here on day 3, but also before on Miramar with their consistency as well. And that's something, if we're going to be talking about Loops and B4 a lot, that's definitely something we should be paying attention to for those maps. These are the maps that, they're only playing on the Super Weekend, or at least just for this week. It'll be different moving into next week of league play. But, one final thing to note about Loops and B4 too is, they're both Brazilian teams. So, and not only, but you pointed out that we do see 2 very different play styles out of them with the controlled aggression versus kind of just like the outright aggression. So it's just kind of cool to see the different styles of play.
It is very cool to see that. It's also very cool to see, guys.
Tell us.
Tell us? Okay, I'll tell you. 8-part documentary series that we've been talking about this entire week. Finally today on the show, we'll be premiering it after Game 3. It's about 25 minutes long, and it's 25 minutes of goosebump action that you're going to want to tune in for, so make sure you don't miss out on that. But let's be honest, you're not going to miss out on anything across the entire day. We had the honor of already seeing it, and I'm not going to lie, 7, I can't wait till everyone out there can have a chance to.
My lips are sealed until everybody gets a chance to see it, all right? I don't want to spoil anything. You just know that it's pretty amazing. You get to see a lot of behind-the-scenes stuff. You get to maybe know the players a little bit more, and it's something that I love that PUBG Mobile Esports is doing here, because it's going to be able to maybe get a closer connection with some of these players you're currently watching in this tournament.
Yeah, the thing is for me, Glitter, is that you don't really get to see the players behind the scene. You get to see them stream, you get to see them play, you get to see them on stage, but you don't get to see what goes on within the team behind the scenes, and that's one thing this documentary really does show us.
Yeah, and I think that's going to be great for the viewers too, because it's going to kind of give you some more insight on their personalities, what exactly goes into everything that they do on the PUBG Mobile side of things. But like Seven said, no spoilers, because now we only have to wait a couple games to get to it, but really, really cool.
I was hoping I wouldn't be the one to give any spoilers. Well, I'm not going to do it. So we're going into our first match of Erangel here today, and I want to obviously get into our predictions as well, as we'll take a look at the map. And I don't really know who to start off with here. I feel like I've been picking on you a little bit, Glitter. I feel like I've been picking on you a little bit, Seven. So maybe I should take it.
Go first.
I go first?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, Jason.
So I'm going to have to go with one of the Brazilian teams, first of all. And I'm going to have to go with Loops Esports. I feel like they're going to come out strong. Maybe they won't get their chicken dinner, but I feel like they're going to get a ton of kills here, and I think they have a name to make for themselves as well. Seven, you want to do the honors and go second?
I feel like with Loops just not being able to get that chicken there, I feel like today they're probably going to be looking at it. But before I give mine, Glitter, what's your pick?
Oh, such a cop-out.
Seven, do we have the same pick? Is that why you're doing it? Do we have the same pick?
I don't know. Maybe. Let me see. What's your pick?
Okay, I know that we've been talking about the Brazilian teams a lot, and I expect massive things out of them today. But starting off the days so far, Cloud9's been doing very, very well for themselves, so I'm kind of leaning towards Cloud9 right now.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, I'm going with Cloud9 as well.
Okay, good. One thing I do like about you both picking Cloud9 is that I can get a little bit more ahead of you in the standing 7.
Oh,
thank you guys for obviously your inputs into our first match of the day. We'll check in with you after the match has finished. And of course, you guys at home, like we've been talking about throughout the entire week, we'll be talking about until we're done with the entire show. You have a chance to win something at home if you're lucky enough, if you're watching within the game and within the Esports Center's limited time outfits going to be available for you to potentially get for yourselves. I can tell you personally, I haven't been lucky enough, but maybe you guys have out there. And I think it's time to finally bring in our commentators as well so we can kick off our first match here of our last day of the Super Weekend. We're going to bring in Viram and Cameron Davis another time here. And I have to say, you two are not looking too lucky either. I think the prediction game's been a little bit rough for all three of us here just yesterday in Viram.
Yeah, I had a slightly better day yesterday, but I still have a lot of catching up to do. Mr. like 60 points ahead of me. Jeez.
No big deal.
Okay, I see how it is.
Well, how you doing today, Cameron? You're looking ready to go to kick off our first match.
Yeah, it's good. I got my, not my first coffee, I actually have my second coffee. So
nice.
We are going to get into this, and I'm waiting to see some good action.
So let me poke your guys' brains really quickly while you have some time. We talked about B4 Esports. We talked about Loops Esports. I kind of want to get your idea as well about how the teams have been playing. What's your thoughts on them being in the top 7 without having a chicken dinner? And Viram, why don't you start things off?
For sure. I think a lot of it is, we've seen sort of this idea of the infrastructure that we have in Brazil when it comes to mobile esports, especially with a game like PUBG Mobile. And I think we're kind of seeing that additional level of support really come into play here in terms of consistency. Because they've been able to get so many frags, because they've been able to still place well, albeit not finish, that's the reason they've been able to do so well. And I think a lot of that consistency has to comes down to the support. We see the idea that they're playing in team houses, they've got coaching staff, they got all this stuff surrounding them, and I think that's definitely been a big factor. Also, Brazilian fans are crazy.
Yes, they
are. That's definitely going to be a factor.
100% agree with you. When I've done some events in the past with small crowds that sound like they're of the size of tens of thousands.
Yep.
Cameron Davis, what's your thoughts on Loops Esports and B4 Esports?
I mean, what can you not say about Loops? Yeah, they haven't been living up to the performance that they delivered in PMPL, but how can you when you win a league like that with such the lead that they did? And they are still performing well. Yes, Team House is nice. Yes, the infrastructure is nice. Yes, having good fans is nice. But when you have the firepower that both Loops as well as B4, but mostly Loops so far historically is, you're gonna be able to find at least a base level of success there.
Okay, I like to hear that. I actually really love the infrastructure part that we're talking about. Maybe we'll see more teams get that infrastructure to support them. Like we heard, they have a therapist. Is therapist even the right word? What I'm looking for? Before we're talking tonight, they had someone they talked
psychologist?
to. Yeah, psychologist. There we go. I knew you were there for something to help me out. So I want to get into prediction games now. And Viram, let's start off with you. Who do you think's going to take match number 1?
I'm going to be in solidarity with the analysts here. I'm going to go with Cloud9. They are winning against the Erangel teams so far. I know it's lame. Cloud9, they win a lot on air. I want to win. What do you want from me?
I respect that. Cameron, who do you got?
It's Cloud9 as well. You can't knock it. It's the obvious pick.
I feel bad for all of you when I win with Loops Esports. Why don't you guys take us into our first game of match number 1 of our final day of our first Super Weekend.
All right. We're going to see if you make eat those words there. Jason, let's see which team is going to draw first blood here on the day. Walk away with that chicken dinner. Thank you all so much for joining us for the PUBG Mobile World League West. Getting things started, I expect things to be as explosive as we've seen them yet, Cameron, because, we've sort of seen an increase between Friday, between Saturday, and now here on Sunday of the amount of aggression. Friday, teams played super passive. Yesterday, a little more aggressive. Today, I expect to be full on bedlam.
I hope so. Just when you recognize the fact that the points are going to be reset when you go into league play in terms of qualification, all that you can do is just try and get as many points as possible of the day. There is no downside unless you're in first place and you fall out of first into second, because then there is money involved there. But for most of these teams, there is no downside to having a fail play. You want to try and go for maybe not the super high risk, high reward plays, but at least more than just let's prone dead center and cross our fingers.
Yeah, I think anytime you're crossing your fingers right now, if you're playing PUBG Mobile, it's time you're not shooting your gun. Let's be real. That set me up perfectly. Thank you so much, Cameron. No, I'm looking at this, and I think with this playing path too, teams are going to be able to roughly get enough of where they want to go. We're probably not going to see too much aggression unless we see like a super Western circle. And okay, no, we should be fine. No need for super crazy fights early on, but we'll see if teams seek them out anyway. That's, I think, if I'm a team like Nova Esports who's coming in today in dead last, in 16th place, I need to rack up some kills. If I'm looking at yesterday and I'm thinking to myself, I finished on the day with 4 kills. 4 kills, Cameron.
Yeah,
like
it's not a good way.
1 kill in each game, and then none in the last game. If you're Nova Esports, you need to step up today. And if you're a team like Cloud9, you need to continue to deliver. If you're a team like Loops, you need to deliver here. These teams, we're starting to get more and more personality out of them. I need to see teams defining that personality and really owning it and playing into it and capitalizing on it.
Udakil is here. I mean, they're in a really good spot with this central circle. Because the plane was so far east, they do have a couple of teams that aren't too far from them, but the bigger story here is actually there are 2 teams dropping on DS9. This isn't necessarily the first time that we have seen this, and it certainly might not be the first time that we've seen a fight not break out, especially because actually Dream Eaters seem to be giving up this city quite easily. Oh, okay, that's why. It's because they only have 2 players in US9. 2 of them are south outside the field. So, yeah, in that case, absolutely give it up and give Alpha Legends all of the space that they need. Don't even try and pretend like you have a whole army here.
Now, we've seen this time and again early on. Sort of the handshake, the respect is what I call it, is the idea that teams are not really going to fight so much when people aren't kitted out yet. They want to take, I'm not necessarily sure if a fair fight is the right term, but they're going to try and take a fight at least on more even terms, because just gunning down someone who hasn't even been able to pick up armor or helmet or anything yet, it's not super ideal. But we are going to see, like you mentioned before, Dream Eaters relocate here. Jumping aboard with Meku, who is one of these players who's been able to survive in these final circle situations so beautifully, leaving his teammate, though. Now, they have a vehicle there as well. But Dream Eaters, one of those squads that didn't really impress us so much during the opening week, but man, this weekend, they have looked so impressive. Their Erangel has been okay, but really, it's on Miramar where they have begun to shine. But speaking of Erangel, and speaking of shining, Wildcard won yesterday, game number 1, so definitely eyes on them to see if they can repeat that performance here today.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to need to, because even though they did certainly look better yesterday than they have this entire event so far, they're still a little low on the standings. And, you know, there's only so many times that you can get burned before you give up on a team. But Wildcard still is a level of the expectation, because it hasn't been that long since they were performing at the top of the game. I think it's really only the start of this week. Like 5 days ago, there's been so much action, it's actually hard to remember that we're still only in the first week of this event. That they really hit their decline.
And that's actually a really interesting point to make a note of, this idea that while, you know, there's been so many games, the idea of endurance. These guys have been playing for 3 straight 15 games, competitive games over 3 days. Like, that's a lot of action, just like mentally looking at this. And of course, teams are used to scrimming, and they play a ton of this game, let's be honest, but it's different being in a competitive environment.
Yeah. There's so much more pressure added on, and that I don't want to speak too much on the teams, but it might be a reason why some of them have really failed to deliver, just because of all the pressure time and time again, and you really don't have that time to reset, unless of course you're one of the unfortunate teams that didn't qualify for this weekend. But that's not a position that you want to find yourself in. That actually could in a way make the pressure even worse coming into the week after that. It's all about being able to, you can't forget about the pressure. The pressure is always going to be there, but it's about utilizing it in the proper ways and figuring out ways to sort of rise to the occasion.
Yeah, channeling it into a healthy and constructive way, using it to drive you forward, because none of these players would be here if they weren't competitive. None of these teams would be here if their desire to win was not strong. The thousands of hours, the hundreds of games or more that they put into it to get to this point is paying off. You think Carrillo got as good as he was shooting if he didn't spend hours upon hours in scrims in the range, making sure he got that shot down. And that's the kind of competitive drive and spirit that's going to continue to drive these players through. And that pressure can sometimes make them play even better, not worse. You know, the idea that some of these players level up when that pressure is on their shoulders.
Looking at Loops right now, taking the top of this hill, trying to get a little bit of information that they can, and Nova here, not too far from them. There's a lot of center focus. I think it's just because of how center this opening circle was, but speaking of center focus, a little bit of a fight breaking out between Wildcard and the Knights.
Ooh, here we go. Trade back and forth right now. Ayala is down actually Team Queso here. And Wildcard was able to clean up that kill there. Pittsburgh Knights is getting involved as well, like you mentioned, on the flank. Bit of a third party on a third party. Wildcard meeting folks on the road.
Whoa, Queso.
Hang on. Marco is trying to take advantage of this. He knows they got one down. He's trying to finish it, but the tree is going to provide just enough cover, and Marco not quite able to find the angle. I think maybe if he'd stopped a little bit further up the hill, that could have been huge, but Slicky is rotating in as well. Marco just trying to find a little bit of revenge, a little bit of redemption. But I'm not even sure if Wildcard is aware that this is two different teams they're fighting.
Yeah, that's a really hard call to make because Marco's the only Queso player who's actually in this immediate area.
I gotta give props to the boys from Wildcard though. They have to try and navigate an angle that is dealing with both Pittsburgh Knights and Team Queso during this, and they've somehow been able to do it without losing a player here. Sam, oh no.
They lost.
Okay, no, Sam's up. He's good. Okay, they got him up.
Well, they lost Acer. We saw at the very beginning, he
true.
made the interesting decision to stop in the middle of road with the buggy. You can actually see his buggy right there between the Knights and Slicky in the road. So you could also just tell in general that Wildcard were caught off in rotation by the Knights, but they're sticking around, and the Knights are forcing them to. The Knights are not allowing the Wildcard to even back away if they were to want to. There is a big chain of smokes there by Spring to retreat, but J7 going down. This is, again, those high-risk, high-reward plays, and this might be a little bit too aggressive for J7. And I think Knights, is this their first or second player loss in this scuffle?
I think it might be their first.
Yeah.
There's only two down the server. Yeah, that's three. That's J7 going down. I think trying to get a little bit too aggressive there was Pittsburgh Knights. They didn't really have the high ground. I understand the idea of repositioning with a vehicle and try and leverage different angles. Not a bad situation at all to be in, but maybe that time you want to run in a bit more of a 2-2 in order to give your teammates some backing, because the only cover he had is a vehicle. That can explode and kill you. Exactly, which wasn't offering a whole lot. We're actually able to see them shoot underneath the vehicle there. That's offering him no cover. And now look at the smoke tunnel. They're getting Slicky out of there as best they can. He's taking some pain for it, though. I think at this point, he just might need to try and book it. They got to get into these vehicles. This is not a good spot for Wildcard. Part of me almost wishes that if I'm a Team Queso fan, ooh, nice shots from Raven, that I come back and try and finish, kind of what you started earlier on. Because both of these teams are going to be battered and bruised. This could have been another opportunity for Team Queso, who is very much a middle-of-the-pack team, to make an impact here on Erangel.
When you say that, it's really only Wildcard that's taking damage. The Knights are getting a slap here or there, other than J7 going down. But ultimately, it's Wildcard that were just completely caught off. They stopped on the side of a hill, and it was an unfortunate situation, just very unfortunate timing for them. But the Knights, they continue to put the pressure on, realize the position that they're in, and Sixless is still trying to find an off angle. They're not done here. The circle shift is still in their favor towards the northwest, so really, they don't need to move. The only threat will be other teams rotating in their area, but they know that they at least have 30 seconds, a minute, maybe. And so as long as they don't stay too much longer than that, as long as they recognize that they need to get out when they do, then the Knights should still be okay with this. But I think Spring, he's not going to move at all. He has no option to let Sam bleed out. He's just going to line prone there and try and snake out as many placement points as he can. But the Knights, they need to, at some point, they need to recognize that they can't search anymore, and they need to find a position for phase 2.
Yeah, because we're seeing that circle going to be going up further north, up towards shooting range and Severny, as we're seeing the fight breaking out between Konina Power and Tempo Storm, and that's actually Tempo Storm going out first. Oh my goodness, you saw it popping up in the kill feed, but just utilizing this little bit of terrain. So, wow, I cannot believe that. Tempo Storm getting caught out on rotation. Uncharacteristic misstep from them.
Oh, so okay, so this is interesting. I didn't realize that. The first kill that Wildcard got wasn't against the Knights. It was actually against Queso, which I think, okay, so that actually gives a little more benefit of the doubt to Wildcard for why they stopped when they did. It was a lot more chaotic and confusing of a situation. They thought they could have had an easy kill. Unbeknownst to them, Knights were in the perfect timing of their own rotation to take full advantage of it. So, still not the best. I don't know if it was the best play for Wildcard, but it's really hard to make like the perfect play when that happens.
Yeah, obviously, you're trying to make the best play you can with the information that you have. Yeah. And all of a sudden, a team is in a complex that you drove by, didn't realize they were there, they start taking shots at you. But I mean, look, Spring's decision to play safe on the trigger discipline, to not go too aggressive here, as I say that, has allowed them to even pass Tempo Storm now. And Tempo Storm was the team who won Erangel both starts of the days during regular league play, but they have been so much more quiet here on our Super Weekend, and Spring is going to get by unscathed. The scouting, you saw Sixless originally do one pass with the buggy, and then Carnage doing it again, the two new members of this Pittsburgh Knights squad. going out and playing Scout as we jump back on board now with Dream Eaters. Dream Eaters, who, as I mentioned before, one of these teams that's really impressed us this Super Weekend.
I want to say that was Spring actually shooting at Knights, but okay, maybe not. Maybe I'm just trying to read into things. Dream Eaters making their own wide wrapping rotation over the northeast away from Yosnaya, but it's going to be a knock from Solke onto 2 of them. Oh, this is really not good. Great shots by Footballists.
Oh my goodness, those shots at that range, jumping in and out of vehicles, out of moving vehicles? Oh my goodness, Footballists. Is it going to be that kind of day? Is that the kind of day we're going to have? Oh my. I love it. And they're still chasing this. They smell blood in the water. They are like sharks right now, Cameron.
They also have a really good position to take here with this warehouse. It gives them good line of sight to gather information while we head into Phase 3, because Phase 3 is about to pop. I don't expect them to go super aggressive unless the circle gives it that opportunity. Where are we moving to? Wow, okay, yes. Really good that they didn't actually commit to that fight against Dream Eaters, because now they should just ignore them and focus on macro. But I don't know how you ignore teams when their circle shifts this far away, the water is in play, there are cities in play. This is going to throw a wrench into a lot of these teams' plans.
Yeah, this is big. And you know, C9, who likes to play the western side of this circle, they like to play around Everest, they like to play around George. They're now going to have to rotate all the way back around. They might even have to eat some of the blue damage there, which I think would make a safer rotational path here. But Nova is still up, involved, and in this. And this is huge for them. They need to try and take over a compound, but nowhere is safe at this point. They're going to be going up against Konina Power as well, splitting the team in half. And Konina Power is already in position. Nova is late once again. And splitting the team. This just kind of feels like Nova in a nutshell. They've just been one step behind. They are able to trade at least one down there onto Tixie, which again, this star player that we ranted and raved about on Konina Power has not been a factor this entire weekend so far. But G-Fan is there, the corresponding player over on the side of Nova Esports. Gonzo, nobody saw that. You're fine.
It's fine. So Konina Power in a really good position to continue to punish Nova here, but the issue is there are so many more teams rotating in from very, very similar, if not the exact same directions, and they could get overtaken. The terrain in this area does give them opportunities to take more isolated fights that are easier to take than in other areas of the map, but you still need to keep your head on a swivel, and as you mentioned, with Tixie down, and it doesn't look like they're in a position to try and get that revive, especially with this rotation by Easy here. Konina still need to try and find something. Gonzo is totally isolated from the squad. Good shots onto G-Fan. Can't really find too much from that, unfortunately.
Yeah, and they're just trying to basically just keep Tixie down at this point. They've managed to get their player up. And now, Easy going to continue to rotate in as well. Gonzo now out of position. And this is actually Nova playing this pretty well. Able to find these different angles, constantly shifting things up, and now this is 2 members down. And I talked about the idea that Konina Power was splitting Nova. Nova had 1 member isolated, but it was actually the other way around. It was Nova Esports punishing Konina Power for being too spread out.
Yeah, the 2 players on the north side on this castle here, Axer and Rob, they really weren't able to find the angles that they were looking for against Nova. And it was a really good play by Nova to keep themselves on the west side of the castle to basically take a 3v2, 4v2, and once Tixie was down, it was a 3v4v1 here. I would have maybe liked to see what would happen to Konina Power. The 2 up here went more aggressive, but then for what play, could have just easily given her position up and actually go out in 15th place. I don't know, it's a 50-50 play. I will say though, Konina Power, they're currently in, 15th place overall? There's a point that you got to go for some big play.
I mean, we're literally looking at the 2 teams in 15th and 16th place, respectively. These are the 2 teams that need to have a big day. And cannibalizing each other at the bottom is really not how you go about that. You want to take down a top team that could cause you problems later on as the circle continues to go down. Taking out the other teams near the bottom doesn't...
Whoa, Rob.
Rob's just going to send. He's just going to send right now. Axer is making a lot of noise. Oh my god, I actually don't mind. So basically, you had Axer just shooting, just trying to basically cover not only the sound of the vehicle rotating in, but also distract them. But oh my goodness, AZ, he's just going to try and go for the angle here, and HCL is going to rotate in from the other side. What might have seemed like a great play from Konina Power might be about to bite them in the butt as they're getting collapsed upon from 2 angles simultaneously. AZ needs to try and find an angle of his own, but he's getting pressure all the way from the back. But I think this is just too many angles. This is just too much to cover. Going to be dropping on in. Gonzo might be just that here in a second. He's able to win the gunfight up against Oh no, and he can't even thirst the kill at that point. Every single member rotating in, and Axer is just too far back to try and support. And what could have been a great moment there for Konita Power winning those individual gunfights, they were simply outmanned.
Really good initial rotation by Easy to give them the advantage there, even though he rotated away from Nova long before that fight broke out. He was still, I guess, the reason why they won that fight. I don't know if he rotated specifically for them. I think he might have rotated for phase 4, but the circle shifted far east. He was now worthless in that position, so he grouped back with the squad. They flushed out Konita Power, and now they need to focus about traveling eastward. But it's not just them. Wildcard are finally eliminated. That's not too much for surprise. Trying to snake from all the way in the north into this south part shift, not the easiest thing to do, but Loops going big. 0 kills so far, but they already get some heavy damage onto Cloud9.
Yeah, and that's uneven out. Cloud9 rotating in late, getting caught in the rotation. I hate to sound like a broken record, but it seems like they lose a player or one or more every single time when they do that. They took a little bit too long. They did make the rotation that I was talking about, rotating all the way around Everest, coming in from the west. But they haven't put themselves in a great spot here because Loops and TQ, they've been fighting for the last 2 minutes. You even saw it in the picture-in-picture there during that Chapel fight. And now Loops is in a great spot. They've got all 4 members alive. They only have 1 kill to their name, though, which is kind of surprising considering how much we've been seeing this team fighting, how much we've been seeing them pop up on the kill feed. Team Queso is still close, and they want to try and find a moment to strike. They're going to do it, but C9 might be here in the back to deal with this, and now Team Queso's getting third-partied.
I mean, how can you not when you're on the west side of this map? It's incredibly difficult, but going on to Loops, I love their current position. Yes, they have only 1 kill right now, but this is the perfect position for them. We know they like to play close towards the edge and pick up teams rotating in with the circle shift and the way that it's been going. They're in the perfect spot for it.
Yeah, but what's great about this is they have angles that they can plop down, they can defend themselves, but they can also pop back up and take multiple fights in multiple situations, which is kind of what we're seeing them do exactly right now, as Matic is actually getting downed from this play from Loops. Matic, of course, coming into this on the day, 20 kills so far in the Super Weekend. Our fraggiest player, I don't know, we'll have to come up with a specific term for that, Cameron. He has the most kills. Fraggiest, yeah, we'll go with that. He has the most kills of any single player coming into this day. They weren't obviously able to confirm the kill, but still, if you can take down a little bit of that helmet, that armor a little bit, make him a little bit less of a threat, well, if you're any other team on the server, that's going to feel pretty good.
More shots coming in. They're just trying to establish their space right now. A lot of teams aren't really moving anymore because the circle's about to close. And it's another hard shift towards the east. Okay, so what do you do at this point? Do you stay and gatekeep, but by doing so end up maybe putting yourself in a bad position, or do you want to slowly move eastbound while keeping your head on a swivel and taking those fights? But by doing that, you could put yourself in a bad position to take fights. This is actually a very hard decision for Loops, I think.
Yeah, this is going to be a hard decision for a lot of these teams because everybody is sandwiched. Everybody. There is no right decision here. There is only trying to make the best decision. And Loops is going to try and play this a little bit slowly. If they can get 1 or 2 picks before they make this call, before they make this rotation, that can make their life so much easier. But they're going to have people shooting in the front, on the side, up and down, left and right. There are teams in every direction. None of them set up for this east circle. You have 1 team in the circle right now. You've
1 player, not even a team. It's a player.
It's a player. Maybe C9. All right, C9 starting to rotate. That's it. You have like 3 people.
Okay, I'd be worried if it were any other team, but we know how good Loops are at pushing forward and taking spots away from teams, not even just beating them there, taking it. The problem is the teams for the west of them didn't peak where they wanted to. Like Dream Eaters are still here, Queso are still there, so maybe they could get shot in the back, but at this point, Loops can't stick around and they have to go aggressive. Initially right on top of Cloud9.
Yep, Pyra is here, but I actually think that C9 has a worse angle in this situation. I actually think this rise that Loops is holding is a little bit better for them, has a bit more of advantage. There are teams behind them, but not nearly as much. C9 has put themselves in a spot where they are now totally surrounded. Smokes are the only thing keeping this up. Pyra is now staring down 3 members of Loops. This is massive. Bayo is trying to take this. Adder is raining in nades, but this is Loops in a great spot to eliminate C9. 1 big name, though, from Adder could change everything, but I don't think this is going to be enough. Loops are in a great spot here, unless they're going to get third-partied, which they are. Hang on a second. C9 may be able to take advantage of this. A momentary distraction. Cloud9 pushing it over the top of the rise, and this might be Loops going down. Bayo, no, that was the shot, Bayo. No, they're getting shot in the back as well. There is no right answer, Cameron.
Yeah, Bayo wasn't able to cleanly secure the kill against Loops because Nova, the team that's been knocking Loops, have that exact same angle still. It's all about managing your overextension, but also clearing your angles, and it's incredibly difficult. I think that's what Unique just going out. And that's where that clears a little bit of pressure off of C9, but there are still a bunch of teams around them. Adder is going to be rotating his vehicle, using it as a little bit of cover, and the nade's still coming in, but Football is Lutz.
Oh, that's Adder in a terrible spot now. He's got Footballists on one side, and he's got Loops on another. That vehicle's about to explode. He's got to push. They hear him coming. Can they find the shots? He's going in as well. The battle between Kayowski and Adder in close range. Oh, man, I wouldn't bet against Loops any day, and that actually might be C9 in a world of hurt. Pyra, the last man standing. The nades are going to rain on in. Adder is going down. Pyra is taking all the damage in the world. Bayo not being able to confirm that kill. Loops was one bullet away from getting knocked out. And now it is C9 on the back. No! Footballists, long range, goal!
Okay, hot take here. Footballists have the best position in this. Okay, no. Footballists and Umbra have the two best positions in the circle. And even though it's a hard shift away from Footballists, they just need to push forward and clear out the weakened Cloud9, who have been eliminated, and the weakened Loops. Okay, if that nade was perfect, that would have been amazing for me. But that's fine. We'll nail it next time. But they just need to continue to push forward and take all these kills. They already have 8. And as long as they reach the hill in front of them, don't look to your east. The east doesn't matter. As long as they reach it to the hill without Umbra putting too much pressure on them. And right now I can see Umbra moving around and trying to take a more defensive angle in the circle. Footballs could do good. But actually, are they trying to go more east?
I don't know if I think I would have liked to push into Nova here a little bit more. I mean, you've got Uter Killers to your right, you've got Nova to your left, but play on the short side. They're going to play all the way around the angle. And now, especially with Nova being distracted by Uter Killers, I don't know how much I love this decision from Footballists here. We'll see. Skayowski is just trying to stay alive at this point as we see the battle raging between AZ and Halls right now. The shots are there, though. Beautiful position from AZ. He's going to try and confirm as much of these kills as he can. He wants to secure those points. Yes, please, especially considering only 4 bandages to his name right now. Nova Esports is in a world of hurt, especially with the circle going to start to rotate in pretty soon.
Ooh, I don't know the meds that AZ has either. So Nova is looking pretty not great. But Footballists able to make it just under the hill. They're perhaps too intimidated by the potential of Nova and Umbra. Maybe weren't able to keep up with the kill feed as much as we were able to. Obviously, being the bird's eye, being fly on the wall, we see everything. But Loops are now eliminated. Yeah, I know. They've been loud. They've been active on top of that hill.
I cannot believe it. I mean, making a mountain out of a molehill is what this feels like, except it's a good thing in this case because it's Nova who have
no
going
HP.
Their way. They have no HP. They've got no meds, but they have a dream, and they've been able to take out Loops and Umbra now, or help take down those teams. This is massive. They've managed to make their way into the top 4. This is wild.
Yeah, this is really, really good for them. And now that they've been clearing their area, they have such a strong spot on the high ground. The angle isn't perfect, you can see, against Footballists, but they have so much space to move around with. AZ's backing off because of his HP. He doesn't want to, get into a lot. But now it's going to be Alpha Legends taken out. We're looking at the top 3 squads. Footballists, who is that? Uter Killers and Nova. And no one's in the center because there is nothing to play in the center.
And we're seeing the fight breaking out between Uter Killers and Footballists here. Multiple members of Footballists, actually one member of Footballists is down. The rest are a little bit battered as we're seeing Uter Killers totally spread now. This could be a little bit of their downside here. 2 players fighting into 3, not ideal. And that grenade, I think, is going to be good. It is just money. It is just money. And Sandro is trying to send now, but that's not the play at all. As the team is just getting absolutely demolished. They're getting eliminated, but now Footballists are just going to push up here with 1 player down. It is G-Fan up against the world in the 2v1 situation. AZ is here. We'll see if they're going to be able to try and play this slow. How G-Fan is going to play this. This is not an ideal situation because Footballists are able to go for the res, and he cannot do the same. They can just push up right over this rise, give him too many targets to shoot all at once. Cameron, this is looking like a terrible position for Nova Esports. This looks like it might be Footballists' game to win.
Yeah, I would have liked Nova to go a little more aggressive just moments prior when the fight between Footballists and Uter Killers broke out, but maybe they just didn't have the information, and because of that, they're now in the bad spot that they are right now. They're letting Footballists just stream over the hill. The G-Fan's going to have to hit some amazing shots. He's dealt some good damage, but now that he's spotted, there's only so much that you can do. Still second place for them, but Footballists get themselves another win, and that is 13 kills.
Wow, super solid win there for Footballists. they were basically just able to make order from the chaos. They were able to just work their way in, not from the west, but more from the south, actually, in that situation. They're able to catch teams off guard, trying to deal with teams like C9, and in loops, all of their other top competition, they were able to help take them down. And they were already pretty beat up playing against each other. And then when you see that situation, Futbolist is able to come in, clean up a lot of those different kills. 13 for them, a 33-point game to start the day. Oh my goodness. If you're a Futbolist fan, you feel happy about that one.
Yeah, it's pretty good. And you can just see how chaotic that, I call it the Badlands, the area, like, what is that, southwest of Razak is. There are so many, it's almost like a mini Miramar, but it's so packed and so, like, tight in with each other. It's so chaotic, and your control of your vectors, you need to be very, very precise with them. And if you're not able to take out an aggressor within a matter of multiple seconds, you can be in a bad position. We saw exactly what that looked like with Cloud9's situation, but then loops immediately after as well. You want to be able to secure all the kills that you can get, or it turns into something that you just cannot control anymore.
Yeah, I just think about how different that game could have gone if Bayo, between the buggy and the smokes, if he'd seen Kayowski going for the res, because that could have meant his team could have bunny hopped over onto the other side, and they could have taken that angle. Yes, they still would have had to deal with Nova, but they would have been able to sort of keep Futbolists at bay for just a second longer. Oh my goodness, but that's why I love PUBG Mobile. So close, one shot, one pixel out of place that you can see, and that makes all the difference in the world. But still, congratulations to Futbolists doing so fantastic in that first game. Let's send it back over to our analyst to break that one down.
And the Futbolists have done it yet again. Another chicken dinner to add to themselves, not to mention a ton of kills as well. We got to talk about them off the bat here, Seven and Glitter. Also, there's a lot of other teams we want to mention who were at the bottom of the overall stands that we'll talk to a little bit more, or talk about a little bit more later on. But let's start off Futbolists. Get themselves a chicken dinner right off the bat, Seven.
Yeah, Futbolists being able to get the third chicken dinner of the weekend and being able to back it up with 13 kills. I think that is so huge, man. This is one team, remember, going into the first week of league play, we were saying, hey, they can be very consistent, but we just haven't seen that little bit of an extra out of them. Well, guess what? They came into this weekend to shut some people up, and they're doing just that when they end up getting the wins. 13 kills, 13 knocks, and only 760 healing. That's actually pretty impressive right there. And towards the end, if one of the other teams that we have to talk about, I know we're currently seeing that Futbolists information right there, but with Nova was one team we touched at the start of the broadcast. We're saying that team is currently towards the bottom. They had 33 points. They need to go ahead and show up. And guess what? They did just that. They almost doubled their points in one game on what they have done in 10 matches. They ended up getting 26 points. So that is so impressive.
Well, you can see it there. Futbolists getting the first, but 26 points, not to mention the 12 kills. I think not only did they double their points practically, they also doubled the amount of kills they had, I feel like, as well, Glitter.
Yeah, no, this was exactly what Nova Esports needed to do for themselves. We saw them very early on in the game doing their stereotypical rush on Konina Power. It went mostly well for them, and they kind of just carried that momentum throughout the rest of the game. But some other names that I'm very happy to see up here in some high standings. We got Uder Killers up there, Alpha Legends were up there, and we actually saw Konina Power sneaking in right at 8th place.
We saw some surprises as well, with Temple Storm being the first one knocked out, being only able to get 1 point, and then we saw Wildcard Gaming Team cancel B4. It's good to see whenever these teams do go out early. It's good to see some of the other teams just kind of step it up. And I believe you are right, Jason. Nova Esports only had about 9 kills so far in 10 matches, and they just absolutely destroyed this match. And another one that we've been mentioning that I know we kind of need to keep an eye on is Alpha Legends. Keep in mind, Alpha Legends got a win yesterday. They ended up getting 14 kills. Well, guess what? They were able to at least back it up today with 3 kills and some placement. So that's so many scary teams, and the talent out there is just so insane. If anybody can get in a groove here, if anybody can carry some momentum from the good matches, oh man, I'm just hyped.
Well, let's take a look at our do moments. And something I did also want to say about Alpha Legends, the fact that they carried momentum over from yesterday. And it's not easy to do when you have practically 24 hours of time from your last game played to your first game played. But at least having a decent place in here is a phenomenal start. Obviously, Uter Killers, we talked about before, able to get up there towards the end. They actually just fought it out against Footballists and then eventually did drop from that. But Glitter, we're starting to see the names that were quiet the last 2 days really show up, and that's a great sign for them.
Exactly, because they need these points. Everybody needs to remember that the points that all these teams are currently securing in this Super Weekend are what is going to contribute to whether or not they finish in the top 16 and qualify through to finals. So the fact that Nova was able to really step up to the plate here when they've been at the very bottom of our list so far for the entire Super Weekend was huge for them. We actually see the fight that they were having that I had mentioned earlier, where they rushed and fought Kunina Power there. That was just right up in those highlights. And then we're going to be jumping on board with Loops. I know we had talked about Loops and Cloud9 very early on at the top of the show, and they were 2 teams that actually kind of went out in the mid game due to some very unfortunate, circumstances, and I think that was kind of shocking for all of us, Evan.
Yeah, it was. Pretty much everyone here on the talent show picked either Cloud9, myself, or Loops, Jason, which I ended up still beating him by 1 point, but that's not here or there. Something I do want to go ahead and mention, though, talking about teams that just been kind of towards the bottom, as we're seeing some C9 highlights there, is that Kunina Power had one of their highest kill games so far this weekend, and it was only 3 kills. Kunina Power at least showing that they're finally starting to wake up here, and that's good. That's one team that I know they can go ahead and carry momentum over, and if they're able to do that, they're just gonna be a beast to be reckoned with. But overall, I just love this first match, man, especially towards the end of the day. You usually look forward to teams stepping it up towards the end, especially if they're struggling, and teams like Nova, teams like Uter, teams like Umbra. I love seeing those teams towards the top and taking advantage of the situation. But overall, I think we got to go ahead and give some more props to Footballists here. Footballists has been very, very consistent throughout the weekend. Currently, before this match, they were in second place, only separated by 7 points from Cloud9. So I wouldn't be surprised if maybe we see them go ahead and jump that leaderboard. And if Footballists is able to go ahead and continue this trend, this is the first team with 3 chicken dinners. Oh, I wouldn't be surprised if we end up, at the end of the day, seeing them still in first place.
What's also important about them, as we saw in the stats before, is the amount of healing they did, right? If we think back to yesterday, they had a chicken dinner with like 200 healing. So that shows when they pick fights, they win fights, and they win them extremely quickly without taking much damage. And that's really tough to go up against if they can be consistent in doing that, Glitter.
Yeah, it's very, very tough to go up against, because it's going to speak to, one, their communication, which is something the casters have been touching on a lot across the board for all of teams. It's something that we had brought up before. How good are these teams' communication? Because that's incredibly important. So clearly theirs is on point right now. They're positioning in these fights. They're taking, smart engagements, getting good angles on other people, and making sure that they're solidifying their own position in the standings.
Yeah, well, speaking of the standings, we're going to get to that in a second, but we're going to take a look at our total damage first, because for me, this is one of the highlight stats that we talk about when it comes to a post-match breakdown, because this is where the big numbers and the champions are made, in my opinion. You can see here, Footballists, 2,300 damage. But the important thing is, I think you're kind of already cheering about, Glitter, is that you see Nova up there and you see Uter Killers up there getting some big numbers as well.
Yes, I'm actually so excited for them. Those numbers are fabulous. I think this is also one of the few times so far that we've seen multiple teams breaking a 2K damage or getting very close to a 2K damage. This is a very, very aggressive game. Super, super proud of Nova. One thing to note for Nova is that actually the player AZ had 6 of those 12 kills and 1K of that 2,100 damage. So that's an amazing performance for him as well, 7.
Yeah, and I think with this one here, we got to go ahead and talk about B4. We've been saying how they can actually be aggressive every now and then. Well, guess what? They only ended up getting almost 200 damage and 0 kills. And same with Team Unique. And then you have Temple Storm at the end with only 11 damage. Not sure exactly what happened there, but they're one of those teams that I feel like they need a win to go ahead and wake up. We know they have the firepower. We're going to be focusing on them a little bit later on, but Temple Storm needs to go ahead and wake up.
That's rough. 11 damage. That's just like one, pot shot from so far away. But let's take a look at our top players from that last match. As you mentioned before, Glitter, we're probably going to be seeing some big things from AZ, and there you go, 999 damage done with the 6 kills. But it's still important also to see we have players like Nano getting on there for the first time, I think, ever.
Yeah, love to see some new names up here on the top players. And of course, have to give props to Footballs with 2 of their squad making it into the top players respectively. Almost 1k damage on Soul K, 600 from Maroon. 10 kills between the 2 of them when they had 15 overall, so they had 2/3 of their team's kills. Or was it even less? Was it 13? No, they had 13.
I can't do math.
That's just impressive. Yeah.
Quick math.
Yeah, I'm not going to try to do that on air. I've been burned by that too many times in the past. We saw some top players. Maybe one of those players is someone that you want to vote for when we go into the PUBG Mobile Esports Awards 2020. You guys can vote within the game. And you can see at the bottom, 64 lucky players will be randomly selected to play with the most popular players on PUBG Mobile World League Season 0. I wonder if that means, Seven, that we're allowed to be one of those 64 players, because I would love to play with some of these guys.
Oh, we're definitely allowed. Now, are we going to go ahead and do anything?
100%. We're going to smash them.
A lot less. Bro, we'll probably get less damage than what Temple Storm got in that last match, all right?
Talk about yourself, all right?
Too soon.
Hey, talk about yourself, because I'm probably just going to TK you to get my numbers up there in damage at least,
Sure, buddy. Sure.
Or maybe Glitter. I don't know. You two will probably pick on me. Let's take a look at our overall standings now and see after our first match of day 3 of the Super Weekend does mix things up. And you're seeing Footballists. They've taken a commanding lead now.
Damn. Yeah, Footballists being able to go ahead and use that game to their advantage. And guess what? As we were mentioning, 3 chicken dinners, 90 placement points. But something I want to go ahead and mention is 75 kill points for Footballists. They have been so consistent in kills. I know we usually talk about teams like Loops Esports. Well, guess what? Loops Esports was only able to get, I think it was just barely 2 kills in the last match. And Footballists just blew them out of the water. Other teams that I like to go ahead and see here is Alpha Legends. Alpha Legends moving up that leaderboard. That's one team we've been talking about over and over again. Glitter saying that, hey, they're that team that they're kind of towards usually 9th and 10th place, but they're willing to go ahead and take engagements with big name teams. They don't really care. They're willing to go ahead and risk it, and that is so good to see, Glitter.
Yeah, I think that they're really starting to get kind of comfortable with how the gameplay is shaking out here in the Super Weekend. So that's been working out very, very well for them. B4 Loops still overall managing to keep their positioning, but taking a look here at the second page, we do see Nova jumping over Kanina Power. We see Umbra and Uter Killers moving up in the rankings. I think this is hopefully a good start that they can then use to snowball into a very good day for them here, since this is their last opportunity to kind of secure those points that will eventually count towards those finals.
One also, really cool number in there is the fact that Footballists has 75 kills total, which means they have more points in kills alone than our 11 through 16 teams. That is ridiculous if you combine their placements together with their kills. They are really on a steamroll here. They're actually the top fragging team overall within our first Super Weekend. And also what's important to mention is you guys might have noticed while you're playing the game recently that the Royale Pass Season 14 has recently come out. We have a nice little video to show you what all you can get by picking it up. some fantastic stuff to pick up in that Royal Pass Season 14. So make sure you guys check that out. Make sure you guys pick it up as well for yourself. And now it's time to take a look at the schedule as we get through into our second match of the day. We're going to be heading back to Vikendi, a map we've seen tons of times. When we think back to the league play, we saw it, well, every day, 3 or 2 times a day for those 2 days alone. So one thing we can be certain of is all the teams here know how to play Vikendi, but it comes down to will they be able to show up when it matters. For me, I'm looking forward to seeing the bottom teams again, you know, seeing Umbra in there, seeing Udyr Killers in there, seeing Nova in there, do exactly what they did on the first match into match 2. But the question is, can they do it, Glitter?
I mean, that's what we'd ideally like to see, and I certainly hope that they continue to kind of shake up what we're all perceiving to be the best teams or the most likely teams to win, because that is going to be very entertaining, one, for the viewers, and two, it's nice to have these teams showing why they've made it here into the World League West. But oh God, I'm not gonna lie, that this prediction portion that I know is coming up is starting to stress me out because I have like many options that I want to choose.
Well, Glitter,
right
don't worry. We're actually gonna
tell us a couple.
We're actually gonna be skipping the prediction portion for this match. You don't have to worry too much. But on that note, what's your prediction for this next match, Glitter?
Oh, I'm torn between Loops and Footballist.
Oh, you're not
Hey,
gonna
let's
have
not answer.
Footballist, Glitter? Wow.
You're not choosing
Christ.
B4? Who are you? Come on.
B4 needs
Jason,
to warm
who
up
you
a little
got?
bit more. They had a rough first start. They need to warm up a little bit more.
Fair enough, fair enough. Jason, who you got?
Well, she hasn't picked yet.
I know, but you know, just taking a moment.
I'm keeping the pressure on
Let us
her.
know.
You know, I got my pick ready to go. I came prepared for this. I have my gut telling me
All right.
who
You
to
know
pick.
what?
Glitter?
I never choose
3,
Loops, so I'm going to go with Loops.
Ah,
Oh, no. Oh, no.
okay. Dang.
Who'd you choose, Seven?
I had Loops too.
Yeah, me
I had
too.
Loops too, man. But now she picked it. I'll stick with Loops. They're just been really good in Vikendi, and I feel like they need a chicken dinner on the Super Weekend. If they don't, it's gonna give me flashbacks of PMWL Americas when they were just doing so good but weren't able to get a chicken dinner.
Hey, the positive note from it is at least we're all in this together. We'll check in with you guys after the second match to hear what you guys have to say about the action coming up soon. Come on, you're in with this, in this with me, Seven. Now get out of here. Obviously, while you guys are at home and you're watching, whether it's on Twitch, whether it's on YouTube, make sure you're watching within the game in the Esports Center, because you can have a chance, or not even have a chance, you will earn points. And the top 100 viewers will get exclusive rewards as well. So make sure you guys are checking that out. And if you're not, you still have a chance to do it, because we have so much more PUBG Mobile action coming in the next weeks. Now it's time to bring in our commentators once again. In Miramar, Cameron Davis, I summon thee to join me back here on the stage. Mr. Davis himself, you have been summoned. I have that power. I got to talk about the teams that have kind of risen up the ranks now, the ones who are trying to, at least on this last day. Udyr Killers, Nova Esports, we're seeing some good things out of them, but what's your thoughts on these two teams, and do you think they can be consistent throughout the day, having some results?
It's exciting to see what Nova did, especially when you look at what they had to go through with those circle shifts. If they were to all they had to do was just wait center and the circles came to them, I'd be a little less confident. But we know how good Nova can be. And so seeing them finally rise up to the occasion in the previous game makes me, I'm not going to go all in yet. It's only been one game, but it makes me really excited to see if they can't, continue to step it up later on today.
I think that's a good point. The thing is, we don't want to see the same teams getting the same chicken dinners, getting the same finishers. We want to see every team fighting tooth and nail to get that chance to take home the $100,000 first place prize in the finals in Virum. Was there any other teams out there that kind of surprised you? Maybe Alpha Legends, maybe Team Umbra as well. These are teams that have been, well, maybe not Alpha Legends, who have been kind of quiet throughout the first 2 days.
Well, I actually think I'm gonna turn that a little bit. A team that's surprising me is actually Konina Power, who came into today in 15th and is now in 16th, because we know how good this team has looked. There are some other squads that have come up, they have risen. That's fantastic to see them step up on the day, but Konina Power is yet to do that. I also want to note, in that last game, Nova went from 4 kills total to they got 3 times their kills in that last game that they had in the totality coming into this weekend. On top of that, we are now 10 points away from 15th place to 10th place. That is how close these teams in the back half are. Any single one of them steps up, they can go off.
And the thing is, they already have an advantage over the other 4 teams who are currently sitting out watching this, right? And the thing is, there's still 2 more weekends to come. There's still a chance to re-qualify through into the next league play we have coming up in, well, actually just a few days as well. But as we get closer to getting into our second match now, we got to go into predictions. I'm sorry, I got to call you on this one, Cloud9. You guys did better than me last time. I'll give you that. All by 1 point. Let's start with you, Naviram. Who's your prediction? Who's your team you think is going to take match number 2?
So for the record, everybody, I put my predictions, we have a document, I put mine in at the start of the day. I picked Loops. Everybody else picked Loops now, so we're all on the Loops train. We have the most, everybody except for Hot Jukes has Loops. All of us have Loops.
Wait, even Cameron Davis here.
Yeah, the only thing, there is nothing certain in this world except for death, taxes, and Loops performing on Vikendi.
Well, you know what? We'll see if they can do it yet again. Keep that consistency we've been talking about. Why don't you guys take us into our second match of the day?
Thank you so much, Jason. Let's get this underway. Yes, Cameron, yes. Vikendi, Loops, it's like peanut butter and jam. It is a match made in heaven, and I cannot wait to see what they can do here again. I'm still harking back to that first day of league play, that crazy compound action. It's nonstop. And again, I think Loops has put themselves in positions where they have slowed down in a few situations, and I want to see them rev back up again, and I think this is the perfect map to do it.
Yeah, in tabletop role-playing games, some of them have a mechanic called flat-footed, where if you're not currently moving, you have a disadvantage when you're in an engagement. That's basically Loops to a T. If they're constantly moving, if they're constantly being aggressive, they perform very, very well. But the second that they just stand still in a compound, it's almost like their blood sugar just drops. It's like they're that, what's that action movie with the bald martial artist guy who just like constantly has to...
and he has to keep adrenaline.
He has to keep his adrenaline up. Jason Statham. Exactly. It's not pulse, but it's along the lines. I like that. But oh boy, this is gonna ramp that adrenaline right back up to the top, because this is the hardest southern shift we've seen on Vikendi. This is awful for the teams that are going on the north side. But finally, we get a Volnova favorite circle. We finally get a Hot Springs winery favorite circle.
Which, again, if you're a fan of Wildcard and Konina Power, hey, they're back at it again. They didn't do this yesterday, and we were like so surprised. You know what I mean? It's like going to your neighborhood coffee shop, and you have a different barista, and you're like, wait, what?
Who are you?
You don't know how to make my non-fat soy latte. Well, who even are you? What's going on?
Bring him back. I don't trust you.
Yeah, exactly. They do the fancy leaf on the top, but no, everything is.
You're gonna add a non-organic coffee to my drink. I don't want that.
Can't even imagine. Fair trade. Okay. No, I can't even fathom. But no, everything is better now. Wildcard, Konina Power here, and they don't have to rotate. The question is, do they feel comfortable in a city like this? Street fighting, not excellent. So we'll see if they're going to opt to reposition here. I think that might be the case. So
Let's touch on. Yeah, we can touch on that later, because there is a little bit of engagement here. Ulysses is pushing Cloud9 away. Bit of a rough drop here for Adder, and I'm looking on the map to find where the rest of his team is. And there are some good compounds to loot around Dino Park, just to the north and the west of it. Okay, so it looks like it was just a little bit of a sloppy parachuting, and the game plan was always to sort of take those compounds just to the west. I think they should be fine right now. But just going back to your Volnova point, there's a nice position just to the west of Volnova that Wildcard can take. The question would be Konina Power, because controlling that bridge, maybe we could see something happen on phase 2. But with the city, it's going to be weird. Then again, we've never seen a circle like this before, so who knows? Maybe it's a lot more impactful than I'm giving it credit for. I'm still saying Wildcard, I think, have a better opportunity than Konina.
We've seen a lot of these, this is a Vikendi circle. We've seen it northeast, we've seen it northeast a bunch of times, we've seen northwest, but this is the first one that's been really, really hard shifted to the south. And this is going to cause, I think, a lot of problems for teams who are rotating, especially because, like, imagine if you're a team, you waited all the way to the end, you just dropped out of the northernmost point, and the circle pops, and you're like, well, crap. Like, yep, that's the world you're living in right now. So we'll see how these teams make this rotation down, because, part of the reason why Tempo Storm only got 11 points in that last game. Sorry, guys, I'm going to call you out, but they got caught on rotation. They legitimately got caught on a rotation. I actually don't know how you only get 11 points of damage.
Points of damage, yeah, not even points on the leaderboard. Points of damage.
Points of damage, yes. I don't know how that... I need to know the math on that. Was it like an arrow to the knee? Guys, I don't understand.
On someone before they got taken out.
Yeah. But still, teams are going to... I imagine we're going to see a lot of that right now. And again, this is something that I harp on teams a lot. Sometimes it's unavoidable. I will be honest. Sometimes you're reacting as fast as you can, and you've got to go. And that's, I think, what we're going to see here now is teams, a lot of fights on the road. And that, I think, is going to make for a very, very interesting mid-game.
Yeah, I'm looking at Loops. They're in a position to gatekeep teams rotating from the west side, similar with Umbra on the north side, and then Unique on the east from Hot Springs. But a lot of these teams here, Yala and Nova, they're center of the circle, yes, but it's on the south coast. it's an interesting decision because the mechanics aren't super straightforward. The center of the circle needs to be on land, but how much water's in play can really be up to anything. So I haven't done the math on it. I'm not an algorithmic genius, but they're fighting. Nova and Yala are fighting right now, and Uter Killers are also arriving just to the west, Wildcard and Dream Eaters just to the north. And look, you can see how open this is. There's a little bit of verticality to some levels, but this is a very interesting place to fight in. I don't know the experience that some of these teams will have. I feel like this is just a lot more wide open than other areas of Vikendi are.
Yeah, and a lot of these teams are sort of going down and hugging this south coast, Loop being one of them, Loops being the team that basically all of us had pegged to do really, really well this game, and they're going to commit all the way down here towards the coast, and that's an interesting decision. I maybe... Because here's the thing, if it does shift down south, you're in a great spot. But if it doesn't, you have put yourself in the worst possible position, but I have to at least give them props. They made the call. They're making the call.
I will say, remember, this is Loops. They're really good by pushing forward, and by going down to the south, and by going down to the coast, they guarantee that no one's going to be behind them like there were last game. So, you know, big brain plays here. It might not be the best play overall, like in a vacuum on a chalkboard, but I think it's a really, really nice decision considering what their successes have been and what their skill set is. But one skill set, oh, look at that. Okay, so they're trading 1-for-1 right now in this aggression.
Yep. We do see one player going down. They need to get optics on the one in the window. They're going to thirst the kill too. Yala Esports. We didn't even talk about, I don't think like I said their names in game number 1. And now they are in the World of Hurt, which is trying to defend a compound against Loops Esports. The other two players are going to be rotating in on the flank. They're playing it a little bit slower though. And Anas is going to be able to survive that. Zero and crew on the flank, and this is the early action I was talking about, and this is Loops Esports doing what they do best. I call them the breachers, and this is a reason why they will breach your compound all day long, but Anas has put himself up in a great position on the roof, and I actually don't know. I don't actually love Loops positioning right now. They are going to need to rethink this and play this very tactfully.
They have the man advantage, and I think with a couple of grenades coming out from the west side, they know that Lord and Zero are just beyond that hill. They know that it's no longer a 4v1 engagement with Carrillo going so aggressive and actually getting inside the building. A couple of them, I think it's a 2-2 split. And Krowski, oh, that's
roast a marshmallow.
That's brazen there, yeah.
Yep. Oh my god, he's not brazen at this point, luckily. You're a fan of Loops Esports. As Anas, though, he is going to be the one I'm watching for, especially here in TPP. He's got so much information that he can relay to the rest of the team. And Loops are going to full commit to the building. They're going to try and rush him down, but I don't think they realize he's already elevated. He is ascended, Cameron.
Yes, yes. But now they're on the top floor. Now how does Yala take this back? Yes, Anas had a really good angle, but he didn't really do a lot with it because all 4 members of Loops are now inside. He didn't even punish Dean or Korowski from moving from behind that wall. Okay, wait, Zero spotted out. They're not just going to give it away for free.
Nope, here they go. Uzis, close range. This is what you love to see, especially here on Vikendi. But Anas, again, if he can try and find an angle going in from behind, they've got knowledge that one of these players is going to have to try and rotate around the outside of the building. Zero. I don't know if he knows just how close they are right now. Going to try and force him off the angle there with the molly. They are going to do so, trading downs 1-for-1, but the building, the cover is going to favor Loops so much in this one. Zero's in a terrible position, but we do have Anas going in from the outside. No, the shots from Loops are just too good. And now this is a 3v1 situation. Lord against the world. He's been in this position before, but he can't quite do it this time. It's Yala Esports eliminated, and it's Loops doing what Loops do best.
And over here, there's another standoff between Umbra and Unique. And Umbra are all close, grouped up. But let's see if the spread, if the crossfire set up by Unique could help them out. The problem is, if one of these players gets knocked, it's going to be difficult to get the revive, so they're going to have to land their shots. And I don't know the chances of Umbra really peaking because I'm looking where they are on the on the main map, and there's no need for Umbra to really move. They honestly can just sit and wait and force Unique to have to make the plays.
Yeah, both of these teams can play it a little bit slower. I think at this point, being able to control the tempo, control the pacing in engagements like this is super important. But Unique is deciding they want to throw a spanner in the works on this one. They're going to full send on in, trying to collapse, trying to find the angles. 2 members of Umbra are down. Only 1 member of Unique able to thirst the kill. But the emphasis on the flank as well. They're going to be trying and collapse on the halls as much as they possibly can. And 1 man against the world right here. Can he hold on? Can he survive? As the players are going to be pushing upwards, trying to go for the clutch revive to start this off. The nade is not going to connect. He should be at a pretty good angle there for this one. Yes, able to get the res. This could be huge because even one additional bullet in a fight like this can make the difference, but this is still looking so solid for Unique.
Who is that? The loops actually have an angle to third party this, so Memphis does go down, and you need to slow down their push. That means that Umbra can just hang out on the top. Lightning off on the side building could give them a separate angle and give them information, but I think with loops pressure, he's going to have to group back up, and Frozen taking the fight on the stairs.
I cannot believe that. The way he was just able to strafe back and forth, find the angles there, and now they're just going to push right in, and that is Umbra down. Beautiful play from Unique. It's been a couple days, boys. Glad to see you on the server.
Yeah, taking all those kills in a good position in the circle. Phase 2 didn't really change things up too much, as you can see. No one's really going to be super upset, but Football is on the move, getting taken out by Queso.
Now we're seeing Axel on the flank, going to try and line this one up. They do have a positional advantage when it comes to that high ground and that elevation. But up against Footballists who are hot off their victory in game number 1, especially knowing the Team Queso was down a player. I don't favor their chances, Cameron.
The revive is coming through on the Footballists, so that's at least something for them. And 4 players up, and I think Queso, yeah, they're not a fan of their position either. They just want out of this. But pushing towards the east, we've already seen the positions. The strong positions have been taken. Everything else is a lot more wide open than other parts of Vikendi. It could be a little rough for them. Football is not too far behind. Both these squads is rotating along the coast.
But they're going to run into some friends.
Yeah.
Whether it be Uda Killers, whether it be Nova, whether it be Cloud9, whether it be Loops or Unique, the coast is highly populated at this stage in the game. I hear it's lovely this time of year. At least that's what these teams are thinking.
Shots, Footballists, they're going aggressive onto this, but they're pulling off. They're going to let Queso sort of actually find all the information for them and backfill, but finding a free compound.
Ooh, wow.
This could be pretty good. It's still not super central, but Footballists, we've already seen how confident they are taking fights, how confident they are pushing forward. They actually have the most kill points, even over Loops, but the Knights now, Unique going up against them. Raven finding a good angle, but Unique still have all the hard cover.
I cannot believe how many compounds, and this is just Vikendi in a nutshell. So many of these small compounds in play. So many. I kept thinking, like, they're going to run into somebody. They're going to run into somebody. No, they are still able to take over real estate, folks. And that's actually huge here for them as the fight between PK goes. Oh, but Bayo finding some redemption from that last game and able to secure the kill. So Team Unique is down 1 player to start this off. And now the fight with PK could look very, very different because they do have that man disadvantage, and C9 is aware they're there.
I'm really curious on why Unique wanted to leave from the compound that they stole away from Umbra in the first place. But also, as you mentioned, there were so many compounds, you have to expect there's a player in the compounds like that. And so, Annalise overextending like that to get knocked and then immediately killed as well, it feels a little sloppy for me.
Yeah, that one, again, the idea of unforced errors. You want to try, the idea that a team puts you in another position, you have no other choice, that's one thing. That's a forced error. But that felt a little bit more like an unforced one. You just put your toe too far over the line, and now it's gone. Sorry about that, team. Team Unique, of course, now going to have to try and rally with only 3 team members. And PK, I think, going to rethink this. They're going to try and make the cross, potentially, over on the other side of the road, meet up with their teammate there, meet up with Sixless, and then they're going to have control of that intersection, and that's pretty big. That's one of the 2 big ones going into this next circle, is going to continue to be so here. But teams are in position. This isn't really, it's not like last circle at all, or not like last map at all. Teams were well prepared for this.
Oh, Footballists, are they going aggressive on the case? So they still want to take this fight, and I think they recognize that it's going to be an isolated 1 team versus 1 team. The third party action is not really going to be that big, but Queso, they are already out, or at least Marco is.
Run, Marco, run! They're just chasing him down! Footballists have absolutely no chill! Oh my goodness, I love it. Now he's just gonna loop all the way back around. Oh my goodness, if I'm SoulK, I'm wondering what is happening right now, but hang on. I don't know if they necessarily realize that the rest of... Hang on, I don't know if they... Now they know Team Queso was still here, and because they tunnel visioned on that kill, they put themselves in a terrible position. Let's know! Hang on, Team Queso with the big brain play, 600 IQ on that one. Let's step it up, but let's see if Ayala can survive. This is a 2v1 push.
Yeah, they still got to defend. It's only 1 player from Footballists. It might be a lot, and Ayala going for the spray, can't get a knock, and the repeat, only a little bit of damage. So a good defense so far. And now Lovazen taken low as well. Interesting molly play for himself, but it's going to be a push on the ground floor by Ayala.
Oh my goodness. The one member of the Footballists is down, make it 2, and Team Queso, the hunted become the hunters in an instant. Footballists eliminated, biting off more than they could chew. I talked about the confidence of game number 1, and this time it was the hubris that cost them in game number 2.
I do not know if Queso set that trap on purpose, or they just realized when Marco was in the vehicle and no one else was ready and Footballist vehicles rolled up, that they could turn this into their favor, but that was amazing play. Brilliant. The bait and switch there from Marco separating them into 2-2, and then the initial spray out from Ayala from the window brought it totally back into their favor.
Yeah, and that just felt like, I don't know if they thought there were more people in the vehicle and the whole team was fleeing or what, because that was not a standard play. That was not a standard play. But how Team Queso were able to react to it was exceptional. Fantastic from them. That's what I like to see from the team coming into today. I think in 9th place for them. And that's feeling pretty darn solid if you are a Team Queso fan. Vamos, let's go. Let's make something happen here as we jump now on board with B4, one of the teams we highlighted at the start of the show. One of these teams hailing from Brazil. And we'll see if they're going to be able to do something here. Loops, their counterparts. You know, one of the favorites coming in today, they need to step up as well. And a team that I highlighted that needed to step up, of course, it is Konina Power.
Konina and Wildcard have not moved from Villanova because there's been no need to. They've both just controlled the east and west exits. And, I mean, that's really good play for them right now. There's really no need for them to leave the city, and it's still in the zone at this time. I am curious what's going to happen, not just to them, but also to other squads if it stays a prominent compound or multiple compounds, depending on how you define it, in this zone.
And we actually talked about this. This was the first thing that we looked at. Are they going to leave? Are they going to try and take over a compound? How are they going to play? Are they going to play in the city? Because that can get very interesting. You can spread yourself too thin really, really quickly. And we'll see how this goes, as we are going to have Villanova and Winery still in play here. A lot of these teams on the south on the coast are still loving their life choices, but if it does hard shift up north further on and does play more into Villanova, that could get very interesting and a very good position for teams like Wildcard, who, like you mentioned before, going to play Gatekeeper.
You stand here trying to spot it out. There's a bit of a standoff here on Winery. And Nova, they're controlling all of it right now. But Uter Killers and not too far away, Dream Eaters are sort of putting up shop, trying to post up. But B4 losing a second player, not a good start at all. And they've been in a rough position because of their drop location being so far north and then being on the east side. It's understandable why they wouldn't be the strongest position right now, but still, losing 2 players is not how you want to be able to continue this. And they still have to cross the bridge, getting taken out by, I forget, that was some team from Villanova, and then now Alpha Legends rolling up is going to make Levy and Maxon very, very uncomfortable right now.
Yeah, because, you know, I understand the thought process, sending Mixera across. You're going to try and scout, see what's going on, but no, Konina Power has this on lockdown here. You do not cross the bridge. This is their bridge. And now you're in a position where, okay, do we try and rotate down south? But PK is holding that angle. Do we try and swim across the top? But then we don't have vehicles. Like, if you're B4 or you're Alpha Legends, there's not a lot of good solutions here. As we take a look back at that fight before, Team Queso just playing that so beautifully. That was massive. And even the fights went back and forth with Nova Esports. They've been getting involved, carrying over the momentum from game number 1. And there's Alpha Legends now doing the work into B4. So, like, even your side of the river is not safe if you're Maxon, the last man standing. Maxon, of course, who had some stellar individual statistics coming into today. I feel like we don't hype him up enough. I feel like we talked about Mixera and Pedro and Levi, but Maxon actually was the one putting out the highest in terms of kills and damage for that squad. So, you know, he's still up here and alive for the team, but he's in a rough spot.
Alive for how long, though? Luckily, Alpha Legends are... Oh, okay. Yeah. Good 2-2 split. Alpha Legends using to isolate that player, but also not committing into just searching him out with the blue overtaking them. They still need to cross the bridge themselves, but it's actually not too bad for them. The circle means that they only need to cross the southern bridge, which alleviates pressure from Villanova. There are a couple of teams around here right now, and the lack of utility makes it very dangerous because the Knights, they're lying in wait.
Oh my goodness, wait, is Sixless actually going to try and snipe them out of their vehicles right now? That's ridiculous. Oh my goodness, like a bunch of beached whales, those cars just tossing right over the edge. Okay.
Now they have this ridge.
Now you have this ridge though, but I'm also looking at the circle you saw pop up there on the top right of your screen for a second. Loops in a compound in the center of the circle once again. This could get very interesting as this continues to go on, but Alpha Legends now trying to deal with Pittsburgh Knights. Konina Power is on the flank, and they have this ridge, but they've got to try and minimize every single external angle. And there's Tixie going to try and give him some trouble, but Tixie is the one who gets dinked.
Good damage there by Alpha Legends. This isn't the best position in the circle, not by a long shot, but it's a nice big wide open ridge. The problem is the elevation is not going to allow them to get too much information, but they can still hold a number of different angles. Look how wide that they're spread out right now. That was Shaster, I believe, swimming across below the bridge, not wanting to take the drive directly into the Knights. But Dream Eaters pushing closer and closer into Uter Killers. And they're still going to have to go through Nova as well. This is a little slow because look how far the blue has pushed onto them already.
Yeah, this is massive. Both of these teams are going to be taking tick damage this entire time, which means it's got to be go, go, go. Miku, head on a swivel. Yes, please. Gets the down. Now, obviously, we're going to try and push back in. It is Nano now trying to survive Meku. Oh, barely gets the first aid off in time. But they're wondering how they got to play this. They just have to run. They just have to run. They cannot survive this. They've just got to try and get themselves out. They don't have a ton of meds to their name either. And Nano only has bandies. This is going to be Uter Killer out. But have they been able to keep Dream Eaters out long enough? They're just going to go down to the blue as well. I think both of these teams, mutual destruction, Cameron.
Yeah, you have to move faster when you're on the far side of the zone like this. I'm really surprised that Dream Eaters waited for the blue to push them in, because now look what's happening. Nova just keep them the whole time. They heard the action. They moved as far as they needed to, and then just sprayed them down from a distance. Nova are in a really good spot to... I mean, Uter Killer started it, and they're now out. But Dream Eaters, they're about to... I think they're going to go out in 11th place, if not 10th. Look how low their health is. Varsit's just trying to send in a vehicle. That's not going to work out. That's it.
Oh, he's done. He's down. They're out. Nova going to be able to pick up a couple of those kills, or at least one of them there. Yeah, wow. I mean, that was just, again, mutually assured destruction at that point. Both of those teams held it a little bit too long. Somebody needed to pull the trigger a little bit sooner and go, because in the end, the blue just took them down. And I understand having respect for the team next to you and the potential damage they can do, but in that point, you just have to trust in your gun skill, because if you don't, that's just what happens.
Yep. You don't have to take the fight. There might have been an opportunity for Dream Eaters especially to take the rotation path that they could have taken already. Nova did have the high ground over Winery, so I don't want to harp on them too much for that. But the point is, a decision had to be made. But the Loops here, defending a compound. Can they defend as easily as they can attack? Luckily, Nova are already a little bit damaged, but the utility's already coming out. They know that there's a team here.
Oh, Dadine, get that head down, sir. Oh my goodness, gotta try and back up reset. Get inside. They are able to do that, but like you mentioned, can Loops do... HCL, nobody saw that. Don't worry about that, buddy. Throwing smoke grenades at your teammates is a great way to get this going, but they are able to lay some smoke down, start things off the utility. But I love this decision from Loops. They're backing up, and they are just basically gonna close down on all the different real estate they've got to control here. They're not trying to control too many buildings at once. We have seen them do this before, Cameron, and it has bit them in the butt every single time.
Yeah. The reason that makes it even better is because this compound is only half in the next zone. So there's still going to be blue pressure on the back of Nova. And so Loops are just making sure that they make the choke points as favorable to them as possible. Dadine dealing out some damage, can't get a knock just yet. And more smokes are coming out from Nova. This is going to make the hold a little more difficult, but the damage is still in Loops' favor.
It is indeed, and Dadine very smartly repositioning away from the vehicle that he was shooting. Dadine, don't do that again, as they're able to pick up a first down there, but this might be the go button, rotating around the corner. Those are the shots. Dadine is able to pick that one up. That's the first one down for Nova, continuing to execute on in, and now it is G-Fan trying to survive, but Kowski and crew are hunting for them. Kowski, though, this is absolute chaos right now, especially because they're getting third party from Tempo Storm during all of this. Hang on a second. Veneral is taking a lot of damage. Nova's actually being able to survive because Tempo Storm is getting involved. And now the whole team, they've got to reset. They've got to slow down. HCL on a scrap of HP. Need to take back this compound, but Nova is holding on. Carrillo is in a terrible position. And Tempo is closing on in. I cannot believe this. The perfect opportunity for Nova to take advantage. And Rain is going in. But can they find the shots, the nades, the bullets? They're all going to continue to put the pressure on this team. But Loops is there. Carrillo, your MVP from PMPL, living up to the name, saying no, get out, Tempo Storm. This is our fight. This is our zone. We will not go down so easily, but they still have to deal with Nova, Cameron.
But they only got one of their players knocked, and Konina Power also arriving. But the fact that Loops is able to hold on to this as well as they have is absolutely amazing. Yes, they're getting shot from every single angle, but a lesser team would have been deleted at this point, sent several servers away, but they're holding on. Federal is getting picked up right now. AC gets dropped. HCL is the only one remaining from Nova, and Konina Power are swarming through.
I cannot believe it. Actually, Konina Power is the one to take down Nova. The thorn in the side of Loops for so long. Denied by another team, but it is still a 4v4. Axer, get your head down, sir. Don't go in there. And I don't even think they realized that Loops was this close. Federal is there, but the nades are going to go in. Oh my goodness, Konina Power, do you know what wasp's nest you just put yourself into? But Tixie with the shots! The 1v1 against Federal, he will not be denied. And now Konina Power has the advantage, but Dadine is getting up on the high ground. He's going to have the advantage of the rooftop, and Ravini is trying to push himself in, but they're not wanting to take this fight up against Loop unless you're Tixie, in which case you care not. You will take things over all by yourself. The one-man army, the wrecking crew, the battering ram taking over this compound, and now it is Carrillo against the Worlds.
Jump out the window and take them from behind. They know that you're there, but they have to focus on the rest of the circle, and you could take that into your advantage. Using a bit of a first aid kit, and he hears the vehicles go off. The problem is he's gonna have to move. I don't know much more he could do, though, because even Konina's power send is not being so successful. They lose one on the send. C9 holding it down. Adder does get dropped, but look, Knights in the north, Unique to the east. I think that's still Queso alive down towards the south. One compound left. Can Cloud9 hold on to it? That's not a good start.
Oh, Pyra. I think they were able to get part of that out there. But no, look at the difference. Carrillo does eventually goes down. He tried to heal Stride out as long as he could. In 6th place, given how many kills that team had, I think Loops will still be pretty happy with this one. But look at the difference, Cameron. When Cloud9 is 9 kills, oh my goodness. When Cloud9 is able to get a compound first and not be late on this rotation. They were able to get here first. They were able to get the advantage, and now they are able to deal damage in every direction. They are the threat. They are the raid boss now that everyone else has to contend with, especially because they got this next circle.
Yeah, actually, their compound, their building in this compound is still really prominent in the next shift.
Oh.
Knights finding the angles. That's the one. That's 2 against Konina Power. There's only 1 left standing.
Six God finds those angles every day, and he's able to stay alive even up against Axer just a little bit longer. Does eventually go down, but doing so much damage before he does so. But that's Cloud9 on the other side now, and they explode. Sixless gets them both there with the help of Cloud9. Oh my goodness, Pittsburgh Knights. I shouldn't even be surprised at this point. They're in one of these final circles. Cameron is now C9 is going aggressive on Team Unique.
They're not overcommitting. It's a good decision for them right now because Unique have a nice little low ground to hide behind. And I think Cloud9 want to wait to see what the Knights do before they go aggressive and flush out these final rats on the south side. Are they aware of Ayala's existence as well? Just trying to snake it in from Team Queso.
I don't think they know he's there. He's playing this really quiet, really close to the chest. He's just playing for placement.
If he can get up to that wall, maybe we'll see something, but that also could be an overextension spotted out
We'll see him.
by the Knights. It's tricky to say how much grass he actually has to hide behind at this point. There's a smoke that we saw that's also in his favor, but Frozen, Unique, trying to peek up. They want an opening knock here, and pressure onto Beowulf. I believe from the Knights. The Knights and Unique could form a temporary alliance here.
I mean, look, you have a united front in Cloud9 staring at you, but the flanks are being controlled by everyone else, and Ayala is still here. He's still involved. Oh, Adder, though. Adder spots him out. Hang on a second. Now Adder knows he's got to totally reset. He doesn't even know what player, what team is from. And Ayala, oh my goodness, nerves of steel, doesn't even flinch.
Not much that he could do. He's got to hope that Cloud9 don't spot you, or that another team comes in and interrupts their push onto you. Top 4. And we're in the final zone. It's going to go dead center. And it's not in a building. It doesn't favor any one particular team. You see the smokes already start to come out from Cloud9 to set up shop, but they recognize that they are more or less surrounded. So what was once a good position is going to be a lot for them to handle.
Rosen, though, looking for the flank. Pittsburgh Knights, of course, they won this map yesterday. Their first win here on the Super Weekend. They're going to try and return the favor and do this 2 times in a row. Now Unique is pushing in, but C9 shutting that one down. Adder point blank range, but how can PK capitalize on this? Well, they can't so far, no downs, but that's Team U-League still eliminated, and Team Queso been able to snake their way through, but Raven steps way too far forward. The smoke, it was not worth it, dear sir, but the circle is pushing in. Oh my goodness, Carnage is going to try and heal strat out the back of this. But how can Cloud9 survive? Every single team is trying to heal strat. Every single team is trying to survive, but who will be the last man standing? Will it be Cloud9? Will it be PK? It comes down to these two teams. Who's got more meds left in their pocket? Beowulf gets the next one off. Carnage. Oh, Carnage has got this, no problem. Pittsburgh Knights twice in a row playing the smart game, realizing that they had the advantage if they just used their heads, and Bayo trying to spray, trying to pray, trying to find a way, but no, it is Pittsburgh Knights here on Vikendi with the chicken dinner.
I didn't expect that decision from the Knights, but they just give 10 first aid kits to Carnage. And the rest go aggressive, and the rest do the best that they can. But they recognize that with the smokes in play and the amount of the building that's still in the circle, despite the center not being in the building, that C9 could have played the inside just long enough so that even with the aggressive plays, there was no guarantee of getting the win there. And so they give all the first aid kits onto one player, and he was wrapping them perfectly. He knew all the timings, he knew how to get it done right, and it worked out. It worked out. They get the second win, 2 Vikendis in a row.
Wow, really, really solid there from Pittsburgh Knights. Feeling that they've started to find their footing underneath them here in the PMWL West. And I am excited to see if they can continue this trend or if they can carry it over to some of these other maps. Maybe another one of these sort of smaller, more brawly maps like Sanhok. I want to see them continue this trend, taking smart fights, because that... we call it passive maybe a little bit sometimes, but I don't think that's necessarily giving them enough credit here. They are taking smart fights. They know they can win. They are being that third party. They are constantly being this team that everyone has to look over their shoulder for. And I think it's working out for them here. Another chicken dinner to their name. Solid, smart, heads up play. That is what I like to see.
Yeah, and they're finally starting to come back into it, because that playstyle that you mentioned, being passive but then finding those opportunities to go big in the end game, that's what they've had before. It's just something happened at the beginning of PMWL that sort of slowed them down. But if this is the beginning of them ramping back up, this could be another team that we're going to be talking about a lot more.
Absolutely. And again, it's a team that we know they have individual fraggers as well. We saw Sixless doing the work there, but if they can get all their players on the same page when it comes to their fragging, as well as the smart decisions they're making, they could truly be a team to contend with. Throw it to a short commercial break, and then our analysts are going to break that one down.
It feels like all hell broke loose on that last Vikendi, fighting non-stop and even ending it out with a heal-off between the last 2 players from PK and Cloud9. But PK did it yet again, guys. They got themselves another chicken dinner, and they're able to do it yet again on Vikendi. But what an insane match, Glitter. Honestly, we were watching, wondering what the hell is going on.
There's definitely a couple fights in there that kind of had everybody on the back end just screaming. And then we will break a few of those down for you guys in a little bit. But I think that is not what we expected out of that Vikendi at all, Seven.
That was just so crazy. And we're going to be breaking down some plays here as Glitter was mentioning, especially with Footballers after getting that win and Glitter not picking them. I think it hurt Footballers when Glitter didn't pick them, but overall Pittsburgh Knights, something I was telling while we were watching pretty much this game, that Pittsburgh Knight usually performs really well in Vikendi. I seen them perform well in Vikendi since league play, and now here getting back-to-back wins in Vikendi. I think that is huge for them. Remember, there were one team that was kind of sitting towards the bottom, and then they got that first win, give them a fresh breath of air, and then they got the second win, so hopefully they're able to go ahead and continue that consistency here and just carry that momentum over. In another team that we need to go ahead and acknowledge that is starting to get hot here is going to go ahead and be Kanina Power. Kanina Power being able to get 8 kills. Remember, we were saying how the last match was one of their highest kill games so far this weekend with only 3 kills. Well, guess what? This is looking more like the Kanina Power that we have here. And on the end, that heal up between Pittsburgh Knights and Cloud9, I think Pittsburgh Knights saw it coming first because they gave 15 first aids to my boy Carnage, and boy does he need him because he's a big man. But overall, Pittsburgh Knights being able to get that win, I think that is huge for them, Glitter.
Yeah, it definitely was. And moving on to the second page here, we actually see a little bit of a surprise with B4 at the bottom, seeing as they were the teams that we were kind of looking out for at the start of today. And then also Umbra coming off of a very strong first game, kind of dropping back down the standings a little bit for our Vikendi match here. Hopefully they can kind of pick it up moving into Miramar.
Well, you know who didn't drop off in that second match was actually Nova and Alpha Legends. We were talking about Nova having a breakout game, Alpha Legends having a good game as well. They're in the top 8 on that last match, getting some extra points on their side. I'm curious to see if that obviously will change up the standings overall, but it's good to see that consistency. Kanina Power, like you said, 7, playing well. We're seeing yet again some teams who really need the points able to show up on the last day of the first Super Weekend. But let's take a look, though, at our stats for the Pittsburgh Knights. And honestly, I was biting my nails there. When the second I saw Loops get knocked out, I was hoping Cloud9 wouldn't make it much further on because Hot Jukes had them picked, and Pittsburgh Knights, well, they did it for me, and they did it well. You can see the amount of healing they just did, 7, is redonkulous.
You can tell it came down to a heal up just based off that healing. We're usually used to seeing the complete opposite. We're usually used to seeing teams get 2,000 damage and then about 1,500 or a lot less than that in heals. But oh my goodness, they had just such a great strategy there towards the end. And just the fact that they were able to recognize, hey, this is probably going to go ahead and come to a heal off. Give everybody the heals to Carnage, and then everybody just kind of spread out and see if you can maybe go ahead and hurt some of the other people. So I think that was just huge, man.
Yeah, one thing you can actually say out of respect for Beowulf there from Cloud9, he realized, I got a couple of first aids left. I got to rush him down, right? I got to find him because there's no way I'm going to be out healing him over the entire end of the game. Let's take a look, though, at our do moments from that last match, and we'll probably see some hecticness, some craziness coming in across the entire match. Honestly, if we were to do like a telestration of a specific point on this game, it'd probably last almost as long as this entire match to Glitter.
Yeah, and that's probably because of the fights that we are going to be breaking down for you guys. This will be one of them super early on for Loops. Loops had quite the performance here on Vikendi, which I think a lot of people were kind of expecting out of them since this is a map they historically do very well on. But then, you know, the surprise coming out of Pittsburgh Knights with that play there at the end, 7.
Yeah, Pittsburgh Knights, I mean, we mentioned it over and over again. And then one that we actually ended up seeing was that Footballers versus Team Kessel. Footballers, the rush that we see from them, the aggressiveness that we see from them just kind of ended up backfiring big time there on that last map. And then Kanina Power getting into it, making sure they start third-party people. That's something that I really enjoy that you'll probably be able to see here in a little bit. Kanina Power being able to third-party people, I think that's good for them. They haven't been able to win those kind of engagements with other teams just by themselves. So you know what? If that's not working, go ahead and adjust. See what can actually go ahead and work for you. And then you see C9 here, and this was just a cluster of third-partying that you're currently seeing on pretty much over here with Cloud9. You had Loops Esports. On top of that, you had Nova Esports, Tempo Storm. Everybody was just in a section, and Loops was just spending them off. Don't worry, we'll be able to break a little bit down of that for you. And then you see Sixless, and another thing, as you were mentioning, Jason, yes, Beowulf did recognize that he was probably not going to have enough heals, and he was just looking for that person. He was just looking for that last man Carnage. So it's good to see that aggressiveness there towards the end. Sadly, it didn't end up working out.
You know, we always talk about a total damage graphic that we're going to have to be able to show you at home. I almost wish we had a total healing graphic as well, because that would be heavily skewed towards 2 teams and 2 teams in particular. Let's take a look, though, at the damage overall, and you can still see it's not really leaning one direction all too much here, Glitter. It's pretty much even between, 4, 5, maybe even, 8 teams.
And, this is really, really good to see, especially when some of the teams on that list are Konina Power and Nova and Alpha Legends, all of them putting out a lot of damage, finally getting to see a little bit of action of Wildcard. But Pittsburgh Knights, we're going to keep talking about them. Cloud9 doing a ton of damage. Pittsburgh Knights has 8 kills, and I believe, if I'm not mistaken, one of Seven's favorites, Sixless, actually had 5 of those 8 kills.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Hey, that is good to see. That's one player that we always talk about. If he's able to go in and carry some momentum, he'll be really good. And I know he was saying some Twitter saying that he's throwing or stuff like that. Well, guess what, boy? You got to give yourself some credit if you are able to go ahead and get some of those skills. And Umbra, Yala Esports, those are one team, especially Yala Esports. I think we've seen them over and over again towards the end. I hope that team's able to go ahead and maybe have a great game here coming into the future. And overall, I think Loops, surprisingly, for what they were able to do there with what was going on around them,
yeah.
I'm surprised they lived that long because they were getting third party by everybody.
I'm also surprised by something else in the damage numbers there. Football is 255 damage with only 1 kill off the back of a chicken dinner they just had on our first match. Maybe it was because of Glitter's bad luck for them. Maybe it's because she didn't choose the team. I don't know why I keep pointing to her. I don't want to keep being so mean.
I didn't choose them. It can't
Maybe
be my
you should have.
fault.
Maybe that's why they didn't do too well. But it's really a common occurrence we're now seeing, right? Is that we have teams take a chicken dinner, think of wild card, go into the next match, 15 plays or something like that. I don't know what it is about that to see things just kind of switch all on its head. And it's unfortunate sometimes, just like it might be, well, fortunate for some of you out there as we talk about the PUBG Mobile Esports Awards 2020. You guys can go into the game and vote for your favorite stars. And of course, 64 lucky players will be randomly selected to play with the most popular players of PUBG Mobile World League Season 0. So maybe we can convince them for next Season 7 to add in a talent section as well so we can participate in this one, because I don't think I'm going to be chosen. But we have a couple of plays that we want to break down. Which one's going to be the first one, Seven?
The first one that I'm actually going to go ahead and show here is going to be the Footballist Rush. So let me go ahead and switch it up. I know you're currently seeing loops there on the screen. Well, don't worry. We'll switch that up for the next one. If you want to take this away, Glitter, go for it, because it's going to be Footballist versus Team Queso.
Sure. Now, this was a play that we wanted to highlight specifically because I'm pretty sure when we were first watching it, we thought that this might end up going in Footballist's favor. Now, you see that you've got down on the left side of the screen, you've got Axel and Marco super far away from Ayala. So technically, Footballist is in a 2v1 right now against Ayala. We can see the fight does start breaking out, and as that happens, Marco tries to start rotating a little bit closer to that building, see if he can maybe get an angle on any of those players to help Ayala out. Now, as that's happening, one of the Footballist players does get knocked. Axel has moved all the way up from where he was on the edge of that ridge over there, and Queso is able to just kind of completely knock them out of that building. And you see really, really early on in that corner, all the way down there, Lutz was out far off in the field by the car. Like, I think that was a surprise for us, Seven, when we watched that push come in from Queso.
Oh, it definitely was. And just wanted to go ahead and just point out that that player was actually knocked by Team Queso, and then you had somebody else just third-partying from loops. Overall, I think Footballist was just maybe a little bit too aggressive, and then they're currently probably going like this right now on that Twitch chat saying, Glitter, please pick us in the next one. So you know what? Let's go ahead and switch over to the next circle here, which is going to be Loops Esports versus Nova Esports. And something we want to go ahead and highlight here is how aggressive Loops Esports is. First of all, how tactical they are. They currently have players just all over the place holding off angles just in case anybody does try to third party them. And something I also want you to keep in mind is Tempo Storm currently up there. They're just waiting. They're waiting patiently. They're trying to figure out what's going to be happening here. So let's go ahead and play this out a little bit longer. I want you to keep in mind, when Loops Esports is able to go ahead and knock down the first player from Nova, I want you to see how quick they go ahead and react to that. How quick they're just going to change gears and just go for it. And right there, as soon as somebody gets knocked, guess what? The call gets made. Kawasaki, remember, he was hiding over here at the start. He's going to go for it. Federal, he was currently pretty much looking that way, but he said, you know what, it's time to go ahead and rush up, and they just become so aggressive. Everybody from Loops Esports becomes super aggressive, and I'm just gonna go ahead and let this kind of plan out a little bit more as C-Fan is now getting closer. You see Easy getting knocked as well, and something to go ahead and mention is that the Nova player actually ended up knocking themselves. So they ended up hurting each other, but Loops Esports being so aware of that, they just went for it. And guess who's getting closer and closer? That Tempo Storm. I know Monica was watching this and she was just hoping that Tempo would go ahead and destroy. Sadly for them, it didn't end up going out that way. And the reason why I wanted to go ahead and show this part as well is something we've been talking about. Loops Esports has been getting third party a lot. And I feel like they're finally starting to go ahead and notice that. They know that if somebody knows that Loops Esports is nearby and they're in a fight, they're probably going to go for him. And everybody from Loops Esports realized that as soon as they heard Tempo Storm rushing in, they moved back into the building and they were able to reposition each other. I love how Carrillo was able to go ahead and heal up, and Tensa and Rain currently just in a bad position outside of that house. And guess what? Carrillo, being the beast that he is, he goes heads and 2v1 them. He's gonna go ahead and have that ring of fire around him, put that man in a towel and give him some confetti, because Loops Esports, even though they ended up dying at the end there, they were able to just maintain that first third party really well.
I mean, even after that, you had Konina Power then come in and try their chance against Loops. And then you had Cloud9 even fighting from long range within the zone, trying to attack them as well. I think the coolest thing about that clip, though, as you kind of pointed at the beginning, is whenever Loops smell that one drop of blood in the water, they swarm over them like sharks. And this is something that's well drilled into the team. We've seen this happen time and time again. They get a knock with a nade, they swarm. A team knocks themselves out with their grenade, they swarm. There's no second guessing, there's no miscommunication. Everyone knows to attack, and I think that's what makes Loops Esports such a scary roster, Glitter.
Yeah, and I think we've talked about those split moment decisions, making those fights that much more important for those teams. You know, the ability to be like, okay, the second you know that the team you're fighting is at that disadvantage, taking, you know, the initiative and pushing up on them. That's why they're so successful in those engagements. They don't wait and go, oh, should we? I don't know. There's no, you know, kind of going back and forth on it. If somebody says go, they all go together as a team, and it works every single time.
And do you think maybe teams out there, Seven, notice when Loops are in a fight and if they're within range of all this fire and all this action, that they purposely go out of their way to then fight Loops, knowing they might have the advantage against them and can knock them out?
For sure. I think it's just something that teams are going to go ahead and do regardless of which team it is. Okay. But if it is Loops and they are able to go ahead and keep that kill feed, and they know somebody from Loops is down, of course, I would personally even go for it, because then if you're able to go ahead and knock him out, guess what? That's going to be a beast that you don't have to worry with at the end of the match. Okay, well, let's take a look at our overall standings now after our second match is done here in our last day of the Super Weekend. And we've been talking about Loops, we've been talking about Cloud9, and Cloud9 have reclaimed the throne here, back in first place with 170 points, Glitter.
You know, and I think, you know, they're just been so consistent across the board at this point that we kind of expected them to do something like this. I think it's nice to see that we're seeing more and more teams breaking that triple-digit point threshold, like PK has successfully continued to move themselves up the ranks. Kind of same thing with Alpha Legends, seeing them move up, but we're seeing Dream Eaters and B4 moving down a little bit after some less than stellar performances on these first two maps. So moving into Miramar, are these teams going to kind of change it up, as we've seen Dream Eaters do quite a few times now?
Yeah, and I think something to keep in mind is Team Queso. They've been able to not perform to the extent that we would like them to, but they're at least able to go and maintain themselves within that top 10. And guess what? Nova, at the start of the day, they were dead last. Well, that's not the case anymore. They have more than double their points from what they were able to get in 10 matches in just 2 matches, and that is so impressive. And then we see another team in Konina Power finally step it up on the kill departments. And I feel like that team is one of those teams that kind of depends on their fragging power so much that it's good to go ahead and see those gears starting to change, those horses starting to make a run for it. And I cannot wait to see what they're going to be able to do here in the next match.
I think it's important for those teams who are currently like towards the bottom of the table at the moment to realize it's only the first Super Weekend, right? It's not a great start for you, but it's not like at the end of today you're not going to qualify for the league finals. So I think they need to keep some pressure off their shoulders, just relax, you know, keep trying to play their own game. I think that's what we're seeing out of Konina Power, is that confidence is really starting to build in as we get from match to match to match. Now, guys at home, again, if you haven't been paying attention to the game, I have to ask you, why not? There's a new Royale Pass Season 14 out, and again, for I think one more time today, we're going to talk about and show you what all you can get in the new pass. And now as we move into our third match of the day, we're going to take a look at the schedule yet again so you guys can see what will be coming up next. We kind of teased it before with Miramar, as we've been talking about before. We've been talking about Dream Eaters as a team that's taken it every single time it's been played now in the Super Weekend. It kind of leads me to the question, guys, will they do it yet again here, Seven?
I've been more of a dream crusher this past 2 days.
Wow.
I said they're probably not going to go ahead and do it. I'm going to go ahead and switch gears here. I kind of want to see it. I want to go ahead and see them just fully dominate Miramar because why not, man? Why not? They're that one team that kind of needs it. I hope they're still focusing on the other maps. So for me, I think Dream Eaters is probably going to go ahead and take this win. I'm picking them. That's my prediction.
See, I'm looking at Glitter right now, and to me, what she's thinking in my head is, well, B4 Esports were in the end as well against them. They got switched around the last time on Miramar within the hill, and she does love B4. Does that mean your prediction's going to go into B4?
You know, I mean, just so that, because I feel like so many people are kind of on the Dream Eaters train, and while I agree that they have done very well 3 times in a row, that's like, that's asking for a lot from a team. So Jason's not wrong, and I am going to go with B4 this time around.
Can read your mind, but you... Oh, what's that? Not football? Yeah, why not footballists?
Don't pick footballists. Don't pick footballists.
They told me I
got
can't
your back.
pick them anymore.
I got your back.
Well, I went with Dream Eater, actually. I'm going to ride the train that is Dream Eaters because I feel like they can do it a third time. They've shown such great play when it comes to it, and we'll see who's going to be right and, more importantly, who takes home the chicken dinner after this match. We'll catch them with you guys in a little bit of time. And of course, for you guys at home, as we've been talking about, there is still the lucky draw going on. Maybe you're one of the lucky few. As long as you're watching within the game, within the Esports Center, you can get one of these sweet limited time outfits. And also, I do want to say for you guys who watched at the top of the show, or maybe if you missed the top of the show, after this match, we'll be debuting part 1 of Between the Battlegrounds. It's going to be something you're not going to want to miss. It's the documentary, the 8-part series coming in. So make sure you stick around after the game to see all what that's about. We're going to bring in our commentators yet again for the last time of the day. We got Viram and Cameron Davis. And I gotta ask you guys, 2 times Dream Eaters have won Miramar. 3 times, as Glitter said, seems to be too much of an ask. And Viram, do you agree or do you disagree?
I mean, I put my predictions in at the start of the day. I picked Dream Eaters, so y'all are just copying me at this point. It's a lot to ask. But in either case, they've still shown that they can perform. Even if they don't necessarily get first, even if they don't necessarily get the chicken dinner, I think they're still gonna look pretty good.
And Cameron,
I have to agree with that. Just ultimately, when you look, even 2 wins in a row just shows that you're comfortable with playing the map and you can collect points. Are we going to see a 3rd win? I mean, I'll be honest, not likely, but I would be surprised if Dream Eaters win out super early on, and that's why, for predictions, I'm also picking them to hopefully at least do well.
So we got 3 Dream Eaters here is what I'm hearing.
Yep.
I like it. I like it.
Keep picking the same things.
I like that. One thing I do want to bring up, though, is something we've been kind of talking about throughout the day, Konina Power. They've been so quiet the first 2 days. Come into day 3, they've looked a lot better. They're starting to pick up some kills. Do you guys think this momentum will carry over here into match 3 and potentially the rest of the day in Viram?
I think so. I think we're starting to see the ramp. They're started working their way up at halfway up the mountain now, and we'll see if they can keep that going. Try and find the summit here at this point. I think the biggest difference is in day 1 and day 2. Tixie got shut down immediately. He was the first one down in every single fight. Bad angles, getting caught out, not necessarily being with his squad mates. But in this last one, we saw the power. He was basically able to outgun Loops by himself in that last fight on Vikendi. If you can keep Tixie alive, it's a 3 protect 1 kind of scenario. Put all of your resources into him. It's like we're playing a different genre of game. I don't care. Get Tixie in a good position, and Konina Power will do well.
Also another team I'm looking at really quickly, Cameron, is Pittsburgh Knights. Yeah. They won twice now on Vikendi. Do you think we're going to see some more oomph out of them today?
I think so. They're looking a lot more confident. And if you want to compare them to Konina Power playstyle-wise, I actually think that they should do better on Miramar. But they haven't really delivered on anything other than Vikendi, so I don't want to... it's going to be a little weird, but I think we might see Knights actually deliver and pull up.
Okay, well, we'll find out if the Knights can deliver here in our 3rd match of the day, the halfway point of the day. And Viram and Cameron, you guys take us away.
Thank you so much, Jason. Our 3rd map of the day. The Super Weekend is almost at a close. The teams who made it here are all so happy that they not only got a chance to compete, but they're able to rack up all of these points in order, these are the ones that matter, of course, Cameron. I mean, all the rest of it, just playing to get here. You're playing to get the opportunity to compete, but this is the Super Weekend in full force, and everybody wants to be that first team to walk away in that first place spot at the end of this weekend.
Let's see if they can do it. Remember Miramar right now, and I just because we have a little bit of time in the beginning before hopefully action, or maybe not hopefully, but likely action's gonna pop off. Just talking about Konina Power, because yes, they looked better last game, but what you said is spot on. Tixie has been taken out in the very beginning, and it's not even just losing one of your star players, it's the fact that they just haven't been able to find positioning to sort of get their feet properly under them and hold their ground and take these fights. And my worry is that Miramar is one of the maps that you can punish teams out of position even like more likely than in other maps because of all of the wide open angles. When this map first came out, first got introduced into PUBG, that was one of the biggest things you had to learn compared to Erangel, was the fact that you could get shot from seemingly anywhere. In Erangel, there were at least more like set lines of sights to worry about. In Miramar, it's basically open. And so I worry about Konina Power in that respect, just because we've seen their weaknesses throughout this entire weekend, throughout this entire league.
And I want to add some context on that, because I think your point about lines of sights are super important, and this circle is definitely going to cause some teams to play around with that, as they're going to be having some sketchy rotations going up north here, to say the least. They started off day number 1 with 2 kills. Just 2 kills. Yesterday, they were able to rack up a few more. They were able to rack up, I think, 8 kills, 6 kills over the course of the day, so a little bit better. But they still, I mean, it's again, we're trending in the right direction, but we need to flip a switch today for them. And another team that's down here towards the bottom, of course, it's Uter Killers as well. They need to do the same, and they're facing up against the B4, who have done so well on Miramar. Almost getting the chicken dinner yesterday. An amazing play from Dream Eaters. Some would say a bit of a throw from B4, but I think it was just Dream Eaters, again, going to the next level, a little ultra instinct kicking in from them. But we know they're another team to watch here on Miramar.
Now they're facing off with, as you mentioned, Uter Killers. And this could slow. The worry about this for me is that even though they're not in position to fight, B4 have full control of Monte Nuevo proper, will this keep them from rotating in a timely manner? Because Uter Killers are kind of in between B4 and where they'd want to rotate up towards the north, but those aren't the only teams that are staring at each other. Halls from Umbra taking a lot of damage, not knocked, but still very, very wounded from Konina Power. And it looks like Konina Power aren't committing to this either, because just the amount of cover that there is down there in Graveyard is quite a lot, so it would be a bit use of resources to just try and take one player out, get one little measly point, especially when they have an opportunity to get a more central circle if they loot up quick enough. But it's still damage onto Umbra, and Umbra still need to figure out a way to get that player out safely and then get that player looted.
Yeah, I was going to say, I mean, obviously, if Konina Power was going to commit to this, I would have made a joke about, it's fitting that he's already in a graveyard. But no, they're going to be able to survive a little bit longer, and I think you're 100% correct. This is something that we saw other teams, footballists, do in that last game, maybe get a little bit over-aggressive on one kill and ignoring the bigger picture. I talk about it, the idea of tunnel visioning. Konina Power is not going to do this here. Instead, they are going to rotate early, get themselves in a good spot, and this is the right call.
Yeah, it's all about managing, and this is what every team does in every single situation, is managing what is the worthwhile maneuver. Pushing a fight to get 4 kills and wiping a team, generally pretty worthwhile if you can do it successfully and you have a big advantage so you don't take too much damage, or if your players get knocked, you can hopefully not lose the player totally from the game. 1 kill, not really much, but HCL, this is a very worthwhile kill because it's virtually free.
I think it is. I mean, there's no such thing as a free lunch, but I think somehow Nova Esports was able to find it, able to defy the odds, because in a lot of situations, HCL has actually been the player on the receiving end of that little drive-by, and Nova Esports losing one player early, and this time instead he is the one dishing it out. So I like that a lot here. Alpha Legends, of course, now going to be down to only 3 players. And they're actually one of these teams that's really stepped up and impressed me this weekend. Again, they're one of these teams right in the middle of the pack, right there with Wildcard and Tempo Storm and Team Queso. But they have looked solid. They've been able to get, actually, I think in terms of teams overall, they have some of the most consistent placements, at least on day number 1. They are almost usually within that top 8.
Yeah, well, you're still going to need to have a couple of games that you can win or make it to the top 3 to make it worthwhile. Just the way the points are stacked, and placements you generally lead to more kills, which sort of steamroll the events, steamroll the points that you get getting even just one win in an event is depending on the format, depending on how many games that you play, can be a requirement to win. And so Alpha Legends, I believe they're still looking for their win of this event. But I do agree that they, especially compared to league play, because if I'm not mistaken, they're one of the teams that were right on the cusp of qualifying or not. They've really stepped it up. And so they're a team that I'm hoping that we're going to continue to see them get better and better, and maybe they can start being in the conversation for top 3 next weekend.
For sure. And they just to put a pin in that, they were actually able to pick up the chicken dinner in the last game of yesterday. Second place and a first place. So they do have that first chicken dinner under their belts. But again, they need to be able to carry the momentum forward. It can't be a splash in the pan. And another team, if you're adding things to pans, queso, not necessarily the first choice I make in terms of food products, but they have definitely been involved in the conversation and not just talking about excellent cuisine. They have been involved in a lot of fights and oftentimes trading even. I need to see them, though, for Team Queso, be able to come out with more of an advantage. They never take a fight without losing at least one player, and that's the big difference maker between a team like them and, say, Loops, who are able to full 4-0 wipe squads.
Ooh, looking at Nova here, and this is the other duo from Nova. We didn't touch on it, but Nova dropped in 2 sets of duos completely separated from each other. And then the rotation from the west side is joining up. C-Fan gets spotted out, takes some damage, and he's bailing. He hears the attack, but oh no, okay, that's gonna be bad. That could be really, really bad for him. Frozen trying to find the angle.
Oh my goodness, and the vehicle, it's stalling. No! Oh my goodness. I talk about this all the time. If you've ever seen me cast PUBG Mobile, driving is important, fam. Like, it's actually a thing that you should be cognizant of developing those skills, and you see it there. He probably could have gotten out of there, but he had to rush the ankle down the hill because he got his tire stuck, and that, forcing his vehicle to flip, there's a chance he lives there. There's a good chance he lives there. Instead of that, and now Nova Esports is down, and this is the typical Nova Esports position. This is what I talked about not a minute ago, the idea that they usually start a game down one player, and that's part of the reason why we haven't seen them have the same success, and now it's the same old for them.
Luckily, their position in the circle is usable even with 3 players. They have no one up above them that they know of, and we can guarantee you're 100%. But over here, Wildcard in the dead center, and Footballists also virtually dead center, but Footballists have the high ground. Slicky have a compound, or Wildcard have a compound. Slicky, I like this push. There's a little bit of a flex onto the ridge line to get some extra pressure while they can and really carve out space and map control for themselves. He's not taking the shots just yet there. He wants to wait for a position. Or maybe they're
going. And that's actually Sam getting knocked in all that, ironically enough.
Okay. Gotta hit your shots. That they were waiting to make sure that when they open fire, they can secure a knock. All focus fire on the same person. Weren't able to do it. The shots just were not there for them, but they were there for Footballists. Sam gets knocked. It's going to be an easy revive, but it's still an opportunity not taken advantage of.
That's not how that's supposed to go. That's not how that's supposed to go at all. And part of the reason why there was like, wow, they can see them to such a delay is because of exactly the thing, the camera that you just mentioned. Team shooting. The idea that you have identified the player that you're all shooting at. You shoot at them all at once. Interesting driving.
Yeah, it's weird. All 3 teams looting up around Los Leones, if not in Los Leones, at least around the area, moving at around the same time, and this could come to an interesting position. Ooh, Loops are here. Loops are trying to go for the fight. They don't care that the tick damage is on them.
This is up against Stream Eaters, the team that all of us had pegged to do so well today. Oh my goodness, 2 of our top teams in the lobby. He's going to bleed out. You've got a bit. He misplayed that. Eversit, a crucial misstep, and he's just going to die. Oh my goodness. Bandage first, then pop the first aid. And now Toffee's just forced to run on foot. Loops and them running into them on the road. This could be the end of the streak. The question was asked, is it too much to ask of them for 3 games in a row? And the answer might unequivocally have been yes.
Losing 1, okay. Losing 2, really not good, especially because Toffee is having to run, and he finds a bus, but that's not the quickest vehicle. They're positioned that the bus is actually one of the best vehicles to have. That's usually in the end game, and so we're going to have to see if Dream Eaters are able to make their way there. Loops, though, picking up 2 kills, picking up some loot. The meds you can see on Dean is not the best, but for the tick damage being as low as it is right now, they're still in a really good position. The only problem is that they're coming in super late. I think that's why you see them adjusting the direction that they're approaching the circle. But over here, Wildcard still holding down onto the compound. They've given up the pressure against football. This is just, you know what, fine. You can hit your shots better than we can. You can take that hill.
This is not the hill we want to die on. Quite literally. Quite literally here. So jump back on board with Cloud9, who've been having a heck of a day so far. First place finish game number 1, second place finish in game number 2. Definitely looking like one of the top teams to beat on the server. And once again, Nova Esports finding themselves getting a little bit caught out. Carrillo, though, driving's hard, guys. Let me follow that up. I'm joking, it's not. Driving is like mildly okay difficult in this, but it's actually pretty straightforward. How they've optimized it for mobile is actually super impressive to me. So probably don't knock yourself out while you're driving. As Lutz is just, wow, that was like a...
Okay.
Okay. Oh, it's not supposed to be like that, Cameron. That's not the way that story is supposed to go. Lutz was being mean. He was going for a saucy finish kill there at the end, and then he just turns and he snaps on HCL. And
oh no. And look, B4 are coming in from the north as well, so Nova are still, or at least what remains of it, it's not looking good. It's just been, I don't want to say that they've, their play at the start of the game wasn't awful.
No.
It was just, I think, droplets of itty-bitty misplays, small overextensions, bumping your not having your vehicle prepped for a hasty retreat that added together into this incredibly unfortunate Miramar round for them.
Yeah, really unfortunate. They're not out of it yet. One team member is still alive somewhere out there in the world. Easy. Thinking to himself, this game might not be that. We'll see how it goes. As Lutz finally going to be getting what's coming to him. Finally going down. This time it is B4, one of these other top squads when it comes to Miramar, putting themselves in a great spot. Football says the high ground. We will take a higher ground.
Football is they're fine fighting here. Yes, they lose one to Lutz. They didn't expect B4 to be right behind Nova. I don't want to say it's a little bit of over-aggression. That's information that you can't necessarily expect teams to have, but it does remind footballists, and it reminds all of us how much information there is to gain. What's the phrase? The only thing that I know is that I know nothing. It's sort of a similar concept, especially with how big and how vulnerable there's so many vulnerable angles there are on this map.
Yeah, but a team that's trying to limit that as much as possible. It is Pittsburgh Knights, trying to take themselves over a little compound here, playing bumper cars, because that's how you do. Dream Eaters, C and Loops just go right on by. Both of these teams took an almost identical path in, but after all this, Loops stayed in the vehicles. Because they're actually a little bit later, they were able to know where that next circle is rotating in, and now Dream Eaters is actually behind them, which could get interesting if other teams like Uter Killers end up taking some of these fights, but this isn't looking ideal, because this to me feels like if you're going to hold a compound as Loops, this is one of the better ones to do. You've got a lot of different angles to deal with.
Yeah, and it's not center. We know how much Loops hate the center.
Yep.
They're not into what is it? They're not into like nice little bread loaves. They're into donuts. They're into bagels. They're things without the center involved because they hate it so much. But Konina Power, a lot of pressure onto a rotating Tempo Storm as well as a rotating Team Queso. It's a scrappy fight here, but Axel gets dropped. That's 2 down for Queso and 2 totally finished. But Tempo, they're bleeding out as well.
Oh my goodness, Spec, the last man standing pretty much for his squad here. HH24 is going to have to rotate in. They were able to get back behind cover. Tempo Storm will be able to get these revives up. Ayala's like, hey guys, just don't mind me. I'm just gonna go hide in this building and die. Anyway, Marco is still off on the other side. Marco, of course, the player who had that stellar vehicle play in that last game, will now have to have some more stellar plays to keep Team Queso in the running here on Miramar this time around. But Tempo Storm making the best of that situation. But all those gunshots, it has drawn the attention of some other squads.
And the angle that Konina Power have, Tixie's being very, very conservative with how he's peaking. But the angle that they have could keep Tempo Storm sort of ingrained. But HH24, he's going out. They want to have a split position in the dead center of this phase. This is very, very ambitious for Tempo Storm, but for a team that's had high expectations and very, little results comparatively, going for a maneuver like this might be just what they need. Queso do, of course, go out in 16th place, but a lot of damage onto Unique, and Frozen, unless he figures something out, could be not long after.
Yeah, I definitely want to check back in with this fight. It's Pittsburgh Knights doing so much work. There are the shots from Sixless. He was saying in chat after that last game, boy, I do not like Vikendi. Clearly the team does, but maybe he's feeling a little bit better here on Miramar. What are you looking at, Cameron?
This shift. Hard shift towards the southeast, and no one is dead center. It's going to be a lot of positions around the sides and loops. They're still in a good spot for themselves. Knights, if they can remove Unique and then hold off Yala that are going to be rotating from the north, they can be in a good spot too.
Lots of questions still to be asked, a lot of questions still to be answered. There are a lot of teams still 15 up, trying to make their way in. The one thing going for them, I think, in this situation with this particular circle is how much different elevation they have to work with, all of these different cracks and crevices to try and play around right here, all these different angles. It can be the worst thing ever, but it can also be your best friend if you can line it up just right. Put your back to a brick wall, in this case a stone wall, and then just fight outwards from there.
I'm a big fan of the Knights' current position. As you mentioned, the elevation is very much in their favor, but they're also in a spot to catch out rotating squads. That's Alpha Legends out. Wow, 15th place. We were just talking them up about really stepping it up this weekend, but I suppose they get shy when we talk about them on camera. Cornita Power also taking a lot of damage, and Axer going down, getting dropped by a headshot from J7. The Knights are using that elevation to their advantage the best that they can.
My goodness, the kill feed is just lighting up right now. Because of this hard shift, so many teams were forced to instantly react. There's nothing proactive you can do about that. You just have to respond as best you can. And now Yala Esports are pushing in here on towards Cornita Power. It is Lord, of course. I have been so hyped by this player. They have done so much cool stuff over the last few days, this weekend in particular, finding themselves in multiple like 1v2, 1v3, 1v4 situations and almost coming out on top. We'll see what they can do here up against Cornita Power, who were able to stabilize.
Yeah, but again, their position, their health may have stabilized. Their position is still, they need to really be aware of the angles that they can take versus these teams like B4, like Tempo, like Wildcard, but also the angles that the Knights and Yala can take against them. It's going to be they're going to have to ride the line here. And I don't know how successfully they're going to be able to do it because I'm not even sure what those angles are, if I'm being honest. You're going to see so many smokes thrown out, so much utility. Really what they just have to hope for is that Yala and Knights help them out and trying to clear out B4, trying to clear out Wildcard.
Really what they're looking for here, the idea that these different teams all around them will be so distracted fighting each other, they won't be able to fight them. But Wildcard, they've got themselves a shack. And that's about it. That's all they have to their names at this point. We can see Yala Esports rotating up on the high ground there, just trying to find some angles. Look at Zana up there, pan out. Just, all right, what can we do? What can we do? What can we do? Says Nova Esports now, being knocked out once again, starting the day off so strong. 2 great opening games for them. But now being eliminated, just taking, I wouldn't even say taking fights, Cameron. They were getting fought at. Yeah. People were just shooting at them. They had no control over that situation.
They got like an opening kill, if you remember, against, I forget the squad that it was. Maybe Unique? Either way, they got an opening kill, but then nothing else past that for them, unfortunately. The zone is closing, and you can see no one is dead center because it's basically a valley, the way that this zone
dead center.
Like. Yeah, it's a road, and then like, just look at the slope here on Levy's angle. You basically got to control your own angle, but it's another hard shift towards the south. This is great for loops. It's great for Dream Eaters, who are fingers crossed for everything they can get. And Unique as well, who, by the way, have 2 up. I thought there were 3 out, but I guess either Frozen or Nempus, the one that was still standing, was able to get their team revived. But again, these teams in the north are going to have to push. Tempo Storm, they're sending it in the vehicles. Wildcard, I don't know if they have vehicles to send it in.
Yeah, but Footballists are all rotating into that position on the minimap up into Dream Eaters. Acer and Slicky trying to find the fight now onto the other top team here on Miramar. It is B4. They are going in. And will this be Wildcard alive before or after? We're going to find out. Is Levi, can he find the nades? Doing a little bit of damage there onto Acer, but they're just passing them right on by. Hang on a second. Acer might be able to stab him in the back a little bit here. You got to respect the angles. Levi, can he find the grenade? Yes, he does. Hot potato. Acer, catch.
This is how you manage being on the hard side of the circle. They are moving, but they're aware of Wildcard. They're getting in front of Wildcard, and they are punishing them for having fewer players or having fewer items to use in terms of vehicles and everything, but they're getting closer and closer towards the zone. The blue started to move in, but they still have a couple of meters ahead of it to play with. But Cloud9, they're already inside, but B4, you can see them on the distance trying to shoot down a third party this engagement.
Adder against the world right now. Axer close range. Got that additional fire support backing them up, but Adder's actually going to drop and get finished. B4, the third party, getting involved like you mentioned before, and now Pyra is out on an island, and Axer's just got to try and survive. The nade goes through. Does it? Oh, it does. There we go. And that is Konina Power taking a little bit of damage here from Cloud9. The last man standing is Pyra trying to secure this kill, and will be able to do so.
Yeah, but he's now that he has that, he's gonna have to take that shack. But you can see the angle. You can see, well, not even the shack. I don't even know if that shack is in the circle. I think it's, looking at the minimap, there's a tiny itty bitty speck, and I think it's just barely outside. And Spec, well, and the player Spec is looking in his direction from Tempo Storm. Well, I say that, he gets eliminated. He gets taken out. This could be an opportunity for Cloud9 to move in. We're going to have to check back in on him later because Loops here are defending from multiple pushes. Uter Killers from the south, Umbra from the north. It's a lot.
This is exactly the building where I was like, yeah, this is a compound that Loop still has to hold. This is a building they still have to hold, but it gives them enough opportunities and angles to sort of limit what side they want to defend at a given time, which is exactly what they're doing now. They did lose one member here, but they're still taking a lot of fights, and Dadin is playing aggressive, maybe too much, as he is going to back up and look to try and reset this, because the next circle is going to be determined soon. He's able to keep that vehicle alive, and that is so important.
ProLord there, just making sure that Loops don't go aggressive off of that knock. A good defensive play while his teammate gets the revive, but it's going to be a shift towards this direction anyway. This will alleviate a little bit of pressure off of Umbra, but they're still going to need to... I don't know if they just want to sit still, though. I think they can hide behind that hill, still in the next zone, but by doing so, they're going to be giving up map control. That being said, they could also easily just use Loops as their bodyguard, who are going to be taking care of all these other angles, and they find an opportunity to push off of that. They don't need to be hasty at this point. And that's why you can see their attention turn towards the northeast, the north side of the circle, and get kills from that angle to make sure that no one pushes on them and tries to backfill and stab them in the back.
That's really what we're looking for here. Who is going to move first? Who is going to ride the edge of the circle in? Because it is a valley. There is that elevation there. You can see the stairwell pushing upwards into the oil tanks. That's going to be some interesting bit of real estate to try and fight over as well. But there are a lot of teams who've got to cross the road at this point. A lot of teams that have to cross the road, like 7 or 8 teams that have to cross the road. And that is going to be a tall order as Loops, everybody is looking at B4 on this side right now. Pedro with the happy feet, not quite enough though, as Team Umbra is also shooting in the same direction. Oh my goodness, B4 Esports, who have looked so good on Miramar, are now in a world of hurt. They have a marathon in front of them.
It's all still out in the open the entire time. This is what I was talking about when I said a few phases ago. The center is wide on open. Dream Eaters get eliminated. They lasted further than I think a lot of us expected, but they still go out in 10th place with, I think, 0 kills to their name. But they're not going to be the last by any means the next couple of months. You can see all the damage on the south side, but Levy's pushing forward, takes out Konina Power, and he's able to find his way into the circle, just barely the last remaining player. But I think that's Umbra pushing onto him. Sixes goes down too. Cloud9 also gets eliminated. It's a lot in the span of only a couple of seconds.
Like I said, those are all those teams that had to cross over, had to cross the road. It was Dream Eater, it was PK, it was Footballs, it was Yalla. Footballs and Yalla decided to sort of just creep their way down around the south side, fighting into Uter Killers, trying to find some angles up against Loops in that building. And Loops have just gotten so much luck with this circle. They've held onto this building since the second circle.
Yeah. I don't know how many kills they have, though. And when you compare that to B4, despite Levy being the last one remaining, 11 kills for that. And Loops, they've been taking a bit of damage. I think they've actually lost a couple of players. I missed it in the kill feed, but I only see 2 in Federal. He needs the med back up. I think he's using a first aid kit right now. Yeah, it's a full med kit. Back up to 100% HP, but now they only have 2 players. This makes this building even harder to control. So you say luck. They may not be thinking the same thing. We know how good they are at actually pushing forward and fighting, and this sort of doubles down on how not successful they are just defending.
Yeah, but they still are able to hold the edge of this building here. They still have it. Soul K. Ooh, that nade could be a little bit spicy, and now Anasa's got to relocate. Got to try to find the angle here. This little bunker that they're able to hold right now is doing work for them, but it also means that the grenades only have one place to go, and that's down. It's like we're playing whack-a-mole right now. That's what this looks like.
Just a second too long. Anas and Lord, yes, it's a bowl to throw a grenade in, but they're using the 2 boxes there to try and alleviate as much of the damage as possible. A good counter grenade to stop the push because they know the blue is forcing in. But there it is. Anas does get dropped, and it's just Lord remaining. And he's waiting for the peak. But Loop's on the high ground. Oh, they want more. They know there's one more member in.
Yeah, and they're just going to slowly rotate around the outside here on this rise. They're going to keep an eye on Lord. They're not going to commit too many resources to try and deal with him here. They have bigger fish to fry. They're looking up against Team Umbra, looking up against Loops, Uter Killers. They're going to try and maybe clean this one up as the distraction comes on in. Yeah, they're not going to want to get shot in the back here. But I like the fact that Soul K is prioritizing other directions as the circle is slowly pinching everyone in. The blue, the inexorable collapse. As Lord, the last man standing for Yala Esports. No meds, no hope. Got to try and get 1 kill to round out this game as Carrillo is holding strong. Oh my goodness.
4 do go out. Now we're looking at the top 5. But Lord, where can he go? He knows that footballers are looking at his angle. He's able to make it way up, and at the same time, Loops push as a duo and take out Uter Killers, and they still have control of this warehouse. Picked up a couple more kills for themselves.
And now we're seeing footballists going prone in a field, never an ideal situation. Lord staying alive that long actually made them take a really suboptimal rotational path as Lord has been able to hold on to this. Footballists actually would have, I almost kind of wish in hindsight this 2v1 didn't push them there and taking this
Loops
angle
was
just...
there. They knew Loops were there holding the high ground. That's where the grenades were coming from.
But Loops was on the other end of the compound. They couldn't have known that, but Loops was trying to deal with Team Umbra. That was the opportunity, and now only 3 teams left, and Team Umbra actually looking like they have a great position, but Loops have been able to hold on, and here comes the breach of the compound. Carrillo and crew, can they hold on to this PRZ on the flank? And I can't believe Lord has stayed alive this long, but they know exactly where it is, and here comes the grenade.
Prepping the grenade. Yep, Lord was absolutely spotted. Not far enough, but he's just going to go with the gun this time. Good old-fashioned shooting. Takes a little bit of HP, but Yala do go out, and they still have an advantage. 3 versus 1. Federal's trying to turn it back into their favor, but he does get dropped. 1 versus 3.
Here we go. Hall's trying to find the angle, but oh my goodness, this is looking so good for Team Umbra right now. Spraying and praying right on through. Can they get the shots? The jumping around the corner. Carrillo was trying to do it, but I don't think he's going to have enough bullets in his clip to get this one done. And that is going to be it. GG, Team Umbra with the win here. Beautifully played from them.
They have fewer kills than Loops, but they got the win. And that's really what's important in the position that we saw them just a few phases previously. What I said about them using Loops as sort of their bodyguard was what they did, and you can see just how successful it was. They had 4 up at the end. I thought it was 3, but that's because they had the whole entire warehouse surrounded. They were covering all of the angles, and they just take control of it at the end. They saw the time to strike, and they grab it without giving Loops any opportunity.
Yeah, no hesitation there. Really, really solid play. And it was so interesting because I kept seeing all these names popping up on the kill feed so often that I was like, wait, who's still alive? Who's dead? If it's that chaotic for us, the casters, we have the bird's eye view. We know what's going on. If it's that chaotic for us to keep track of it, I can't imagine what that must have been like as a player there at the end. Football is almost able to find their way into contention. They've had a great day. Loops as well, Gala Esports, but no, Umbra played that slow and steady. They had the elevation, they had the high ground, and they made it look great. Congratulations to them here on the chicken dinner on Miramar. Let's send it back over to our analysts to break that one down.
And a massive win for Umbra, a win that they desperately needed to get themselves out of the bottom of the standings. We have to be so proud of them, also be proud of other teams like Pittsburgh Knights, Loops making it that far in as well, even unfortunately they lost a couple players early on, but no one had the correct prediction here, so I think we can all be happy about that. But 7, what a big win though out of Umbra. Again, a win that really is going to help propel them forward here in the rankings.
Yeah, I think that was huge, and honestly, we were kind of surprised there towards the end because they were playing so passive. They just didn't want to go ahead and take into any fights. Ultimately, that ended up working on their favor, only being able to get 8 kills. I think that's good for that team, and as you were mentioning, this is probably going to go ahead and push them just from being at the bottom, which is just, it's good. Remember, you never want to go ahead and be at the bottom. These players are very competitive, and it can start getting to their head if for some reason they do end up there. And another team, Yalla Esports, we've seen them go out first a couple times already, and being able to at least get 10 points there for them, that's huge. And then I have to go ahead and give some credit to Pyra, being able to get some extra points for Cloud9. I think that was awesome too, being able to throw some amazing grenades when he had B4 up against him. And I know you wanted to go ahead and say something about B4, Glitter.
I mean, B4 pretty much was dominating that entire lobby. If you look there, you can see they had 11 kills, the most kills for any team in this game. And I'm sure that will be reflected in the damage as well. They just had one unfortunate rotation against, I believe, it was Cloud9 with Umbra above them, in front of them, Loops around them. It's just, that one rotation is really what kind of set them on the back foot here. But then taking a look at the second page for the map ranking, Nova, you know, kind of getting a couple points in there, but not as good as the games we've seen in the past. Surprised to see Alpha Legends and Queso down there at the bottom, though.
Yeah, Dream Eaters with 3 points there really hurts, Jason.
Yeah, to all you guys that called them.
This is your fault.
Oh, man.
You're the dream killer, you said, 7.
Yeah.
Have you built up, ready to see a 3-peat out of them. It didn't work out, though. Let's take a look at Team Umbra's stats from that last match. And again, to be honest, that's relatively low damage for Chicken Dinner. I mean, it seems like they kind of third-party and picked off kills where they could get them. But yeah, not really big damage numbers, but it doesn't matter because they get themselves a Chicken Dinner. They get themselves those 20 points here, 7.
Yeah, and with this team, we kind of see them before as well get high places, but not necessarily that many kills. So it's not surprising to see that total damage right there. I know towards the end, even going up against Carrillo, we were like, oh my god, what's going to happen here? Could Carrillo maybe go ahead and pull off a crazy 1v4? I think that would have been insane. But overall, for Umbra, I think it's good for them to go ahead and start being a little bit more towards late games. And then once they get comfortable with that, they can actually go ahead and start worrying about how to rotate, how to get more kills, how to be more aggressive towards the end game, because it's completely different than what they're used to.
Yeah, we talked, Glitter, about, you know, having that nice marriage between kills and about placement points. And for Umbra, it seems like their real focus is basically on these placement points. Let's take a look, though, at some of our do-the-do moments from that last match and start to break down some of the plays that happened as well here. And to start things off, I mean, this was really unfortunate, as you saw off the bat, Alpha Legends losing a player right away.
Yeah, you never want to go ahead and lose a player so early on, Glitter, because it's just going to put you at such a huge disadvantage. And for Footballers Lutz, I just want to go ahead and say, that was one of the nastiest, and I mean nastiest laser beams that I've seen on anybody else. I'm pretty sure that Nova player next time is going to go ahead and think twice about doing that, because he got absolutely smacked. And then another team we wanted to go ahead and talk about is Kanina Power. Kanina Power, at least being able to be consistent with kills. They got 3 kills, 8 kills, and now back to 3 kills is good for them to see that kind of performance, and one that we really haven't seen that much of today, even though they were able to get 5 kills in that last game. It's Temple Storm. Temple Storm was one team that we kind of wanted to go ahead and talk about, but they're just being so quiet today, Glitter.
Yeah, and you know, we are seeing a lot of clips here coming in from Sixless PK coming off a very, very strong game, and Sixless specifically as well. He was able to actually get 4 kills yet again to his name. Now we are seeing some of these kills coming out from B4. They actually had a really good engagement here with Wildcard, where they were able to take out the majority of that squad. That ended up getting them a bunch of those kill points. This was one of the nades we were watching from Pyro when you were saying kudos to Pyro for being able to secure Cloud9 a few more points. That was definitely the scenario that you were referencing there. But, you know, Loops was able to hold this compound. And this is that rotation that I was talking about for B4, where they had to come across that road area. They just got picked off by everybody. It was Loops and Umbra putting out damage, and Cloud9. Pyro was able to put some damage onto them, and it made me so sad because they were set up so well up until that point, and I thought they had the win in the bag, and they just couldn't pull it out in the end, 7.
And I actually have an interesting stat for you. We saw how much damage Team Umbra was able to go in and output, about 1,200 give or take here. And then Carrillo, being the beast that he is, he had about 823 damage all on his own, more than half of what that team have. That just goes to show what an impressive player he is. And something that I also noticed as well was at one point, I think it was Yala fighting against Footballers. Carrillo was able to hear that fight. He turned around, he threw a nade, and he was able to get an easy knock right there. So just the awareness that player has is just insane.
Well, wasn't it him that you were talking about at the start of the show about how many grenades he's thrown?
Yeah. He had 30 grenades, I think, at one point at the start of the show. I'm going to have to go back and see how many he has now. Wouldn't be surprised if maybe he has doubled that somehow.
Yeah, I mean, obviously some great stuff. Again, Loops really showing how aggressive they can be. Footballists, I want to see a little bit more out of them. Again, we've seen some highs out of them. Maybe we'll see some more highs out of them when we get over to Sanhok as our next match. But let's take a look, though, at our total damage from that last match. We talked before about Team Umbra. Not a lot of damage done when they got themselves that chicken dinner, but I'm imagining we're going to see a lot of damage for some other teams, and you can already see Glitter. Ooh. I mean, go ahead.
Yes. I mean, this is what I'm talking about. B4 had themselves set up so well to win this game. They're over the 2k damage point, and they, got taken out not relatively early, but in that final 5 position. So clearly they're the damage leaders for the lobby. They were the kill leaders for the lobby. This is just so sad. So sad. I was so close, but good job. Good job, 7 with Loops. Proud of you.
What you mean? I didn't even pick Loops. I had 3 meters. The one time I actually...
Oh my God, that was Jukes, wasn't it?
That was Jukes. Yeah, it was Jukes. He keeps changing his picks here and there, but credit to him. He's saying now he's starting to try hard on his prediction game. We'll have to see what happens there towards later on.
I'm not going to lie. As the commissioner
being able to get just 1 kill?
As the commissioner of the talent choices, I think I might have to crack down on him and start to dock some points, because that's not okay. That's not cool, Hot Jukes. Now you're out there watching. I got you.
Get him. He's changed his pick a couple times. He's trying to put a mustache shave on us.
Whoa. Okay, let's not start calling out other people about changing choices here, 7. And obviously we're going to be getting
a couple.
Yeah. Well, I mean, everyone gets 1. Just like Spider-Man, you get your 1. And we'll be showing you a graphic about our talent predictions, I think, next week, so you guys get an idea of where we all currently do stand. But I will remind you guys at home of who's currently in first place. It's the guy here on the screen. It's the big man with the big nose and the long legs. You two don't look that impressed. 7's in second, though, at least. And Glitter, I think, still somewhere in the middle of the pack. So all 3 of us, I'd say, are doing a fantastic job.
I'm not.
You're not last anymore?
Nope.
Hey, let's go.
I think Cameron's last. I think he's been last for a while, and he will be last for a while. Let's take a look, though, at our top players before Cameron comes out, flies out here to Poland, and strangles me here live on air. We can see Carrillo already off the bat as the #1 player with the 4 kills and the 5 knocks, but Sixless, as you've talked about, 7, he's up there as well.
Sixless, you got to go ahead and unlock him to be able to get the image there. I know Twitch chat was making a meme out of that. Well, there you go. Maybe he keeps on getting kills. Maybe we'll finally get an image there from them. But that's one player that I mentioned over and over again, man. Even after PMPL Americas, he got hot towards the end of PMPL Americas. Pittsburgh Knights, if you're for some reason this is the first time you're watching the PUBG Mobile World League West, he got picked up by Pittsburgh Knights, and they needed that fragging power, that extra fragging power. So it's good for them to go ahead and see that, because guess what? Ever since Sixless actually started putting out kills, Pittsburgh Knights has improved their rankings, pretty much their leaderboard standings, and it's good to see that. And also Soul K, you gotta go ahead and give some credit to that man. 826 damage, that is insane. And I know we mentioned Carrillo there. Carrillo's just knocking people left and right. 4 kills. Mixera with B4, I know Glitter's happy to see that name there.
I mean, also, as we talked about, about consistency, Glitter, Solke, that's not the first time we've seen him towards the top. He's been really keeping consistent in terms of his damage, in terms of his kills. And if you're on Footballists, that is a gem to have in your team.
Oh, 100%. Footballists has had a very, very strong day today, so I'm not surprised to see Solkai up there again. I believe they had 6 kills in this last match. So they've been doing very well for themselves. We already saw them pull down a win. I think that they're just somebody we need to continue watching for the rest of our matches today.
And someone else we need to continue watching, guys. We have an interview from Tempo Storm HH24 going to be joining us here on the desk to talk about their matches over the course of the World League. First of all, I got to ask you, man. There you are. Hey, can you hear me?
Oh, hello.
Okay, awesome. He can hear me. That means that's a good start to the interview. So first of all, I want you to tell us a little bit about, because we obviously heard you talk with Kalaris in another interview. What does it feel, or what does it mean to you to be playing here in the World League?
It means a lot. we can go versus a lot of teams and learn a lot.
Okay, meaning a lot, 7. Let's get some questions out of you, man.
Hell yeah. What up, HH24, man? Good to see that face, boy. Now, I do have one question for you. Okay? I'm going to be a little bit toxic, all right? Don't hate me after this. So far, in comparison to what we've seen you guys do before, here on this Super Weekend, it seems like you guys are not performing up to par. As we're seeing some of your stats, by the way, 18 kills, 28 knocks. Damn, boy, chill out. But what I want to go ahead and note, HH24, is what are you guys going to be looking to change in maybe future Super Weekends, since you guys don't seem to be performing in top 5 level at the moment?
The reason we're not performing is because I'm having some trouble with that, so we can't perform. They're technically a team mat. I recently just got an Ethernet cable fixing, so today is not our best day, but hopefully we can do good with my internet now fixed.
Hey, I mean, today might not be your best day, but look at Konita Power. Their first day in the opening weekend wasn't their best day either, and then they came back in the second day. Obviously, you guys could be able to do the same thing, go into the second Super Weekend. Glitter, what do you got for them?
Just a quick question, HH. Coming into the Super Week, or just generally into World League, you guys knew that you were going to be going up against teams that you hadn't previously seen in PMPL Americas. So how as a team did you guys adjust to having to play against all of those new squads?
With the VOD review, we learned their strategies, and we started edging or centering depending on what type of zone.
So then to add on to that question, how much do you actually take into consideration what other teams are doing into your own game? Do you guys just focus on playing your own style, or do you guys heavily adapt to what other teams are doing?
We play our own. We practice a lot of our rotations a lot from NA scrims and everything, and from World League scrims.
Okay. Well, it's good to hear that, and obviously wish you guys the best of luck in the rest of your matches today. Thank you very much for joining us here on the desk.
Thank you, thank you.
All right, so really cool to hear that they're putting in the work, right? They're putting in the time to review the VODs, they're watching people's rotations, they want to be able to catch them off guard, but also at the same time play their own style, 7.
Yeah, and I think for me it was interesting to hear an explanation of why they're not doing so well this weekend. And he said he's just been having issues with his personal internet, which might be affecting the other team. So moving into the future here, hopefully they can go ahead and get that fixed, because we know they're one of those teams that can be a top 3. We've seen them at the top at some instances. We saw them just have absolutely amazing days, as we're currently just seeing some of the averages there. Currently they're averaging 3.2 kills per game and placement points 6.1. So hopefully, and 0 chicken dinners. I think that's the one that's more important there, Glitter. Not being able to get a chicken dinner, I think that's huge.
Yeah, it's actually kind of impressive if you look at the average kills not being that far off from where they did in week 1, and they had a very, very strong showing in week 1 of league play. So I think what we're seeing here is that it's not necessarily their kills that are falling off, it's just their ability to get those placement points, which, you know, is fixable. If you are a team that's constantly playing scared, trying to force yourself into a more aggressive play style is a lot harder than just being able to adjust your placement points, in my opinion. You know, all they have to do is maybe work on a few rotations here and there, and they should be in a way better position after that.
And something that I do enjoy so far, that even though they might not be having the best performance, guess what? They still have one of the top fraggers in Tensa. Tensa currently has 45 kills overall with 55 knocks. That is a player that we even heard us talk about during the opening weekend of just how amazing of a gameplay he was able to have. And then you got other players like Rain, which we have actually seen him picked up on kills as well and being able to go up some good performances. So as he was mentioning, as HH24 was mentioning, if they're just able to go ahead and figure whatever technical issues they might have, this is going to be one scary team, especially in Erangel too, because they're always going to have a Pachinki there for themselves.
Yeah, I feel for them. You know, it's kind of rough to go into the league play week and then be able to get 2 chicken dinners, then go into the super weekend where you really need to start accumulating those points, and they can't really match up to the same level. It's got to be frustrating, but hopefully for their sake, they can pick one up here in our next match. But before we get to that, let's take a look at the overall standings to see where everything does lie. And well, look at that. We have a tie for first place coming in between Footballists and Cloud9 here, Glitter.
That's really impressive for actually a variety of reasons. One, good job on Footballists for managing to climb that far up in the ranks after the games that they've had today. They've been very, very consistent. But like you said, they're matching in their overall point totals, but Footballists has one more chicken dinner than Cloud9 does, and they're still even. that is speaking volumes about Cloud9 as well and their ability to be equally as consistent across the board while not necessarily having the same amount of chicken dinner, Seven.
And something that's been impressing me a lot about Futbolis is just the fragging power they've been able to go ahead and they kind of kicked it up a notch. We always say Futbolis is that one team that can get 5 kills a game. Well, guess what? Now they're getting even more. Now they're getting those 7 kills, 9 kills, 16 kills. So it's impressive to see a team like that has that potential already in regards to placement points and also kills, being able to step it up to another level. I think that is huge. And then as we're seeing, Tempo Storm, even though they're not having one of the greatest weekends, guess what? They're still maintaining there within the top 10. And I think that is huge for them. As we're going here to the second page, look at this. One team that I know we were kind of hyped about, that I know we were looking forward to seeing more of progress. They have went down again to last place in Nova Esports. They ended up in second place earlier in a match with 12 kills. Well, guess what? You need to go ahead and continue to be consistent. You cannot afford, and this is something I want to go ahead and point out, you cannot afford to have just a great match and then just slack off on the other ones. You have to be consistent, because then you got teams like Umbra, teams like Kanina Power. They're looking to get hot. They're looking to also get consistent as well.
Yeah, a lot of teams are looking to really build up some extra points as we go into the final matches of the day with 2 left to go. But you know what it's time for? I am so hyped to talk about this. I'm so hyped for everyone to see it, the premiere. But I want you to give me a little bit of a drum roll, you two, if that's even possible from you guys. I was also expecting, maybe some actual sounds. There we go. There we go. Some rolling R's in there. We have part 1 Between the Battlegrounds going to premiere here live on the West League. And you guys are going to want to watch this because it is fantastic. And we'll see you on the other side.
Is scrambling to stop the spread of COVID-19.
New announcements today of events being postponed or canceled.
More and more cases are popping up in countries far from the epicenter of the outbreak.
For the rundowns as well. That's brutal. That is so brutal.
Hey, John Allen. Hey, Blank. We'll bring you in just a moment. Stand by. Going live in 5, 4, 3,
in fact, a few of the first
2.
games. You know what? Let's have them stick around for a little while as we have John Allen and Blank joining me. How are you doing, John?
I'm doing great. I'm doing absolutely fantastic. As they were saying on the desk, it'll be really exciting. It's going to hopefully set the tone for the rest of the coming days.
And of course, Blank with possibly the coolest first name in the world. How are you doing, friend?
Yeah, I'm good, man. It feels like the global finals was so far away.
But also, it feels like it was just yesterday and we're just now picking up the pieces. But yeah, to answer your original question, I'm good, yeah.
Definitely so. Starting things off with Erangel, gentlemen. It's, as I say, it's the classic. And I think there's probably no better way to start off a tournament like this when it comes to going to Erangel, getting things ground out there first and fast.
Map number 1 here in the PUBG Mobile Pro Leagues. And me and my co-pilot Blank, we're going to take you over the first game.
เป็นผู้เล่นจากเกม PUBG Mobile ครับชื่อในเกมชื่อ Illuminate Martin ครับผมตำแหน่ง ITL Leader Sniper Scout ครับจากทีม Illuminate The Murder ประเทศไทยครับชื่อจริงชื่อตินภพเบญจวงศ์ครับผมจนพออายุช่วง 19-20 ก็เริ่มเข้ามาอยู่กรุงเทพมาเป็นช่างตัดผมก่อนเป็นช่างตัดผมได้ประมาณ2 ปีก็ผ่านตัวมาแข่งเกม จริงๆเติบโตอยู่ราชบุรีตั้งแต่เด็กแล้วครับห่างจากกรุงเทพประมาณ100 กิโลครับคิดถึงครอบครัวคิดถึงที่บ้านน่าจะคิดถึงปู่กับย่าครับคิดถึงน่าจะปู่กับย่าใช่เพราะว่าอยู่กับปู่กับย่ามาถ้าส่วนใหญ่ตั้งแต่เด็กครับพ่อแม่แยกทางตั้งแต่เด็กในตอนนี้กรุงเทพค่อนข้างจะวุ่นวายถ้าเทียบกับเมื่อก่อนกับตอนนี้สภาพบ้านเมืองตอนนี้แบบเงียบสงบมากครับมาดูสบายถ้าถามจริงดูสบายมากกับเทียบกับเมื่อก่อนที่ชุมชนเป็นชุมชนแออัดมากเกินไปมันทำให้ก้าวไปไหนเนี่ยมันดูน่าอึดอัดผู้คนกลัวระแวงกันเองแต่ก็เข้าใจได้เพราะไวรัสสายพันธุ์นี้มันอันตรายมีหลายคนที่ป่วยหรือแย่กว่านั้นกลัวครับค่อนข้างกลัวก็ด้วยสถานการณ์ตอนนี้ฮะมันค่อนข้างลำบากต่อการแข่งขันแต่พวกเราก็ได้แต่ซ้อมคือเราก็ยังไม่รู้ว่าสถานการณ์ตอนนี้มันจะดีขึ้นเมื่อไหร่เราจะยังต้องแข่งในรูปแบบออนไลน์อย่างนี้อีกนานแค่ไหนเราได้แต่ค่อนข้างต้องเตรียมตัวอย่างเดียวเราก็มีเป้าหมายของเราว่าเราอยากจะได้แชมป์โลกเราอยากจะไปถึงฝันผมว่าถ้าเรามีความฝันนะขยันมันก็จะน่าจะมาถึงเองเหมือนกันครับตอนนี้อยู่ที่บ้าน Illuminate Gaming House มี JCZ อาร์มโจนแล้วก็เวลมอดครับผมกัดดาร์อยู่บ้านครับอยู่บ้านตัวเองอยากให้มาอยู่ด้วยกันเหมือนกันครับแต่ช่วงนี้มันมีเรื่องเขาเรียกว่าโรคระบาดโควิดกัดดาร์ก็เลยไม่สามารถเดินทางมาอยู่กับพวกเราได้ผมเป็นคนนำครับก็ช่วงนั้นเป็นช่วงสถานการณ์โควิดพอดีครับก็รถตู้มันเขาไม่ได้วิ่งแบบว่าจากราชบุรีมากรุงเทพเนี่ยเขาแล้วก็ทำให้ผมไม่ได้มาอยู่กับทีมตอนที่ว่าแข่งอันนี้อยู่สาราเนี่ยนั่งเล่นอยู่สาราปะสบายรู้จักพี่ตินประมาณ 3-4 ปีครับก็รู้จักกับพี่ตินที่จังหวัดราชบุรีครับก็ที่ผมกับพี่ตินสนิทกันมากก็จริงครับที่สนิทกันมากก็เพราะว่าผมรู้จักกันก่อนที่จะเข้ามาเล่นเกมนี้ครับเกี่ยวกับการเล่นก็สนิทขึ้นเพราะว่าพูดกันได้ง่ายครับสื่อสารกันแบบไม่ต้องพูดรายละเอียดเยอะอะไรเงี้ยครับก็เข้าใจกันประมาณนั้นมึงล่ามันลงไปล่าลีวะล่ะพาไปกระทืบเลยว่าการอยู่แบบครอบครัวใช่เพราะผมเคยบอกน้องๆว่าเราอยากอยู่กันเป็นเหมือนพี่น้องเป็นครอบครัวให้สนุกที่สุดคือบางทีมองว่าความรู้สึกในทีมถ้าเราอยู่กันแบบครอบครัวอยู่กันแบบพี่น้องเนี่ยมันค่อนข้างทำให้ความพัฒนามันไปได้เรื่อยๆเพราะว่ามันคุยกันง่ายเล่นด้วยกันง่ายเก่าอยู่รอเลยยอมไม่ได้พูดนะปีนี้จะเป็นปีที่สำคัญสำหรับทีมเป้าหมายก็เป็นแชมป์ครับเป็นแชมป์ global คือแชมป์โลกอะครับเป้าหมายของพวกเราคือแชมป์โลกเคยแข่ง global final ก็รู้สึกเสียดายครับ
จากการแข่งขันรอบ Global Final ของปี 2019 นะครับผมรู้สึกดีใจและประทับใจมากครับที่ได้ไปแข่งในเวทีใหญ่ๆแบบนั้นนะครับซึ่งเป็นความประทับใจที่ผมรู้สึกว่าควรจะมีสักครั้งหนึ่งในการเป็นโปรเพลเยอร์ครับถ้วยดีเหมือนกันครับถ้วย Global หรือถ้วย World League ไม่ต่างกันอาจจะเป็นประมาณว่ายูโรใบหนึ่งฟุตบอลโลกใบหนึ่งสำคัญมากครับที่สุดแล้วนะครับกับการแข่งขันเกม Esports ของ PUBG MOBILE ครับนี่คือถ้วยใหญ่ที่สุดแล้ว
It's second place that is up for grabs, but with Illuminate taking an early knock, okay, some interesting stuff. Southern Plain, blank, what does that mean?
It means Northern Circle. You know how it is.
Illuminate Murder had a really rough run of it last year in 2019 at the Global Finals. They made it to that very, very final match on the last day of the Global Finals itself. They're currently in second place.
But look, the peace treaty between Illuminate and Orange, it's over.
That map goes through, Illuminate Murder go out so early. Other teams are able to work their way up, and Illuminate Murder drop from second to fourth. A huge drop in terms of prize money.
Drop in next year, Martin going down as well early.
This is really actually quite big, John. Illuminate going out now means that they have no real chance to hold on to the number 2 spot.
Well, they have no say in the matter, certainly. They've got a little bit of a lead, but...
Some might even say that it was one of the main reasons that the team disbanded so quickly.
ต่างกับที่2กับที่3ใช่ไหมที่4กับที่2ครับที่4ที่2ที่2มัน$150,000 $150,000 ที่4มันเหลือแค่38,000ไม่มีใครที่จะมาแข่งระดับโลกเพื่อได้ที่4
Illuminate eliminated. They're down in 13th. That's disastrous.
มันเป็นประสบการณ์ที่ทำให้รู้เลยว่าเวลาแบบเราไปได้รอบถึงระดับ Global Final เนี่ยมันค่อนข้างจะกดดันและตึงเครียดขนาดไหนอะไรเงี้ยมันน่าจะเกิดผลกระทบกับทีมนิดน้อยเพราะว่าอย่างที่รู้กันครับไลน์อัพเก่าตอนแรกก็คือไลน์อัพที่ลงตัวแล้วแต่มันเป็นปัญหาเรื่องความรู้สึกของคนในทีมกันซะส่วนใหญ่ก็เลยทำให้เราต้องเปลี่ยนและแยกกันออกไปให้แมททอยไปอยู่ทีม Secret แล้วเราก็หาผู้เล่นใหม่
ผมเข้ามาทีม Secret ได้ยังไงก็เกิดจากการที่ว่าผมได้ถูกปลดออกจากการแข่งจากที่เก่านะครับแล้วก็ได้มีการถูกเชิญแล้วก็ไปเทสตัวที่ทีม Secret นะครับแล้วก็ได้เป็นผู้เล่นของทีม Secret
Matoy just making sure he will cover his team
ก็สำหรับเรื่องการที่หนักใจก็เป็นเรื่องที่ผมออกได้ยังไงครับจากทีมเก่าก็คืออยู่ก็คือโดนไล่ออกโดยที่ไม่ทราบเหตุผล
How did that happen plotting out for Team Secret
Sometimes there are rivalries that develop, disagreements that happen, especially in the heat of battle, in this sort of crucible of tension that is competitive play. Sometimes players don't get on, sometimes teams don't get on with players and they have to part ways, they have to change it up.
Lagu di ujung anjir, lagu tengah-tengah. Mana ada di ujung tengah-tengah? Gua jadi pos anjir. Apa lu tengah-tengah? Lu tengah-tengah ya.
I like seeing the dynamics that exist between the teams and watching to see if that passion can bring them to the top level of competitive play. That's when, you know, that's when the sparks can fly and that's when fantastic things can happen.
One of the most memorable moments that I've ever witnessed in PUBG Mobile has to be in the global finals at Kuala Lumpur. There was the team Bigatron. They were playing on Miramar. Both their teammates, as they're rotating, get killed.
Wow, okay, they're going to be able to confirm this. I don't see any reason why they would. Microboy, not quite able to get the peek over just in time, and actually, he gets away with it. Ryzen staying alive.
And Beowulf now moving over to him, try and finish his fight, but his teammates are quite far away. A good 200 meters, huge the shot. Huge plays from Beowulf.
He misses the confirmation, but he gets the next knock, and the blow-up is there. Everyone's low, and the rest of Bigatron will need to try and capitalize here. C9, they are in the next zone as well. They can take this fight, they can take their time, but they will need to push in afterwards.
And I'm like, you know what, this is the beginning of the game. Luxy and Zuxi, they're in an awful position. They've got to get away from this one. It's going all badly. I don't expect them to make it very far here. They keep going. They keep on trucking. The two twin brothers, ride or die for these guys.
Hang on a minute, it's Bigatron. The duo's still alive, and they're coming in from the sidelines. Entity might have just been sent a lifeline.
I mean, this is the best duo you could hope for. It's Luxy and Zuxi, the twin brothers in unison, coming in to try and clean up this fight.
They make it all the way to the end of the game. They're up against top Esports there.
Move him now. Looks like they're going to try and crest the ridge. Marco has been spotted. That's Bigatron to pick it up. And now it's 2 versus 2. The twins. They are going to take on top Esports. Eagle and Hope both looking to try and hold it down. They're on the deck. They're vying for control. Eagle takes the majority of the damage, gets the first knock. And now it's 2 players alive for Bigatron against Hope from top Esports. The push is coming through. He wants to go for the fight. He's going out wide. 32 bullets in the mag. Is it going to be enough to take him down? Luxy takes a tumble. Zuxi over the top. And it's Bigatron. I don't believe it.
They come back in, swinging. 7 kills. All in the name of
Zuxi and Luxi, 2 players versus a whole swath of other players in the lobby with 4 members on board, 16 alive at the time when there were only 2. They managed to win that match, and I was like, you know what, yes, these guys, they deserve to be the top of their game.
Di tim gue sendiri ada 4 player. Di tim gue sendiri ada Zuxi, dia kembaran gue sendiri. Sifat positifnya nggak punya. Gak apa-apa kan? Kan biar lebih menarik. Oke lanjut. Di tim gue sendiri ada member 1 Zuxi, dia saudara gue sendiri. Kalau gue sendiri sih mungkin sebagai game leader, ya gue menentukan ritme permainannya. Terus ada Ryzen atau Abi, dia selalu sabar, dia juga sebagai rusher dan carry juga, bisa dibilang dia kayak aim star juga. Terus ada Nizar atau Microboy, dia kan sebagai support, dia juga suka ngebantu teman gitu loh. Orang lain mungkin waktu gue welcome masuk Bigetron gitu kan, orang lain ngeliat gue tuh masih bocah, nggak bisa apa-apa segala macam kan, dan gue tuh itu menjadi tekanan gue sendiri supaya gue bisa buktiin kalau gue itu jadi salah satu pemain terbaik. Perasaan gue di Kuala Lumpur gak nyangka, bener-bener gak nyangka itu mimpi gue sebelum main itu jadi juara, tapi jadi kenyataan. Dan sekarang kayak udah cepet banget gitu, merasa udah cepet banget, baru sulit banget sih, kayak udah lega aja gitu loh. Gue ngangkat kemarin tuh piala 21 kilo tuh bener gak kuat, dan pas kemarin tuh gue pas juara itu ngangkat dengan spontan tuh gue kuat gitu loh, gue angkat gitu loh.
Wih, yang pastinya kita mau juara yang kedua kalinya. Kita mau pertahanin titel global champion kita, walaupun ini PMPL berbeda dengan PMCO, tapi kita mau keras yang ini juga. Itu seneng banget sih, gue sampai nggak expect gue bisa juara kayak gitu. Bahkan orang-orang sih banyak yang bilang Bigetron nggak bakal juara. Ya, nothing is impossible.
Halo.
Assalamualaikum.
Apa kabar Pak Kapten?
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Aduh. Woi. Pak Lukman, apa kabar orang Semarang?
Iya. Untuk di Semarang itu alhamdulillah sehat semua. Ya. Karena anjuran pemerintah kita semua jalankan sehingga
Jadi kita ambil hikmahnya ya, di tengah pandemi ini anak-anak masih bisa bertanding, masih bisa membuktikan yang terbaik buat negara.
Iya, betul.
Karena yang membawa keberhasilan itu kekompakan, ya kan? Nah, kalau orang tuanya kompak, anaknya kompak, ya berhasil. Nah, coba kemarin orang tuanya nggak kompak, ada satunya nggak kompak. Ya.
Itulah.
Iya kan? Anak-anak kan lagi bertanding nih.
Itu dukungan kita harus penuh. Ya.
Ini kita dada-dadanya nggak kayak anak lain ini tadi. Assalamualaikum, I love you, Beterwin. Assalamualaikum. Beterwin. Bangsat lu.
Udah danjal buat gue toh.
Ketika lu nanya ke semua player mau jadi apa, mau jadi terbaik sedunia. Dan kalau mereka nggak mencapai tingkat ke World League atau globalnya, mereka nggak bakal menjadi juara dunia. Jadi menurut gua ini adalah stepping stone terakhir, ultimate goalnya dari semua pemain PUBG Mobile di competitive scene.
Memang udah semua lampu tuh udah kayak tertuju ke arah Bigetron Red Alliance. Karena kan BTR ini tim yang sekarang lagi megang gelar juara dunia nih untuk di scene-nya PUBG Mobile. Jadi dengan firepower-nya mereka, gameplay-nya mereka, taunting-nya mereka ketika menang, terus gaya interview mereka ketika ditanya. Jadi memang ini sebuah tim yang unik, sangat-sangat unik. Cok, diem cok, lagi interview. Kita siap.
Well, I told you you're not going to want to miss that, and what a fantastic job the PUBG Mobile crew has done in that first part of between the battlegrounds. I know 70 want to talk about this quite a bit. I'm still getting a little bit of the shakes, a little bit of the chills, you know, reminiscing back to the finals last year.
And once they show BTR running into that podium and him trying to lift up that trophy, I was getting chills because we were right there. We were able to go and experience that, live it, and it's such an awesome documentary. I cannot wait to see it. And then for that final part right there with my boy Scout, oh man, that second episode is gonna be fire.
Yeah, I was gonna say that looked exactly like Scout. I remember seeing a documentary they did before in the PMCO South Asia Regional Finals, and that was phenomenal to see. Glitter, I know you were taken aback by Zuxi and Luxy, so great human beings, so humble. You know, what do you have to say about BTR?
Not only was that, you know, for me, a lot of that stuff is new to see. So one, it's awesome to see that perspective. I think that they were an amazing story to follow. I kind of need to maybe be coached by them so that I can get better at some PUBG Mobile action. But I
don't even know if they're good enough to help
forward. Wow. Damn. Okay. Well, you know, I think moving forward, the series is only going to get better from here.
Come on, you know we're enemies here when it comes to our prediction games, at least on and off air. Let's take a look at the schedule so we can see what match is coming up next. It should be match number 4, and you know what that means. We're going back over to the jungles of Sanhok here, 7. Again, a good map for teams like Dream Eaters. Footballists won this map yesterday. How do you feel like we're going to see the teams perform here? Who do you think, not your prediction, but who are the teams you think are going to stand out on this map?
I think it's going to go ahead and be Footballists. Footballists has been just pretty consistent here as well. And then B4, you kind of have to give B4 credit. Remember from the interview we did on the first day of the Super Weekend, they told us this is their favorite map. So I wouldn't be surprised if somebody from us is going to go ahead and end up picking them. How about you, Glitter? Which teams are you going to be looking forward to?
I'm definitely looking forward to B4, obviously. But I do agree. I think Footballists has been incredibly consistent today. And even Loops have been incredibly consistent all day. Even if they didn't have, you know, a full squad up at the end of the last match, they still did very, very well. So I think those are definitely teams we should be looking for. Okay, well, it's time to get into our prediction games. We heard a couple of teams we think are going to do well. I'm going to start things off with my prediction to make it easier for you two. Footballists. They're going to take it. They're going to take the chicken dinner, and mark my words, they're going to get themselves 15 kills. I'm calling it now. 7, who do you got? 15 kills.
Damn, boy. All right, now, we're very close in our leaderboard, so I was actually going to go for Footballists, but I'm going to go completely the opposite. I'm going to go with B4. I want to see what B4's got in this one.
Okay. All right.
I mean, that's fine. If you want to fall farther behind me, I'm cool with that. Glitter, who's your choice?
I'm also going with B4.
Oh, come on. I don't like you guys ganging up on me. I like when we're all in unison, all with our choices. We'll see who's going to pick up the victory and that chicken dinner after this. We'll check in with you guys once the match has finished. So get out of here. Go. Scat. Get out. So anyways, guys, for you guys at home who are watching, you still can earn yourself some points when you're watching within the game, within the Esports Center. The top 100 viewers will get themselves exclusive rewards. If you're not doing it yet, do it now. You still have chances, and we still have a lot of weeks left to go anyways here with the World League. It's time now to bring in our commentators for the first time today, Hot Jukes and Mustache Dave. And my lord, Dave, I'm digging that shirt.
Hey, thanks, man. Thanks. You picked it out. You picked it out. So, I mean, you got some good style yourself.
I think I do. But my girlfriend dresses me. So, Hot Jukes, talking about these matches, we've seen some teams. Like, for instance, Team Umbra. They've stepped up quite a bit. They got themselves a chicken dinner. We've seen teams like Uter Killers. We've seen Nova. We've seen Alpha Legends. We're seeing newer faces come into the limelight here when it gets into these matches on the final day of Super Week. But do you think we're going to see them yet again on a map like Sanhok?
I think it's totally possible, considering that Sanhok, like I've said multiple times in the past, it's just one of those particular maps that anybody can win. I think it's very heavily zone dependent and position dependent. But man, so far we've seen the leaderboards go through it. Even our first place, I'm not even sure who's going to be able to take that in general. But man, honestly, I'm still so hyped up after seeing that awesome special that you guys just put out there earlier. That was insane.
Oh yeah, well Dave, we can talk about that a little bit because we were there. We were in Kuala Lumpur for the finals. We got to see Bigatron lift up that trophy, but it's so cool to see a little bit behind the scenes to learn more about the team.
Yeah, it was a amazing opportunity for me, you know, to be there and experience the players and the pressure. I mean, I just remember the looks on their faces when they won. They stormed the stage, and like Seven mentioned, they were lifting it up. The crowd was just going crazy. You love it. You love it. And you know what? They're doing a phenomenal job out there in the East right now. I'm looking for teams in the West to, you know, climb up the leaderboards and show the world what we got here on the West side.
Okay, well, on that note then, who are the teams you think are going to perform well? Not your prediction, but the teams you're looking forward to performing well when it comes to Sanhok.
So not my prediction, so you're not going to change it on me.
No. I'm
not
trying to
looking at Cloud9. I'm picking Loops to get the dub, but I'm also looking at Cloud9, and I'm going to throw in B4 as well.
Okay, it seems like a lot of people are getting on the B4 train. Hot Jukes, what about you?
You know what? I'm not surprised because I put them in our prediction sheet earlier than everybody else. And I want to dispute what you said earlier about me changing my picks at the last second. I'm only doing that because y'all been copying my picks. So I've been doing the little fake out right there. But yeah, I got B4 to win this one.
I don't know what you're talking about. No one's copying your picks. No one wants to be in last place where you're currently sitting at. No, I'm just kidding. He's not currently on last place. We can see our stats from B4. I mean, that's the team we have a lot of people supporting when it comes to our match on Sanhok. We heard them talk with Knight saying this is one of their favorite maps. And we'll see what's going to happen when we head into it. So take it away, gentlemen.
Let's go. Sanhok, the grassy knoll. So intense. I love to see this map. Dave, we've commented on so many of these here in the past, and every single one is just nothing but action-packed goodness from start to finish.
Action, momentum, violence, sweat, tears, blood, it's got it all. It's got it all, and look at this. We're already going to get into it. B4, that's a team that a lot of us are kind of cheering for on the sidelines. That will be the first team to drop on out of that cargo hold door on the plane.
Yeah, they're taking off early. That's going to give them a good chance to get some loot. But man, you see all these other squads surrounding them right now. It's always scary, especially I think for all these teams that land on this southern edge of the zone. I think you get caught, you know, possibly trying to split loot. Then you see some other teams drop in a similar area. But it looks like B4 split. It looks like they're okay so far as the rest of these teams jump off the plane.
Yeah, interesting split from them. Like you said, they're not going to be punched. You know, Levi all the way out there. Probably going to be spotting and recognizing a couple of the parachutes over there from AZ on Nova. Circle number 1, though, will not be favoring B4, so they're going to have to get some loot and come up with some type of game plan. And talk about teams looking to get into some early engagements. Football is already revving up the engine. Soulk right now with the Yump 45 going to be spraying on Annalise, a.k.a. Corn Suit God out here. Who will take this one for themselves? Soulk cooking that grenade. Gonna be tossing it. Trying to get some damage out.
Just a little too short right there. The court suit. This is always the tough part about these early fights. So much RNG is involved. For those of you that know, random number generator, basically luck, because you just don't know what you're gonna drop on. You can see right now, Soulk, he's got an MP, he's got a UMP-45, but no armor at all. And it looks like, as we saw the full corn suit. That's because they don't have any armor either.
You got style, though. They got style. And Soulk and Lutz, they are going to be grouping on up right now. Lightning going to be spraying the Uzi, trying to connect onto Soulk. Will be connecting onto Soulk. Lutz over there also going to be fragging on out. Frozen with that Vector. Coming up for the confirm and the spray down. So right out the gate, Football is losing 2 real early on.
Yeah, and that's unfortunate. They did end up taking off here, but here comes the rest of their squad. They know that they're hurt pretty bad. They know they don't have a lot of loot, so it looks like they're just trying to press this and get some revenge. With the Uzi, here comes Ron.
Here comes Rom pulling up with the Uzi, popping off that hot dog motorcycle, rolling in style. Will be getting one of the knocks. Looks like Lightning attempting, or at least thinking, to get this revive. Rom extremely aggressive. Gonna be spraying down one, spraying down another, but will be tagged by Annalise and immediately
that's it.
Thirsted and Footballists are done. Wiped out the map of Sanhok.
Are you? What a way to start off this Sanhok, Dave. Are you kidding me? The rest of Footballists, they came in hungry. You know what they were craving, Dave?
Some chicken.
Oh, they were craving corn. They wanted some corn right there, you know?
Yeah,
but you know
yeah.
what? They said, guess what? Dinner, not today. You know, not today. So, yeah, Footballists getting taken out right there. It was a risky play. I mean, I think it could have worked out. Oh my goodness. Look at that nade from Marco.
So yeah, I mean, obviously, Footballists, they didn't have to push with their 2 up at the end, right? But they were feeling themselves, and they're all the way up there at the top of the leaderboard, so they definitely have some room to work with when it comes to failing, I guess you can say. I mean, at the end of the day, though, they're an aggressive squad. Everybody knows that, and they didn't appreciate Unique, you know, taking out 2 of their members real early on here.
Oh, yeah, you can see this replay right there. They're just going at it back to back right there. Lightning, seeing the kill feed gets ran over. Not sure exactly what happened right there, but yeah, really interesting fight between two squads that definitely need to want to put up some big points. Footballists, you know, they're turning pretty high up on the leaderboards. Kowski finding out Ayala, though, from Team Queso.
Yeah, gonna be taking some shots out there in the distance. Ayala kind of separated from their squad mates. Will be bleeding on out. About 50% left. Mystic looks like they are gonna be making the push on up, but Kowalski with the spray down, baiting out Ayala right there. And you know, it is very early on. We're only about 4 minutes, a little over that, into the game, so the smokes might not be there yet, as we don't see any popping out from Team Queso. But Axel doesn't have the smokes, but has a grenade in hand. Trying to cook this one. Will be tossing that one. It is going to be cooked just a little too much.
Maybe that could be just a grenade also, just to kind of like relieve some pressure, just kind of stop Loops in their tracks so they can hopefully get some room to breathe right here. But you look at Loops, this is what they do best. Just playing so tight together on the hunt right now for Axel. And look at that numbers advantage. Just, it's too strong.
Yeah, too strong. I mean, Axel popping up there with the Uzi, trying to air that one out onto Loops. And, you know, Federal is going to be connected on, but they have this rock for cover. And now it's just up to Marco, the last person alive for Team Queso.
And look at that, just using basically his team's comms and just kind of blind firing right now, just trying to see if he can get an easy knock. Because if he is able to get that, that would definitely change the momentum for them. But look at that, you see in the kill feed as well, Dream Eaters putting some more punishment onto Team Queso right here. This is the worst case scenario for them.
I mean, you picked Dream Eaters, what, like 2 games ago, right? So maybe they got what it takes.
Totally possible. Totally possible. Dream Eaters, we've seen them get it done before here in Sanhok. And, I mean, today they haven't had that same kind of insane game that we saw here the other day from them. But at any point right here, I believe that this is just a map that anybody can win.
You right there, Dadin, with the 3 times. I know you love the 3 times, so I had to, you know, start using it. I actually was playing a game today, put that bad boy in a car 98. I got 2 knocks with it, 2 knocks on it. I mean, the 3 times, your opinions on it.
It's strong. I mean, it's so strong right there. I think a lot of these players, especially at this level, they love the 6x, of course, if they get the hands on it. But the thing about that is, though, what they do, a lot of these players, they actually use the 6 times, but they reduce the scope down to the 3x. There is that option to do that, and that kind of helps out with their recoil control. And when you're able to when you actually do that, it reverts to your 3x sensitivity. So that kind of just works out both ways right there to use that 3x. Nas.
A Nas getting the first knock onto Dadin from Loops, and Federal tossing that grenade right on over that rock. And yeah, they should be able to get the revive on Dadin. Oh, but Lord, with the Molly, we'll be tossing that one up right on top of Loops, and then we'll be tossing a grenade.
Another nade.
Carrillo tossing a grenade onto Lord. Look at this. I mean, Loops, they have so many grenades and they are getting so many initial knocks, and here they come, just pushing on up the hill. 0, about 5% HP, no percent HP, and Yala Esports taken out by the hand of Loops.
Loops are just a wrecking ball right now, just going through squads like a hot knife through butter. I mean, goodness gracious. I mean, do you see that? I think they have some of the best nade placement I have seen so far, especially here in the PMWL West. Every single one is right where it needs to be. Oh, goodness. Speaking of right where they need to be is Dream Eaters with Marco, the last member up. So far, they've missed his building, though. He's in the shack.
In the shack.
He's not going to move a muscle.
Not making a move. Not making a sound right here. Dream Eaters, they look like they are going to be taking up residence within these compounds. We see Tempo up there on the high ground, Loops on the opposite end of this one. So those two squads on the mountains out there in the distance, they could play a distraction onto the side of Dream Eaters, allowing Marco just to remain here in this little hut, relaxing, trying not to get spotted.
Yeah, and the fact that Tempo's on that hill right there, kind of peeking right now, it could be really dangerous for Dream Eaters and possibly kind of give Marco a little bit more time to stay alive and get some more placement for his teams. But one thing I want to talk about, though, really quick.
Yeah.
Just realizing, of course, footballists, they went out really early, right?
Yeah. First.
Yeah, they went out first. But
first.
Yeah, and right now, they're tied for first with Cloud9. So if you really think about it right now, this is a huge game, especially to see who's going to be on the top dogs for week 1 of Super Weekend. This is the last of week 1, right? So Cloud9 and Loops can definitely pass them up right here in a major way. So I'm really looking forward to see how that turns out.
Yeah, and I don't even think they got any kills onto Team Unique. They had a couple knocks, but they weren't able to confirm it. So yeah, that's gonna play a factor when it comes to how many points they can rack up. Talking about Unique, look at that. That Unique rotation.
Wide rotate.
Yeah, they are in a boat. They're just cruising up there.
Oh, yeah. It's always interesting. Every time I always get a little bit of a laugh every time I see a team rock a boat in Sanhok. You don't see it often. I have seen it work out, though, in the past. We saw a team do a boat all the way around and snake their way to second place. So that was really interesting to see. I wonder if maybe, Team Unique is taking a page out of their book.
A good page. It's a good page to take out as long as you have the meds, right? Because we've seen, Circle 5 is where it starts to get a little sketchy if you are in the blue zone because that thing starts chunking away. And I feel like a lot of players by now, they shouldn't be underestimating the Circle and the damage that it outputs. And talk about underestimating. Tensa was spotting out one of the members from Loops, but these tree branches will be blocking it for the time being.
Oh, yeah, and you can just definitely tell. Now they're just playing kind of like a peekaboo right now, just making sure that they don't want to give up their position. They always want to stay. And you notice that every single time their placement is in a spot to where if they do get knocked, they're able to get picked up really quickly. You see a lot of the top teams do that. You saw Loops earlier, right? Right when he got knocked, boom, they would put the pressure down, got him back up instantly and back into the fight. And, Dream Eaters, though, catching Federal off guard.
Well, hopefully they can boom it once again and get this pickup onto Federal. We saw just a moment ago, Loops, they have 5 kills so far. 5 kills so far. Hopefully they can get the revive. Dream Eaters currently trying to pinch Loops right now. And then on the opposite end of this, Tempo Storm as well. So hopefully, for the sake of Loops, you can find some better cover and move forward here.
Oh, yeah, you can definitely tell Loops are just trying to hold on. Dadin's really separated right now on a big off angle. As both, it looks like Tempo Storm and Dream Eaters are just putting that pressure down. Cloud9, though, is coming from the back. This could be devastating for Loops right now.
Yeah, here comes the
uneven.
Cloud9,
the revenge right there.
They love the third party as well. Bale uneven on that roof. They are going to be getting that knock and immediately making the push. Here comes the grenades trying to confirm the knock and just make it a little bit easier when it comes to taking this engagement.
Yeah, you know that these are some angry shots right here, because I'll tell you what, Uneven got killed earlier by a Loops member in Vikendi, and that could have possibly affected their first place position in that map right there. So you know that they're looking to take Loops out early, especially considering this is a big changing game for them to possibly get first place.
Ooh, Tensa with the spray down out there, trying to put a stop to the push from Cloud9. If I'm not mistaken, I think it's just Dadin up alive in that little tower by themselves. They were playing that off angle that we made mention of just a moment ago, and thankfully for Loops, they were there, because if not, the squad would have been wiped.
Oh yeah, yeah. That was those shots from Tempo right there. That just put the brakes onto Cloud9. But yeah, Dadden's still up alive right now. Definitely one of the top players we've seen so far in this tournament. So far, he has 47 kills. That is just insane to be able to put down for one player alone, and only, I mean, just barely surpassed by Carrillo with 61 as well. So this Loops team, they have just been fragging out of their mind so far.
Yeah, and thankfully for Dadden, in the next circle, pretty center position. And we were looking at Unique on that boat play from earlier on. They pulled up right behind us. They are right on the outskirts of this engagement between Wildcard and Knights. So we might see some third partying coming out here very shortly from Unique.
Totally possible right now. And this is the kind of like the trivial part when it comes to Sanhok. You look at the timer. That's the deadliest thing. Besides the blue zone, of course, but they go in hand, you know? Every single time you see this zone shift, these squads are going to have less and less time to be able to move into the next one. You can already see there's only 37 seconds left on the clock. And if you take a close look at it, once this next circle change, that time isn't going to be a lot more than that.
And we see right now the Knights slowly kind of separated will be making their push on into this new circle. Like Raven will be spotting out one of the members from Konina Powers. We saw Konina Power just a moment ago in the buggy. Yep, they were making the pull up. Gonzo watching their squad mate Tixie just get murdered, get slaughtered right in front of them. Only 2 up right now for Team Umbra. Yeah, Gonzo going to be going for that spray down. We'll be connecting on to Prez, and there's only one more. Only one more. Going for that jump shot. Pro Lord swapping on over to that Uzi. Pro Lord spotting out Gonzo. Gonzo jumping up once again with the M4. Swapping to the grenade. Can't even toss it. Carnage taking down Gonzo with the third party.
That was quite a bit of a relief right there for Team Umbra. The last game's winners had a really good match on that break. It was a little bit more extended, so maybe they could have possibly cooled down right there. But man, yeah, Carnage just giving them the big assist in that fight.
The big assist, and immediately
look at the stats right here. Look at the highest damage dealers so far. Carrillo 455, Sam with 357. Just to give some perspective, every time you get a knock on somebody, that's 100 damage. A thirst, 100 as well. For the most part, though, you're not even really able to get those crazy thirsts. So 455, that could be just 4 kills right off the bat.
Some big heavy hitters right there. Big heavy hitters, but fortunate for Loops, Carrillo is dead, so it's up to Sam. And Marco chilling in the shack, watching this door for about 5 minutes now. One of the members from Dream Eaters popping into that door, looking for some additional loot. Was surprised right there. Surprise from Marco. And yeah, Marco was able to knock out Verset, but not get the confirm.
Man, I wish I could get a hand cam on both of those players right there, because I guarantee you, they were some very panic fingers moving when that fight just came around right there. Marco just trying to do everything he can to stay alive, and but yeah, the rest of that Dream Eaters team, they were just right on top of him after that knock.
Imagine just, you didn't hear anything from over there. You're walking through that little shack. There's someone laying down, looking at you. I mean, yeah, talk about
a jump scare, right?
Jump scare, exactly. Not only that, they shot at you immediately when you opened the door as well. We saw the next zone right here. Anything really sticking out to you?
Zone 9 right now. Cloud9 getting locked dead center. Wild card, Sam with the big nade on the Carnage. And it's Slicky with the thirst.
Yeah, that was, Carnage's second time being knocked right there, so now it's up to Sixless. Now it's up to Raven. 2 up for the Knights. They got 3 kills so far, so hasn't been too bad of a game for them when it comes to that. Slicky all the way out there. Wildcard with a 3-1 right now.
It's a big off angle they have. He sees Acer running down. Oh, Acer already started the shimmy as soon as he spotted him and was able to survive those shots from Raven. Oh, as Loops, we just saw the last member getting caught out as well. They're out in 12th. That's going to leave the door open for Cloud9 to make a big lead right now, considering that both Loops and Footballists are out.
Here we go. You are going to be out here tossing out some grenades. B4 Pedro OG already going to be knocked in return. Maxon behind the rock, currently trying to avoid being knocked out from these grenades will be receiving some damage, attempting to toss a smoke and slowly creep their way on behind this Ronnie for some cover. Sandro getting revived on the opposite end of this.
Yeah, and you can tell right now this zone is already starting to close. B4 are currently out of it as Uter, oh, Ulysses, this could be a really huge off angle for his squad. Right now, they do have the blue zone to their advantage. It is on the thin side, giving them a little extra time, but they need to start getting moving quick. But look, Sixless.
Oh, so many snakes, so many snakes. Sixless going to be recognizing the push from Wildcard, swapping real quick, trying to stand their ground. But yeah, the 1v3, I mean, that's going to be a challenge for anyone.
Oh, yeah. And I mean, no matter how good of a player you are in this game, and this is why it's so important to say, you know, so a lot of people say that, oh, this is the best player, this is this player. It's not about individual play skill. You got to be a full squad. It's all about the team right there. So in a 3v1, no matter how good you are, there's not much you can do. You got to hope they make a big mistake.
Well, it does look like Mix-Zero was able to secure themselves a nice little shack for the squad. And we see some smokes right now being tossed out from B4. Looks like they're trying to regroup. They're trying to avoid being called out here on the edge with no cover. And as they make their move, shots are going to be ringing out from multiple directions. But fortunate for them, Alpha Legends in the south were occupied with their own engagement.
You saw right there, B4 bunny hopping their way into the next zone, but look at this, it's hard shifted away from them once again onto both Tempo, Storm, and Cloud9. So this is going to be a really, really tough break for all these squads that are out of this zone, especially considering how much time on the clock. There's only 25 seconds left. They have to start running immediately. But look, how are you going to get past all these other squads?
Yeah, and B4, moments ago, they heard all those gunshots ringing on out in the south, so they are being really cautious not to overextend themselves. They also have UDR killers in the back end of this one trying to backstab them. So really, B4, they have nowhere to go when it comes to getting on into zone. So Mixie are going to be planting their ground right here, taking some shots, will be knocking down one from Alpha, trying to get another.
That's a really tough play by UDR Killers. Yeah, they're playing spoiler onto B4, but they do end up, you know, the only problem though is B4, if they're able to make it, they're going to get gate kept by Uter right there. So they got to be really, really careful when it comes to that. But you see Cloud9, they are just sitting pretty. They're in this zone right now, and they're going to be gatekeeping everybody.
Yeah, talk about being gate kept. Wildcard out there on the edge. Are going to be spraying down on Sam. Sam, the second most damage dealer right now in the lobby, is going to be connected on Slicky and then Acer. Yeah, Wildcard. Talk about being gate kept. Well, Cloud9, they're right in the book.
Oh yeah, they are set. They have been sitting pretty so far this whole map with these zone rotations. Wonder where this next one will go.
Oh, dropping down.
Grenade.
Dropping down, going for that pre-fire, and Pyro will be connecting on the Frozen, saying, hey, you're tossing a grenade at me? I don't think so, buddy. And Elise going to be down here with Lightning, both of them working together to spray on into the grass, trying to connect on the Cloud9. Cloud9, 5 kills so far, and Elise the last remaining member up for Unique.
That's right, you can just definitely see uneven right now with this whole squad. They're gonna have to start pressing south into the next zone. 12 seconds on the clock. Zone number 7 coming up, and this one's a deadly one.
Yeah, Dream Eaters pulling up with the stick with the third party right now. Pyro cooking this grenade, gonna be tossing that one right on top of Matic. Gonna be, you know, blowing up in the area. Dream Eaters right now all running back and forth. They have these smokes to use for cover for the time being. Adar pulling up with that Uzi. Gonna be going for that jump shot. Gonna be connecting on to one of them right there. Now, I believe Dream Eaters, they just have one more member up. 3 of them crawling around, bleeding on out. The blue zone starting to make the pull up as well. Adar popping around the corner with the spray down. And there they go. Cloud9 still alive. Dream Eaters taken out.
Adder, the Uzi just way too strong up close right there. And unfortunately, just due to this zone, they could tell immediately that they were not going to be able to pick up their IGL Beowulf. They had to get going. Adder gets into the zone, but gets caught by Alpha Legends. Ramon.
Oh, Spec from behind.
The return.
The assassination on
and the finish.
Alpha Legends. The finish. Pyro is still alive out there. Pyro's still alive. We only have 3 more teams to go. Tempo, Storm, 4 up, 6 kills so far. They know for a fact that there's somebody out there. And yeah, spotting out Pyro, just like that, Hot Jukes, we're down to only 2 teams.
Oh yeah, and you can just tell Uter Killers, the zone ended up rotating to them right there. They were able to take out B4 Esports and get in, but man, this is one of the worst spots you could possibly be in compared to where Tempo is. There's just hardly any cover considering their position right now.
Yeah,
and they don't even have the zone either.
Yeah, Tempo have the zone. They have the high ground and a bunch of stones to work with to use as cover. Spec going to be jumping on top of one of these rocks, trying to get a better angle. Rain just making sure no one's behind this rock right in front of him. Tempo getting a little aggressive though, and you know why? It's because it's a GG. Tempo Storm getting that chicken dinner here on Sanhok.
Hear the storm right there. You know, we just saw a interview from HH24 saying that, hey, we're going to come back. And just like that, they got it done with a huge chicken dinner on a Sanhok.
Looking for the comeback. Well, they found it. I mean, a chicken dinner alone, that's going to be 20 points. You had Spec with 4 kills, Tenso with 2, Rain with 2, and HH with 2. So the whole entire squad, you know, getting as many points as possible here. We got one more game to go, Jukes.
Man, I can't wait to get into it. You know, Tempo being able to get this 10-kill chicken dinner, especially in the last day of week 1 here of Super Weekend, is just so massive. And considering 10 kills, I mean, that's like 2 squads and a half right there. And considering how insane these lobbies are, man, that's really impressive.
Yeah, it was pretty good. You are Killers managing to get second place right there. They're taking shots on so many squads right there, really playing a big role in a lot of these teams getting wiped out right there that game.
Man, just a great game overall. Can't wait to get into the next one. But first, we got to hear, of course, what the desk has to say about this last match, and we'll go hear from them right after this short break.
Well, we talked to HH24 before that match, and he was saying that, you know, they're a little bit down on themselves, not having the performance they want to. He was having some internet issues, but you know what? Maybe we're his lucky charm here, because after the interview, they take themselves home the chicken dinner, and that's something they could be definitely happy about, finally getting their first here of the Super Weekend 7.
Yeah, I think this is huge for them. I know a lot of people are currently watching from Tempo Storm. They're going to be super happy of that team being able to at least get a win. Remember, we've been saying it over and over again. They haven't really had the weekend that we expected out of them, and they told us why, and it's good for them to at least get that win. 30 points too, 10 kills on top of that, and then you have Cloud9 in second place as well, being able to get 10 kills. Uter Killers, I think that's another surprise. Uter Killers, we've seen them end up with higher placing over and over again, but for some reason, this team cannot get out of just being able to get 3 kills here. And then as we go down, Alpha Legends, one team that I'm just enjoying seeing there towards the top, at least in those top 5. We got Dream Eaters, we got Wildcard Gaming, and Team Umbra. Remember, Team Umbra was towards the bottom there. They're wanting to go ahead and maintain that, trying to push to that top 10, and it's just great to see teams like that, Glitter, trying to make that push to the top.
Yeah, I mean, don't forget we saw Team Unique up there as well, and we're going to be talking about just exactly how they managed to do that in a little bit here. But then moving on to the second page, very surprising to actually see Footballist going out first in the game, all the way down there at the bottom. I think that was definitely unlucky for some of the crew here, but also, you know, Nova at the bottom, Yella at the bottom, Queso. These are some of the teams that we've kind of almost seen we've been seeing them like rubber band a little bit. Nova had some very strong performances today, and then they kind of fell off. And so it's about finding that happy medium for them.
I don't want to talk about it. I don't want to talk about it. Our football is having a very rough game. Instead, we're going to look at the stats, though, coming in for Tempo Storm. Let's look at their damage. Let's look at their kills. Let's see how big they went. So really, not too much damage being done, but you can't really argue with their kills at all, 7.
Yeah, I think 10 kills, being able to go ahead and imagine they had 7 knocks, so they were able to at least steal 3 kills from somebody else. And one of the players from Tempo Storm that actually put up a great performance was Spec. I'm pretty sure we might end up seeing them the top players. If we don't, he ended up getting about 500 damage, 4 kills. I think that's huge. And then Tensa ended up getting about 2 kills as well. Overall, the heal is kind of expected. We don't expect them to see that much healing from certain teams unless you're playing Vikendi on a heal off like what we saw earlier with 2,000 healing. But overall, I think I'm actually really happy for this team to at least be able to get a win here on the first Super Weekend, even though they've been having technical issues on their end.
Yeah, a lot of pressure on their shoulders, I think, have now been lifted off. The sad part is it didn't happen earlier on within the Super Weekend. Let's take a look, though, at our Do the Do moments, and I'm pretty sure I know exactly what the first clip will be. It will probably be Footballists getting into a fight with Unique.
And then you're just gonna go ahead and hear. Can you hear that? I think I can hear Jason's
heart breaking.
Hopes just shattering in the back end. And we will be breaking this down a little bit later on. Overall, I think it was just an unnecessary fight at one point. So don't worry, we'll be able to break that down a little bit more. And then Loops was actually very aggressive once again here on Sanhok. And in a way, it ended up backfiring because they keep getting themselves in these situations where they end up getting third party, and they end up in getting situations where they just can't get themselves out of. And one team that I do want to go ahead and mention that surprisingly didn't do that well was B4. B4 was playing super passive this whole match. They only ended up with 1 kill, and I think they were moving so slow. They were playing to what I'm used to, which is playing that outer circle, but they were moving so slow that they ended up getting gatekept. I think it was by Uter Killers, and Uter Killers took full advantage of that glitter.
Yeah, I think part of that was that they were making the same exact rotation as Uter Killers for 2 or 3 zones, and Alpha Legends was to their like southwest-ish as well on the edge of the zone. And I think that they needed to make the decision to take a fight with either one of those teams a lot earlier in order to clear out more space for them and make their continued rotations into the zone that much safer. They decided to not engage with those teams until they were engaged with first, and then when we did get a chance to check in with them, you pointed out yourself, Seven, that they were very, very low on their heals. So perhaps that's why they were playing a little bit safer and hoping to not take those early game or mid game fights, but it just didn't end up working out in their favor.
Yeah, and this final circle here was just it was so crazy. It's the first time I think I've ever seen that final circle in a very, very long time. But overall, Adder, the main player that's been kind of so far fragging out for Cloud9, it's good to see that continue of performances from him. Remember, we've been talking about it over and over again. Cloud9 needs to go ahead and have that fragging power. Well, guess what? It is fully consistent now, and I wouldn't be surprised if they're going to be able to go ahead and propel themselves to that #1 spot after Tempo Storm was able to get that win. So congratulations, Tempo Storm, on getting that win. I'm pretty sure Monica's going to be very happy.
I think she will be, and hopefully she gives me my VIP finally within the Twitch chat. But it's also important to talk about Uter Killers because they were in the final zones. They placed relatively well, some decent damage done from them, and I'm actually proud to see them have, yet again, another good performance, Glitter.
Yeah, and I think that, they were one of the teams that we were hoping would have that day today. We were looking at teams that were at the bottom of the top 16, and Uter Killers was definitely one of the squads we were hoping could maybe pick it up today and just secure themselves some more points. We keep reminding you guys, but these are the points that are going to have the teams qualifying into finals. So every opportunity you have during the Super Weekend to get more points, the better it is for you in the long run, because you don't know what's going to happen in week 2 or week 3. So really, really happy for Uter Killers to be able to pull out a second place finish here.
Yeah, let's take a look actually at the damage they might have done in that match as well. I want to see what numbers they were able to put up, and again, what kills they're able to put up when we got into the final moments of that game. We go to see Cloud9 absolutely smashing it, 2.2k, but Uter Killers up to 1,307.
Yeah, I think that's great to see. For some reason, though, they're not able to get those kills, and this is a performance that I just seen over and over again from Uter Killers. 3rd place, 3 kills. 4th place, 3 kills. They ended up getting 1/3 place with 8 kills, which was really nice. I was just wondering what kind of went wrong there for them. And then you had Cloud9 being just very aggressive And this is something I actually enjoyed to see from Cloud9, even though they weren't able to get even more kills. I think 10 kills there and 2k damage is huge for them. And then you have another team in Nova Esports. Nova Esports, we saw them get a little bit hot there towards the day, and right now they're just starting to fall off again. Only 134 damage, 0 kills. And then at the end, we see Footballers with 400 damage.
Please.
We'll be breaking that down in a little bit, Jason. But they still ended up just getting 0 kills and 1 point overall, Jason.
They got families, man. Just let them have a bad game once in a while. Come on. Let's take a look, though, at our top players, and I'm pretty sure, well, I think Tenza might actually be in there, if not to mention a lot of players coming in for Cloud. Actually, he doesn't. Specs could be the one, but you can see Adder, Sony just mentioned, 7 up there with 864 damage. But Raymond, we haven't seen him just yet, Glitter.
And I think you'd even said yourself, Seven, that you're expecting to see Spec up here for Tempo Storm because he had a very, very strong game. But it is nice. It's nice to see Ramon up here for Alpha Legends. Alpha Legends has definitely picked it up here on the tail end of our Super Weekend. And then Pyra, you know, having some pretty strong performances back-to-back, being the solo player that survived for Cloud9 last time, and then Cloud9 having a very strong performance here on Sanhok.
Yeah, and if you liked any of those 4 players there, luckily for you, you can vote for the PUBG Mobile Esports Award 2020. You can vote for your favorite players, and 64 lucky people will have a chance to actually get to play with some of their most popular players within the World League. So really cool stuff. Obviously, make sure you guys get your votes in. You can see when it ends on the 22nd of July, so really not that much time left to go for you guys to do that. But I'm also hearing now, Seven, we had a couple of moments you wanted to break down, one of them involving my team getting knocked out early on in the game with Unique up against Footballists.
And you're gonna go ahead and hate me for this,
I am
but I
gonna
have
hate
to
you.
go ahead and do it. It was just such an interesting play here, and we're actually gonna be showing you two. Give me just a quick second here. There you go. We got Footballers kind of moving up. The reason why I want to go ahead and pause it there is because there's only gonna be 2 players from Footballers. Keep in mind, there is 1 player down here from Unique, and what happened earlier that we're currently not able to show you is Footballers had already had an engagement with Team Unique. They were able to go ahead and cause some damage. Are still seeing some of the Team Unique players there currently not 100%, and then for some reason, Footballers, instead of just kind of running away from it, maybe becoming a snake or two, guess what? They went for it. They wanted to go ahead and get that slam dunk and get him out of here, but they're not going to be able to because Unique is just going to be able to pick up the players right in time. They're also going to be able to heal, given that Memphis does get taken out. But overall, the reason why I wanted to go ahead and show you this is because this is the second time that being so aggressive for Footballers backfire in a way. We're just... And something also to go ahead and mention, we're only 2.5 minutes into this match. This is just not needed. This is just something that you might not want to go ahead and do. You might want to do it for bragging rights, but it's not the time for that. Not when you're going up against a full team, and you know you're going up against a full team because guess what? Your teammates probably told you already. So here we go. Go ahead and hold that for me there, Footballers. And now the next one that I'm going to be showing you is I'm going to be showing you a rotation that we saw in PMWL Americas, as my boy Hot Jukes was mentioning. We don't really get to see this often, but guess what? Unique got on a boat after destroying Footballers, and they just went on a ride. And in a way, it ended up working in their favor because guess what? They didn't have to really get into all this messy stuff of just rushing through those areas, maybe crossing that river. They just kind of chill out, went for it. They were able to get some more placement points, and overall I think it was a great strategy there from Unique. Hopefully in the future maybe they can go ahead and improve it a little bit more, but overall I think it worked out in their favor, being able to go ahead and give them some extra points.
And that's what it's all about, right? Glitter, you mentioned this is an accumulation of all the points throughout all the Super Weekends. So any extra points you get here could be the difference between qualifying through into the finals or unfortunately having to just sit there and watch it. And we do have finally now one team, Glitter, breaking through the 200-point threshold.
That is impressive on behalf of Cloud9. We see that they have managed to consistently just kind of keep themselves right in that first and second position. They've been kind of going back and forth with Footballers volleying for that top point, but it's also good to see Tempo jumping back up in the ranks after this game. That's very, very good for them. And Team Umbra is now in the top 10. So that's like very impressive, Seven.
Yeah, Team Umbra, like Hot Jukes breathing down his mic, just moving up to that top 10 is something I love to see there from that team. And then you got some of the other teams that we kind of thought they were maybe going to go ahead and get a little bit hotter, but they're not. Kanina Power currently in 15th place. Then you got Nova Esports, one team that had a great performance, 2nd place, 12 kills in one of the first matches that we had here. They're still slacking. And then Team Kessel, this is one that's kind of a little bit to worry as we see Uter Killer starting to move up the leaderboard. Team Kessel I was mentioning, I don't know how they're still in top 10. They've been able to go ahead and put out some performances here and there, but they need to be a lot more consistent here. Currently, they're being very slow. I know it is the first Super Weekend, but we don't want to see that out of those teams. We want to go ahead and see them at least in the top 10. That way they can contest for that first place later on.
I think, to be fair, there's a lot of teams struggling with consistency across the board. I mean, we had Team Umbra take a chicken dinner. The next match, they end up falling really short behind. Konita Power, we saw some lights within them, and then again, they're starting to tank towards the end. We need to see those teams hit that kind of level, have the consistency of points coming through. But maybe, again, like you're saying, just the first Super Weekend, maybe they're kind of getting a feeling out of how all the opponents are playing. As we heard from HH24 from Temple Storm earlier on, saying they review the VODs, they see how other teams are really going about things, and then they try to plan a strategy of attack from there. But I'm also worried for teams going into the next league play here, Glitter, because we still have 4 teams sitting out, 4 teams who want to have a chance to play in the next Super Weekend. You know they're going to be gunning for those positions.
They most certainly are. And you know, you just pointed out that Team Umbra had a win. We just had Tempo with a win. I believe if we look at that first page, I think B4 and Loops are still the only teams on that first page that have not pulled down a chicken dinner. So when you're talking about consistency, that's almost kind of like a two-parter. You can tell that obviously if you're consistent enough, you don't need those chicken dinners to be able to be placing in a top position. But on the other side of things, you want to be able to be kind of pulling those down to continue to get those points that you will need, because like you said, not only is it just this week, it's all of the Super Weekends, and there will be those other teams that are going to be that much hungrier going into week 2.
100%, and hunger is going to be key for these teams as well. And while we do take some moments to get the lobby set up, to get everyone ready to go for a final match of the day, why don't we show you once again what you could be missing if you don't pick up the Royale Pass Season 14. Some sick stuff in there, and make sure you guys check that out. Make sure you guys pick that up as well. You still have some time to do so, as we have the World League still continuing to go on today, our last day of the Super Weekend, and we can see what match will be coming up last. Match number 5 is going to be back to Erangel, and once again, we're going to see teams landing on a map they know so damn well. But the question is, who's going to come out on top? Who's coming out with the chicken dinner? I think Glitter hasn't gone first yet. No, I think she did go first once today. 7, you've been kind of really quiet.
First.
I've definitely gone first. I've done that multiple times.
First on the last one.
Well, we're going to have you go first again. You know, we have the winners go first. You placed better than me. Let's hear your prediction.
I hope you did not choose the team that I'm going to choose right now, all right? I hope you definitely did. By the way, everybody, go ahead and follow Esports PUBG Mobile on Twitter and send us your predictions, because I want to go ahead and start giving some shout-outs to everybody that gets it right. I'm going to go with Cloud9. They've been really performing well here today and this weekend overall, especially in Erangel, and I'm hoping they just go and absolutely destroy here, get a win with a lot of kills.
So now I should have went first, because that's the team I chose as well, Cloud9. I'm going to say you copied me. I'm going to go look back at the document and see if you copy-pasted the team that I chose in there for yours to keep your self equal with me. Glitter, last prediction of the day, last prediction of the first Super Weekend. Who do you got?
I kind of want to go with Cloud9 too.
Okay. Oh gosh, here we go.
Should I change it up? Should I change it up?
No. Stay to your guts. Cloud9.
Okay, all right, we'll go with Cloud9 then.
There you go. All right, cool.
Okay, well, you two will be checking with you, and hopefully we'll be celebrating our chicken dinner that we're getting with Cloud9 in the last match. See you guys a little bit later on. And of course, you guys at home who are watching, you have a chance to be hopefully as lucky as we are here in this match. You can watch within the game, within the Esports Center, and you can win some limited time outfits if you get lucky with the draw. And obviously a lot of luck can be going around here, as well as we're going to bring in our commentators to talk about their predictions, and more importantly, talk about how Tempo Storm made that lobby theirs, taking home the chicken dinner. Dave, you got to be impressed. You got to be proud of the boys, especially after we talked to HH24 earlier on today.
Yeah. I mean, very impressed with the Storm, you know, getting that chicken dinner. I have to only assume that they will have some confidence and momentum coming into the final game. I know that's something that Hot Jukes and myself, you know, we like to talk about a lot because it is so true. I mean, once when a team gets a chicken, the next game, they're almost guaranteed, in my opinion, that is guaranteed at least a top 5 finish.
Well, we'll see if they can do that yet again. I think some teams have been struggling with that guarantee, but hey, whenever Dave promises you something, whenever he guarantees something, you can take that to the bank. I'll be doing that right after this. Hot Jukes now go into our final match. It's the final match of Super Weekend. I'm gonna just ask you straight up, do you think teams are gonna play extra crazy knowing it's the last game, or do you think they're gonna play extra conservative?
I think it's going to be very dependent, of course, on where their placement is right now in the leaderboards. You know, after Loops having that tough game in Footballist, I think they're just going to kind of go a little bit more conservative just to make sure they stay high up on the leaderboards. But you never know what's going to happen from the people that are currently struggling, because if they want to be in that top 3, they got to have a big game now. So you hope to see some aggression coming out of them.
I like how you mentioned the top 3, because one thing we haven't really mentioned too much today is the fact that the top 3 teams at the end of the Super Weekend will be getting themselves some extra moolah. 2,000 for first place, 1,000 for second place, and 500 for third. So maybe you're right. Maybe football is realizing, hey, we want to make some extra, you know, bank on top of this already with the participation they get for being here. But will we see a team potentially take away a third place? B4 Loops Esports, Dave, they have yet to pick up a chicken dinner so far within the Super Weekend. Is this their time? Is this their moment?
I think so.
You think so? Wait, Jukes, did you say no?
No, I said it's totally possible. You know, in my heart at the beginning, I think I had Loops picked to pretty much kind of win this one out, especially considered that they were so aggressive. They might come in angry after Cloud9 and Temple. But then again, you got to look at it. Cloud9, they've been like the kings of Erangel so far, you know, just so consistent. And then there's always Dave's point about Tempo Storm. You know, they did have a good win this last one. Could be number 2.
All right, well, let's get our predictions in then. You heard the desk and myself choose Cloud9, Mustache Dave. I'm almost going to guess you're either going Footballist or Kanina Power. Who are you going with?
I'm going Loops, man. I pick a team and I go with them for the whole day. That's just my strat at the end of the tournament. Guess who's going to be first? It's going to be me.
I really wish we had that graphic to show the current standings. Hot Jukes, who are you predicting?
I'm going to go with Tempo Storm. Why not? You know, Dave said it. You know, you have a big chicken dinner. They got to have a second one coming up. And HH24, we saw him in the interview. He's a true professional, okay? Every time your team's losing, you blame lag. And that's exactly what he did, okay? So knowing that, I think they're going to have a big final game here in Erangel.
Well, that's what I have to blame because I am god-awful at games now in my old age. Why don't you guys take us into our final match of our final day here of the Super Weekend.
Let's get into it. The Super Weekend coming to an end. Man, I just love this game so much. Big shout outs to PUBG Mobile, of course, for everybody putting something like this on. And of course, the players showing up. This is what I'm talking about. The best of the best in the West going at it hand in hand. I'm ready for some big type action here, Dave.
Showing up and pouring up, and we're looking at teams, you know, at the top, of course, but teams at the bottom. I mean, Nova Esports, they're in 16th position. Konina Powers, 15th position. Yala Esports, 14th position. Like, this is the last game. Whatever you've been doing during the Super Weekend, it just has not been working. That is a fact. That's a shock. That's a shock and a cold, hard fact. So with that in mind, maybe since this is the last game, maybe we can see those teams at the bottom try something new. Maybe drop near another squad, you know, maybe contest some spots. I don't know. It's up for debate, of course, and here we go. We're getting into the game.
You got nothing to lose, right? You got nothing to lose here at this point. I mean, then again, there's still some more weekends up ahead, right? They still got plenty of time to be able to add some more points to their score. At the same time, though, you know, might as well get it done. Make some highlights, make some plays happen right now. And Nova Esports at 16th, I ain't gonna lie, that's a huge shock to me, considering that we saw how they performed, of course, in the scrims, how they performed in the Pro League. Yeah, hopefully they're able to turn it around here in this last game of the Super Weekend.
Yeah, and look what they're doing already. EZ dropping right below the plane path. AZ going to be on Military Base Island, and then HZL and Sheefan going to their tried and true drop location farm. So, I mean, they're trying some new things. Circle number 1 will be favoring all 4 of those players, regardless of how split they are. And, of course, you know, wild card in their parachutes, probably going to go up there to Sovereignty.
This is the old tried and true Erangel circle right here. All these teams, they know this one. We saw this one here yesterday as well. So these teams, they're going to know the rotations. They're going to have all their driving paths pretty much on lock. But yeah, AZ, this was a really interesting split loot right here. I'm not sure exactly why he decided to drop on the southern island right there, considering that you got to get past, of course, this bridge and a lot of possible teams in order to get to your team. And looks like Faker is he going to be able to get over to his squad? He's down and out early.
Like a bug splat on the screen of your windshield. You know, it's got to wipe that one off. And wild card! All three of them! All three of them in vehicle trying to get the run over. Raw man will be taken out. There's two members from Alpha Legends taken out due to being ran over here.
Are you kidding me right there? You know what? This is the problem, Dave. You know, this is the problem. You know, the first thing that you should learn, you know, in life, not just in PUBG Mobile.
Life.
It's look both ways, right? When you cross the road, okay? And Alpha Legends, they just sent it, you know? They would just send it there on foot. And Wildcard just taught them a lesson right there. Crazy to see.
Maybe we should send them some of those reflective jackets, you know?
That's what it is. That's true.
You know, safety first.
Safety first. Then teamwork.
Then teamwork, and then, you know what? At the end of the day, ice cream. All right? That's just how it goes. That's just how it goes. The dream. Talking about living the dream. Loops over here in the crates living the dream, as they will have this spot all to themselves. They'll be able to jump from crate to crate. Now, Cloud9, they are going to be at hospital. And when we look back at the PMPL Americas, Loops and Cloud9, they are super aware, super comfortable with how close they are with their drop locations. And, you know, with this being the last game, you know, Cloud9, they are in first place. You got Loops in third place. Maybe we'll see some aggression come out from Cloud9 after they get this loot.
So I'm not too sure. I think that, especially considering that they're first place, I think they're going to play it a little bit more passive, you know? If anybody's going to get aggressive, I think it's Loops, especially considering how it just goes so well with their playstyle. But you said earlier the dream, right? It's all about living the dream. And if Loops, if they want to live the first place dream, they're 29 points behind right now. So they got to take out Cloud9 early and get a whole bunch of kills, and which we know they can do, but they have to get that and the chicken dinner, which they haven't been able to get done so far this entire Super Weekend.
That's true. That is true. I mean, they're in third place. We'll see. If Loops will use this information that they have in their book of tricks, and maybe they'll gatekeep Cloud9 and attempt to get a couple of knocks on the squad. Cloud9, see uneven right now, just kind of running in the street looking for a vehicle. Becker already out there looking like they might be doing some scouting onto Adar from Cloud9.
Yeah, and you know, just to give some perspective right there, for Loops to be able to get first place, they have to get the chicken dinner. Chicken dinner's 20 points. And on top of that, they'd have to get 10 kills just to tie with Cloud9 right now, because they're going to get Cloud9's guaranteed 1 point at least here at this tournament. So, then in this last match of Erangel. So you got to think about it. They have to wipe out pretty much 3 squads, Loops does, and get the chicken dinner. And on top of that, they got to take Cloud9 out first in order to be able to get something like that done. So, they got a large task at hand if they're trying to get the total dub over the weekend here.
But if there's a team that can do it, Loops. I mean, we've seen them clutch it out. They got that clutch factor that you and I like to look for in these players over here. Konita Power, you know, 15th position. They are going to be spotting out 2 of the members from the 16th position, Nova Esports. And Nova, they are going to be on the retreat, on the reposition right now, taking it nice and easy because they don't want to run into any team that might be camping it out right now.
Yeah, you know, and it's so crazy how much of a mental game I think that competitive PUBG Mobile is. You talked about it earlier. How, really quick, Bayo!
Rain down with that Scar. Ooh, prone to help with that recoil, with that stability. Might have even popped the tire. No, Becker will be popping into that UAS and quickly slamming down the gas right now, trying to regroup with their other 2 squad mates in the Dacia.
Yeah, Loops able to make it out of there, away from this Cloud9 team. I mean, this is a squad that they want to fight late game. They definitely don't want to go against them here early on, especially considering where their placement is right now. But yeah, going back to what we're kind of mentioning earlier, you know, it's just so insane to see all these squads right now just trying to get it done here the last day of Super Weekend, and to have that effect of being in last place right now. I wonder what's going through the mindset of Nova Esports right now. You know, because if you're in last, you can't be feeling too great, of course. But how is that going to affect your play style going into these rest of the World League?
I mean, as they say, no pressure, no diamonds. You know, and Nova Esports, they're going to be in that pressure. They're going to be under that pressure right now. As the sun sets here on Erangel, Tempo Storm will be up there on top of the hill. We'll be currently receiving some gunfire shots from Carnage with the SLR.
Yeah, you can see right now the live season rankings on the top, on the right side of your screen. Cloud9 currently sitting in first with 201 points. Footballist in second with 182. Now Tempo with that chicken dinner definitely helped them move up the leaderboards. They're now currently sitting in seventh with 135 points. Now, if you really think about it, if Tempo has a really good game here at chicken dinner, they can move up pretty solid and at least steal away fourth place.
Can move up. They can move up, but the Dream Eaters, they've been doing pretty decent here today as well. All these teams, Dream Eaters, B4, they've been pretty consistent here when we look back at the Super Weekend as a whole. And looking back at some stats, Acer trying not to be a statistic out here and get taken out on the rotation.
Will he shoot? Hey, all right. It looks like he bought the pass, but not the rest of his team. As will they be able to make it out of here alive? The spray, the Uzi. Team Unique.
Team Unique letting one pass the bridge. Attempting to let that trap set itself, but...
Oh, look at that. Did you see that right there from Spring? That was the toxicity right there. Spring said, oh, you want to shoot at me? Well, there go all your tires right there. Now try to rotate into this next circle as the rest of Wildcard is just able to pass up Team Unique right there relatively for free.
Yeah, so Unique, they're going to be in the zone. They're going to be in the north side. They're going to be in the north side, so they are going to be good. But, I mean, it kind of goes back to what you were saying just moments ago, like the pressure from a lot of these teams that they might be feeling here in the final game. And Unique, they tried to get some shots on a Wildcard. Wildcard able to just, weasel their way on out of danger right there. And looking at another weasel, Spec right now, prone. Going to be spotting out the members from Konina Powers.
Yeah, you can just see these two guys just kind of holding it down right now, making sure that they're not able to get some pretty quick shots. Tixie, one of the strongest players for Konina Power right here. They need to have a really big game here, especially now it's the last one of this Super Weekend. But like I said earlier, Tempo, if they're able to get the chicken dinner here, that'll rocket launch them up the leaderboards and possibly into fourth.
Hello? Play zone?
Oh,
circle number 2? Yeah, and knocked out one of the players from Alpha Legends. And, going back to Konina Power, Tixie, one of the top fraggers from the squad. We just haven't seen much from them in particular here today. Always the first or the second person from the squad to get knocked and then immediately thirsted. So when your top fragger gets taken out real early on, that kind of puts your squad in an awkward position to be able to kind of pick up the slack. And if there's one thing that Konina Power learned this weekend is maybe to kind of divide amongst the squad the fragging powers.
Oh, yeah. Well, speaking of divide right now, Marco needs to be really, really careful right here as Loops at the ready.
Yeah.
Catches him out.
Marco just trying to back that thing up right there. Will be spotted. Going to be giving a nice fresh Dacia on over to the side of Loops. And Dadden going to be spraying down with that DP on Ayala, possibly popping out one of those buggy tires. And in return, here's Ayala out here. Buggy is starting to smoke. Ayala needs to get out of here. We'll be blowing it up themselves, using it for cover.
Yeah, just like that. You can just tell Loops are so aggressive with the shots, but Sheepin able to steal that point away from Loops.
Becker.
And he's gone.
Spray down. Yep. Going for that spray down. A lot of teams just having a challenging day here. Challenging day all around. Not something that we're used to seeing from these squads. And we'll see what they can do with this. I mean, it's a a live and learn experience, right? Learn from your mistakes. That's how you become a better player.
Yeah, you know, you learn from them. Also, just the experience alone, just dealing with this kind of pressure, especially if you're happen to be a player where this is your first time playing at this level of competition in PUBG Mobile. I mean, it's intense. You know, you got the lights on you. So much money is on the line right here. It's difficult for just, you know, anybody in general, let alone a seasoned professional player right here. Man, it's definitely a factor you have to add into when it comes to this type of tournament.
Exactly, and looking at some squads, getting a nice little aerial view. Team Umbra currently right next door to Wildcard. This is going to be just north of the Chopsticks over here in Gatka, and looks like Prez might have spotted out some movement out there in the distance.
Yeah, you know, they're just everyone's just kind of keeping an eye on each other right now. It's still pretty early in this Erangel match, and you could definitely see right now as this circle hard shifts over to Tempo, Storm, Loops, PK, Cloud9, Team Unique, all these squads. Got to get on the move on it right now.
Dream Eaters, though, such a good position right now on that east circle edge, and nobody's going to be near them. They are going to be setting up quite a decent shop over there. And here comes some movement, some rotations coming on out from Wildcard. Right in front of them, Halls from Umbra. Everybody on the move, and right in front of them, looks like the Knights in these compounds could set up for some nice rotational kills.
Not gonna happen. Not gonna happen right there. That shots onto that Team Umbra player, that was just a warning for Wildcard. Now that they instantly know, okay, there's a team right there. You saw them instantly hit that left turn really hard and be able to get a safe rotation right there. Really smart play for Wildcard.
They hit the left turn. They're going to be right here at the bottom of the hill. Tempo, HH, Tensa, going to be up here on the top. They're going to be somewhat separated from the rest of the squad. And looks like they're going to be content for the time being. They have this nice little defilade. They can keep their vehicles safe, and they're just going to be playing it out. They're going to be waiting for that next circle to pop in and see where it takes us.
Yep, that sounds exactly right here. This is a pretty good spot on Pachinki Hill right now. They're able to rotate pretty much in either direction considering where the circle goes, but if it does hard shift across the map from them, they're gonna have to pass up so many squads. So they're definitely hoping the zone lands on them when it comes to this particular position.
Yeah, pretty quiet game here. I mean, we hear a lot of shots ringing out, a lot of pot shots being taken back and forth, teams just kind of poking at one another here, and Footballists will be on the edge themselves. They got 4 vehicles to work with, so they're looking pretty good when it comes to that utility.
Yeah, you can just see right now, they're holding the edge of this circle as it's midway right now. You got Dream Eaters at these reds, which is a pretty decent position considering where this circle is. The only unfortunate part, though, is that if it does go towards Pachinki, there's already like almost every single team is just currently sitting right there. So you can see that they're poking some shots at Footballists right now, just kind of saying, hey, we're over here, don't come down this way.
yeah, don't come down this way. That's exactly what's going to happen. B4, Maxon will be getting a knock right there in the kill feed. I saw B4 a couple moments ago. They're in the south, near Primorx, that general area, and there was another squad right on top of them. So a lot of teams, pretty safe for now.
Yeah, everyone's just kind of hanging out, waiting for this next circle. But I'll tell you what, man, guys, for anybody watching right now, if you have it, hit that follow button, hit that subscribe button, do it, because you're not going to want to miss week 2 of Super Weekend, as well as the second documentary episode. I can't wait to see that. But before we do that, you gotta see this next circle as it has centered out right now, and only Team Queso and Nova are sitting in it.
Yeah, this circle right here definitely will spice some things up, as now we start to see the move, the push, the rotations coming on out from Wildcard, Footballists, Dream Eaters, pretty much everybody except for Team Queso and Nova. And Unique, they're going to be using their vehicles to push right on up this little tiny baby hill in the south. Cloud9 uneven, got to be recognizing that.
This is a tough circle. This is a tough circle right here. There's basically all open fields and hills, especially as you can see right now. Team Unique driving into the warehouse right here, and they're able to secure that position. That's huge for Team Unique.
That's a great warehouse too, and we've seen circles that kind of favor this general area. That warehouse be in the end. So I don't know. We'll see if that's the case. If you are Unique, that's what you're hedging your bets on. And Tempo, you said they were going to win, Hot Juice.
My heart hurts right now. My heart, it burns inside right there. Tempo taken out early. Super unfortunate and honestly pretty surprising, you know, considering that this is a Pachinki circle. They landed Pachinki. That's their spot right there. So for them to get taken out early, man, oh, super unfortunate. For me and them.
Yeah, for everybody that's cheering for Tempo Storm, definitely for everybody. I mean, they just got destroyed on that rotation. And yeah, I'm really cheering for Unique right now. I'm just really feeling their position. Only 2 up for Team K, so both these teams can kind of work together to defend this complex as a whole from teams trying to make the push. Dream Eater's going to be in this Love Shack out here. They got some smokes ringing on out right now to provide some type of cover. But over there in the distance, Wildcard currently spraying with that DP will be spraying down a couple of the members trying to make the crash on into this shack.
Oh yeah, you can definitely tell right now. These guys are pinned down, but at the end of the day, holding a shack like that, considering where the zone is, it's not a bad position. As, oh, looks like Gaowski from Loops is able to get that knock. Spring was trying to get the confirm. Not able to do so though, so yet, at least so far yet.
Things are getting violent. Things are getting violent out here. The sun gonna be here very shortly. Footballists over here getting bombarded by grenades. I mean, Footballists cannot catch a break right now. Pedro gonna be making the aggressive push, trying to get a little bit closer so that these grenades can impact as much damage as possible. Lavison is going to be bleeding on out.
There's another one.
Spotted as well. And if I'm not mistaken, it's only up to Solke right now. Solke trying to get a revive. We'll be getting one up. We'll be getting Lutz up. Mixira getting a little more aggressive. But the thing is, B4, they don't want to give up their position. They don't want to push out too far. They don't want to get too aggressive and get third party in the process.
It's the problem with this zone. It's just all open field, but B4 is turning this into a red zone right now against Footballists as they're trying to catch this last member up. And Solke, he's just trying to survive and hopefully pick up his teammate Lutz.
Maxon gonna be lean peeking right now. You know, they're getting a lot of knocks, but they also have to keep in the back of their mind.
Oh, they got him!
Yeah, they got him. And that's what I was gonna get at. Like, they don't want their knocks to get third partied, right? And stolen. And that's pretty much what happened. Dream Eater spotting out that push all the way down there to the south and gonna be getting a couple points for themselves. Next zone does going up, Cloud9 right there on the edge.
Oh my goodness, such a huge zone for B4, especially considering where their position is. They were locked down by both Nova and Dream Eaters right there. So for that zone to kind of go onto their side, that's a huge break right there for B4.
Huge break for B4, huge break for Cloud9, currently trying to defend their top spot on the overall leaderboard. And looks like Uneven might have seen Pedro. Pedro going to be right behind that tree right there. Is going to be safe for the time being.
Oh, and that's Loops taken out. Wow, so Loops taken out on the rotation as well. They were on that north side. That zone hard shifted south, and as they tried to get in, there's just nothing but open field. It was just, they were just free for the picking right there.
Talk about being free for the picking. Nova Esports going to have some free pickings over here as they did spot out the push from Dream Eaters. They got a couple of knocks, but it does seem as if the burning UAS will be able to provide just enough cover for the reset on the side of Dream Eaters. I see all the way out there the compound from earlier that Unique was at, the compound that Team Queso were at. Konina Powers making the pull-up. Not only are they making the pull-up, Umbra also going to be getting involved with this. We see vehicle explosions. Nemesis going to be popping on out there with the spray down. There goes Konina Powers. Team Umbra as well. I mean,
Team Unique said, we're here first.
We're here first,
guys. What are you guys trying to come up here? Nah, leave us alone. Yeah, Team Unique, that early full send into that warehouse, paying off big time for them. This is one of the most difficult circles right now for any of these pro teams. It's just so wide open. They're just trying to rotate, find any kind of cover, but there is none, Dave. There is none.
None to be had. And Toffee's the last member from Dream Eaters, finally making that dangerous push across the open terrain with their URS. Sheepman did take a couple shots, but they were able to make it on there. And this compound is just a magnet right now, a magnet for these teams to make the pull-up. Spring attempting to make the breach was spotted in the process. Sam was able to successfully make it on into the building right in front of him. Will Spring be able to crawl and get revived?
It looks like Sam and Slicky right now are just trying to just hold this down and hope. Oh, that nade so close. Almost finishing out Slicky right here as the rest of Team Yala, they're just trying to snake their way in, but Pittsburgh Knights is spotting them out right now in the kill feed. Oh, that nade though on the spring.
Big
Mystic.
Big one. Here comes the follow-up. Here comes the follow-up. Mystic looking to drop the hammer. He's going to be cooking that one. Going to be tossing it right on over the head of Sam. And Sam able to get a couple bandages off, able to heal up just a little bit.
And you can just see that now Slam and Slick here just trying all they can do to survive right here. Before Maxon holding down the south of the circle, looking to gatekeep.
Oh, that could
3
be
meters.
good. Oh, right past them. Yeah.
Oh,
both
close.
of these squads. Yeah, B4, Dream Eaters, just pulling the pins, you know, tossing them back and forth. Nice aerial view right now. We get to get a read of the lane. Looks like you got B4, they got 4 up, trying to avoid the grenades from Cloud9. Adart gonna be making the pull up. That grenade's gonna be right on top of Mick Zira. Gonna be taking down Mick, and here comes the aggression coming out from Cloud9. They got the initial knock. Now it's up to them to finish it on up. Levi gonna be trying to get the retaliate grenade. That's gonna be tossed right behind them, but Cloud9 pushing on over that hill as a team, working together, a united front to take out B4.
And Levi just let go of that nade a half a second too early as it went right past the rest of their squad. But man, as soon as that's done, Cloud9 are getting into it with Dream Eaters as they're trying to push into this next zone.
Yeah, that kill feed lighting up, those grenades blowing up will be grabbing the attention on the side of Dream Eaters. Dream Eaters and Cloud9, they have a nice little, you know, terrain gap between the two of them. Uneven, about 1% HP still moving out there.
Try to survive right now. This is one of those tough circles. I believe anybody who secures this hill, the last team standing, is going to have a big advantage going into the rest of this match right now. And you can see everybody's just trying to get any cover they can.
Wow.
G-Fan getting that grenade kill right there. Catching them at
Nova Esports looking for a huge gain right now. Looking for the dub to finish things off. And HZL just pushing, just cresting on over the hill. AZ cresting on over the hill as well. Sheethan will be cresting on. Everybody's cresting over the hill. Taking these 1v1s pretty much in Dream Eaters. In the dirt, in the grass. Gonna be taking out 3 members from Nova. Just leaving easy up.
Man, so such a tough break right there for Nova as they're trying to worry about Dream Eaters. You got Cloud9 at their backs, just taking some advantage of their position right now. Cloud9 are in a great spot right here to win this. Man, this is what I said earlier. I mean, these guys are the king of Erangel. You know, they work so well together as a squad. They rotate so carefully, and you can just see those rotations paying off big time.
Every team here, 7 teams remaining, all on the edge. On the edge, just fingers crossed, hoping that this next circle favors them, hoping that this next zone hard shifts in their direction. Over there on the top right-hand corner, the mini-map, we see Unique, we see Team Queso, all gonna be just firing on each other. I believe Wildcard's still gonna be alive as well. Yeah, we see the smokes coming on out. Here comes the breach. And Elise gonna be breaking down some doors with the spray down. Mystic able to stand their ground right now. And Elise trying to reload, but Mystic getting the final blow. Able to take out Team Unique and get the revive.
Are you kidding me right there? Was that the 2v4? Team Queso holding it down in the house, saying, we got to hold this door. Don't go anywhere. Team Unique, that was your warehouse. This is our house right here. Way to get it done.
This is our house. That's what they're saying. That's what they're saying. But Cloud9 saying this is our dub. This is our game. They need to defend right now. They need to stand their ground. Matic from the Dream Eaters does have this rock to work with for the cover. And yep, the initial knock going to be onto the side of Cloud9, onto Pyra, and here comes the defensive grenades. Attempt
smokes.
Yeah,
those are great smokes right there, and that's going to basically cover that mid-range. It's going to block Dream Eater's sight lines. They have to push in blind.
They're pushing though. I'm actually surprised. Dream Eaters are going to be inside the smokes. If they pop out the smokes, Cloud9, they have the advantage. They will see them first. Matic going to just be spraying on out from the smokes. Beowulf going to be popping up, going to be taken down. And here comes the push. All 3 from Dream Eaters, just clean.
Dream Eaters
pushing on over there. And look, Manuk, 6 kills, 11 kills altogether for the squad.
Dream Eaters saying we don't have the vision, but guess what? We got the ears right there. Through the smokes, hitting some big shots and able to take out Cloud9, especially considering how well they've performed right there. That's a huge fight for Dream Eaters.
Dream Eaters shooting their shot right there, and it paid off. It paid off. And 9 kills.
Knights, 9 kills. Wow. PK, I know we haven't really gotten to see much of them so far, but I guess considering where their position was, they just had free reign on all the teams that were trying to rotate in right there. So they've added some major kill points to their total score. But you can see right now, these are the live rankings. Dream Eaters currently in 4th place. This could be a massive chicken dinner for them.
Dream Eater is going to be pinning down Team Queso. You got 2 up for Team Queso. Yeah, Mystic bolting out that window, immediately spotted, immediately tagged and bagged. And Wildcard down there, below there, trying to survive themselves. Team Queso were just wiped out. Dream Eaters, though, they are going to be spotting out Wildcard and taking some shots on them as well.
You could just see Dream Eaters' movement. This is the Dream Eaters that I love to see. We saw this in that Sanhok match and Miramar that they won. Once they start to feel that momentum go their way, they just stand up. They just stand up and start hitting big shots. And you can see Wildcard and both PK, they're hit the deck right now. But Dream Eaters, they're still hungry for these kills.
Poppy's doing a little investigating. It's going to be sprayed on from Raven. Matic getting the trade onto Raven. Sixless with the thirst onto Matic. And Dream Eaters, things are falling apart right now. Only 1 up for Dream Eaters. They might have spread just a little too thin. Getting a little too aggressive. They were taking shots down there onto Wildcard. And Wildcard, they're just having the best time of their lives right now.
They're just hanging out, just saying, you know what, we'll find out whoever wins this one, because guess what? We got the circle, so we're just going to go ahead and deal with y'all when the time comes. As you can see, Slicky and the rest of the team got to press the issue right now.
Whoa, Sixless cooking this grenade, going to be tossing that one up. Oh, as they popped out from the tree, the last member for Dream Eaters was able to connect, and now the tables have turned. I mean, 2 members for Wildcard are going to be murking up together as a unit.
And here they come, perfect
sweeping on around the blue zone. The revive was out. The revive was successful, and now it's up to Toffee. Wildcard getting the dub. I mean, they played it so passive at the end, and they waited to the very last moment to make the push up there.
Are you serious right there? Wildcard got the blessing of that chicken dinner right there. 2 major squads, full 4-man teams just going at it together. Wildcard to say, you know what, we'll wait to see who wins this one. And then we'll come in to say hi right afterwards. And oh boy, did.
I mean, they were in 5th place coming into this game, if I'm not mistaken. So getting that dub, I mean, they might just be up there. I know we were kind of theory crafting on, you know, who gets the chicken, where they will end up at the end of the day. But regardless, I mean, Cloud9, they got third-partied up there. It was looking like their game. Wildcard, though, I mean, I am so surprised. I'm not going to lie.
Man, that was intense right there. I thought it was all Pittsburgh Knights, especially considering that they were able to get 2 huge knocks onto Dream Eaters, you know, just doing the ultimate snake strategy right there. But man, it turns out the true snakes were Wildcard right there, able to get that big chicken dinner. But man, what a way to end, you know, week 1 here of the Super Weekend. That's going to be it for myself and Mustache Dave. Can't wait to hear what the desk has to say right after this short break.
Well, I know one person who's going to be extremely happy about the wild card victory at the end. The same person who keeps saying, you know what, I'm going to go for wild card because they seem to always finish strong and always seem to finish with a victory. However, she chose Cloud9 in the end, so she doesn't get the points for wild card's victory. But Glitter, hey, they did it. They pulled it out big. They pulled out in the last match here of the Super Weekend.
Yeah, and see, and that was the team that I was going back and forth on with Cloud9. I just, you know, I went with Cloud9, I think, going to do well. And they did. To be fair, they had a strong performance, but Wildcard was just able to pull it out there in the end with Slicky and Sam, I believe, staying up the entire time for them there.
Yeah, and as we're seeing the leaderboard here, and I did tell you, Glitter, I said go for Wild, and they're going to go ahead and win it. I don't know what happened there. Just kidding. But Dream Eaters had one of the impressive match here. They even passed Wildcard in points alone. Dream Eaters ended up with 14 kills, and by far this whole weekend, this super weekend, Dream Eaters, this is their best performance in Erangel. It's definitely something to go ahead and notate. But Wildcard being the snakes there towards the end and then just taking full advantage after the fight between Pittsburgh Knights and Dream Eaters, that was pretty, and Wildcard, that was pretty impressive there. And then Cloud9, at least being able to get 12 points, that's good. Then you got Loops Esports being able to get 7 points, not bad as well. And then Nova, one team that was towards the bottom there. Hopefully they're not going to end up in the last place after this match.
Yeah, that was a great finish for Nova. And then jumping here onto the second page, we see B4 able to pull down a couple teams. Umbra, or a couple points. Umbra getting a couple points as well. But, you know, surprising again that we see Footballist at the bottom, Alpha Legends and Tempo at the bottom.
Yeah, I think it's because we're just not picking them anymore. I think you got to go back and pick them, Glitter. You got to give them that extra.
Yeah, I got to give them the good juju back. I've got this.
Yeah.
And one team that we didn't really get to see too much of, but they kind of sneaked their way up in terms of getting kills and points, Pittsburgh Knights. It's not really often we get to see them actually get kills during the game, but just randomly you look over the stats and they're sitting there on like 5, 8, 10 kills out of nowhere and able to pull some consistent performance, I should say, over the course of today where they definitely needed it. We can see the stats coming in for Wildcard Gaming, 1,600 damage total, only about 600 healing. Again, more kills and knockouts. I think that's a super important aspect when we talk about it later on, Seven.
Yeah, they were just playing very passive, especially towards the end there. Something we mentioned, they were just pretty much being snakes. And hey, to this point and to this level, keep in mind that these teams are playing for money. They do want to go ahead and just position themselves in a good spot. And guess what? If the tactical is to go ahead and snake and wait for other people to go ahead and fight it out, why not? Go for it. It ended up working in their favor.
That's what I'm curious about in particular with Dream Eaters. Did they get enough points from that last match alone to bump them up to third place? Because that means they would be in the money, extra 500 in their pockets to be spending. But obviously, we'll be finding out in just a little bit of time how the standings did work out. Let's take a look now at our top players from the last match of the day. Our top 4 coming through. And we'll see Dream Eaters in there. And again, Maddox, something we've been talking about, or some person we've been talking about quite a bit when Dream Eaters have success, Glitter.
Yeah, Matic was definitely a player that we had highlighted as being incredibly strong for them. But look at Meku coming through with almost 1,300 damage. Raven from PK at 800. And love seeing Uneven up here as well, as he's someone that has definitely been picking it up here during the Super Weekend. But those numbers for Dream Eater 7, that's impressive.
Yeah, 1,200 damage just for one player alone. Remember, earlier in Miramar, when Team Umbra won, they ended up with about that amount of damage for a whole team. This is so impressive, and 8 kills by himself alone. And then another player that I'm happy to see there, we're used to seeing Adder, where guess what? Now we're getting to see Uneven there in the top players. That's another player from Cloud9 that they need to go ahead and have that fragging power, so it's good to go ahead and see that they're the top players.
Insane to see that 2 players, though, from Dream Eaters gets about 2K damage. That's more than I think most teams have been able to get in quite a few games. And even if we look at, overall, when the damage numbers come in at the end of the match, it's not very often we see teams surpass 2K. But let's take a look, though, at our do-the-do moments from that last and final match here of the Super Weekend, and obviously talk about a couple of the highlights as well. And we're already starting off with Wildcard, Glitter.
This was actually...
Poor guy.
Yeah, this was just super unfortunate for Alpha Legends. They were determined, and by they I mean Wildcard, to get the car kill. They were just chasing him down so they could run that player over and secure the first kill of the game.
Hey, listen, all these players just want to be able to cause that extra damage, gets the extra point of kills. Remember, at the end of the day, we're gonna have an MVP, so I'm pretty sure that we're looking into that. And then Nova being able to get some kills there. Unique was actually very unique at the positions that we're able to do. They ended up fighting against Team Queso. They didn't win that engagement, which was kind of sad, but it was good for them to at least try to go for that engagement. And then we just see Uneven. Remember, one of the top players that we just saw just going for it. They knew that B4 was hurting there, and I love how aggressive they were able to do. And now we're talking about Dream Eaters that were just so aggressive. This is something that actually stood out to me, how much more aggressive they were overall in this Erangel match. And I wonder if maybe that's gonna be something that they're working for in the future matches as well, because we've seen them be aggressive in Miramar, we've seen them be aggressive in Sanhok, and actually win games in those matches. So I wonder if maybe they're going to go ahead and adjust their tactics to go ahead and be a little bit more aggressive in Erangel. It'd be interesting to see later.
Yeah, and I think we actually just saw the fight that you were referencing there with Team Queso and Unique, where Queso was actually able to 2v4 Unique when they were one of the only full squads up there towards the end of the game. And now we're wrapping it up here with those final kills coming on to PK from Dream Eaters. Dream Eaters fighting Wildcard. I think had he not gone for the res, they might have had a little bit of a better chance of putting out more damage on Wildcard, but Wildcard knew exactly where they were and was just able to rotate up to them and finish the game.
Well, we were talking about how much damage Dream Eaters did. It's time to take a look at how much they did overall with their entire roster now and compare them to everyone else on the board. We're going to get that up on your screen. Sorry, it's getting late here in Poland. And we're going to see they're already off the bat, just leaps and bounds beyond everyone else, almost hitting the 3K mark here, Seven.
Whoa.
We've seen a couple of teams hit that 3K mark. Oh man, they were so close. So close. Just about 203 damage away from it. But still, you got Wildcard there in first place. Oh, 1,600 damage, 7 kills. That is impressive to see. And then Pittsburgh Knights, I know you mentioned it, Jason. Being able to get those 10 kills, 1,600 damage, that is huge from them. And from what I'm seeing here is one of the players that was able to assist a lot on those kills was Raven. Raven ended up getting 6 kills, 800 damage himself. And then the other player, to no surprise to everybody, was Sixless, being able to get 3 kills. It's so impressive. We've been talking about Sixless especially a lot today. It's good for players of that caliber to be kind of talked about, to give him that little extra confident boost, to be a little bit more consistent here with kills. And I'm loving what I see him here from Pittsburgh Knights, being able to kind of turn around. Remember, they didn't really have one of the greatest first days, so being able to turn around here, especially today, it's really good to see.
And one thing I'm noticing, by the way, and hopefully this is something we can talk about more next week when we get into league play, is kind of the difference between Cloud9 and Loops Esports, where almost every single time I look at, our statistics for them, relatively early into the game, they're always looking for kills, they're always getting kills, they're always getting damage, where Cloud9, they were sitting on 0 kills and minimal damage until we got to the later stages of the game. But you know what? It's now time to take a look at our overall standings from our 3 days of our very first Super Weekend. We're going to see which teams will be in the money, and Dream Eaters, in the tiebreak. I don't even know how the tiebreakers work. I don't even know if they technically have third place. Right now, Cloud9 get 2 grand. Footballs get 1.
I think it is kills too.
Oh my gosh.
Isn't it? I thought it was going to be Chicken Dinners first, is the first decider.
Oh, I don't know.
I don't know. We'll have to verify that. But right now, we have Cloud9 first place, Footballers in second place, and then we have Loops Esports in third place. And I'm getting a nice little voice here from my boy Adrian saying that this is the correct one. So you are gonna have those 3 at the top. They're gonna get that extra cheddar. And Dream Eaters, man, we talked about this over and over again. Hey, if they would have pulled that win, if they would have at least been able to kill one of those players from Wildcard, that would have been some money in their pocket. So it can come down to 1 point, and hopefully they remember this for the future so they can be a little bit extra aggressive towards the end, just like how they were being throughout the whole match.
I'm going to jump in here real quick, by the way, before we see the second screen. Loops Esports is the only team in the top 10 to get more points from kills than from placements, and they have 0 chicken dinners, and they're in third place overall. How insane would this team be if they could just close out a match, Glitter?
It literally, you took the words right out of my mouth. It was the next thing that I was going to talk about as well, that I don't think that they could be any scarier right now. At this point, it doesn't even matter that they're not in first place. Teams should be scared of them. And then we're going to be jumping on to the second page here, seeing how those standings shook out. Team Unique was able to jump up a few spots, as was Nova Esports. Surprisingly, though, Seven, Konina Power at the end of the day, coming in 16th and dead last for our first Super Weekend. Definitely not what we were expecting.
Yeah, absolutely not what we're expecting. We expected them to maybe have a bad first day in the Super Weekend. They did, and then they had another bad day, and then today it was actually one of their best days. So maybe I'm going to toss it up. To it was just the first Super Weekend overall. Maybe they qualify for the next one. Then they'll go ahead and step it up, and they'll go for that amazing run that we know they're capable of.
We did talk about how the first day they seemed to struggle. The second day they come up big. Maybe the first Super Weekend they struggle, and the second Super Weekend is where they come out the gate swinging. But Glitter and Seven, thank you so much for all the work here and all your analysis breaking down the entirety of the first Super Weekend. Also, big shout out to Envirum and Cameron, of course, Mustache Dave and Hot Jukes as we wrap up an entirety here of our very first Super Weekend live from the PUBG Mobile World League West Season 0. We'll be having the day off tomorrow. I think a much needed day off for all the players, for all the production crew here doing a phenomenal job, and of course, all the talent as well. But expect on Tuesday at 11 a.m. PDT, we'll be back with the second week of league play. All the tallies are reset. Every team has a chance to get into the top 16 and make an appearance in the second Super Weekend. We'll see you there Tuesday, 11 a.m.